హాయ్ అండి. ఈ వీడియోలో మనం బ్రౌజర్ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ఎలా వాడాలి అనేది చూద్దాము. సో ప్రతి ఒక్క బ్రౌజర్ ఒక సెట్ ఆఫ్ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్తో షిప్ అవుతుందండి. ఇది వచ్చేసి మనకి డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసేటప్పుడు, వెబ్ అప్లికేషన్స్ డెవలప్ చేసేటప్పుడు డీబగ్ చేయడానికి, ఎర్రర్స్ కనుక్కోవడానికి మనకి యూజ్ అవుతుంది. మనం ఇది చూద్దాం ఇప్పుడు ఈ వీడియోలో. మనం డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ఓపెన్ చేయాలంటే వెబ్ పేజ్లో రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చి ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ అనేది సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలండి. క్లిక్. ఇది డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ విండో అండి. మనం ఈ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ని మనం సెపరేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే టాక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. రైట్ సైడ్ కానీ, బాటమ్ కి కానీ, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ కి కానీ సెపరేట్ విండోగా కానీ. మళ్ళీ రైట్ కి డాక్ చేస్తానండి. ఇక్కడ మనకి HTML వెబ్ కంటెంట్ కనిపిస్తుందండి. ఇక్కడ మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్న ఎలిమెంట్ కి స్టైలింగ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో అది ఇక్కడ కనిపిస్తుంది. మనం ఈ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ని వేరే వేరే విధాలుగా ఓపెన్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం ఇప్పుడు రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చి ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేసాం కదా, మనం క్లోజ్ చేసేసి మళ్ళీ వేరే విధంగా ఓపెన్ చేద్దాం. మనం ఇక్కడ వెళ్తే ఈ 3 డాట్స్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే మోర్ టూల్స్ అని ఉంది కదండి, ఇది క్లిక్ చేస్తే డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ఓపెన్ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ మనం చూస్తే వేరే వేరే ట్యాబ్స్ ఉన్నాయండి. ఇంతకు ముందు ఓపెన్ చేసిన డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ లో ఎలిమెంట్స్ అనేది హైలైట్ అయింది. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఓపెన్ చేస్తే నెట్వర్క్ అనేది హైలైట్ అయింది. ఈ ట్యాబ్స్ లో వేరే వేరే సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని మనం వేరే వేరే ఫీచర్స్ యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి ఈ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ లో. మనం ముందులాగా అన్ని ఎలిమెంట్స్ ఏవేవి ఉన్నాయని చూడాలనుకుంటే ఎలిమెంట్స్ ట్యాబ్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఓపెన్ అవుతుందండి. ఇక్కడ కన్సోల్ అనేది మనకి డీబగింగ్ కోసం అని యూజ్ అవుతుందండి. మనం ఒక స్టేట్మెంట్ రాసామంటే console.log హియర్, ఈ లాగ్ వచ్చేసి కన్సోల్లో వస్తుందండి. మనం బ్రౌజర్లోకి వెళ్ళి కన్సోల్లో చూస్తే హలో వరల్డ్ అని వచ్చింది చూడండి. ఇది డీబగింగ్ కోసం యూస్ చేస్తామండి. మనకి ఏదైనా ఇష్యూస్ కోడ్లో, జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్లో వస్తే కన్సోల్ లాగ్స్ పెట్టేసి దాని ఇక్కడ కన్సోల్ చూస్తే ఆ లాగ్ మెసేజెస్ అన్ని వస్తాయండి. ఈ విధంగా మనం డీబగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు మన కోడ్. మనం సోర్సెస్లోకి వెళ్దాం. ఇక్కడ సోర్సెస్లోకి వెళ్తే మనకి ఈ వెబ్ పేజ్కి కావాల్సిన రిసోర్సెస్ ఏవేవైతే ఉన్నాయో అన్ని ఇక్కడ చూపిస్తుందండి. ఈ ఫైల్ మనం ఇంక్లూడ్ చేసామండి వెబ్ పేజ్లో. ఎలిమెంట్స్ చూస్తే ఇక్కడ mystyle.css ఇంక్లూడ్ చేసామండి, అందుకోసమని సోర్సెస్లో ఇలా చూపిస్తుంది. నెట్వర్క్ ట్యాబ్లోకి వెళ్తే రిక్వెస్ట్ ఏదేది వెళ్ళింది అనేది చూపిస్తుందండి. రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తే ఇక్కడ ఏ రిక్వెస్ట్ సర్వర్కి వెళ్ళాయి అనేది చూపిస్తుందండి. 127.0.0.1కి index.html గెట్ రిక్వెస్ట్ వెళ్ళిందండి. సో ఈ 2 రిక్వెస్ట్ వెళ్ళాయండి సర్వర్కి. సో ఇక్కడ గెట్ రిక్వెస్ట్ చూడొచ్చు, రెస్పాన్స్ ఏమొచ్చింది అన్నీ ఇక్కడ చూడొచ్చు. మనం ఈ విధంగా బ్రౌజర్ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ని యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చండి. మనం ఇప్పుడు రియాక్ట్ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాలనేది చూద్దామండి. మీరు రియాక్ట్ లో వర్క్ చేయాలనుకుంటే రియాక్ట్ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ చాలా యూజ్ అవుతుందండి. మనం ఇప్పుడు రియాక్ట్ డెవలపర్స్ టూల్స్ ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాలి బ్రౌజర్లో అనేది చూద్దాము. రియాక్ట్ డెవలపర్స్ టూల్స్ అని వెబ్ సెర్చ్ చేస్తే మనకి ఫస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ చూపిస్తుందండి. ఇక్కడ యాడ్ టు క్రోమ్ అని క్లిక్ చేస్తే మనకి ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిపోతుందండి. క్లిక్ చేసాము యాడ్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్. ఇలా రియాక్ట్ డెవలపర్ టూల్స్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. వెబ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కొత్తగా చూస్తూ ఉన్నట్లయితే మీకు వెబ్ సెర్చ్ చేశారంటే చాలా జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ ఫ్రేమ్వర్క్స్ కనిపిస్తాయండి. రియాక్ట్ కావచ్చు, వ్యూ కావచ్చు, Vue.js కావచ్చు, యాంగులర్ కావచ్చు, స్వెల్ట్ కావచ్చు. ఒక శాంపుల్ రియాక్ట్ కాంపోనెంట్ ఎలా ఉంటుందని చూద్దామండి. ఒక సింపుల్ రియాక్ట్ కాంపోనెంట్ చూస్తే ఇలా ఉంటుందండి. దీంట్లో చాలా విషయాలు మనం ఇన్వెస్టిగేట్ చేసి నేర్చుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుందండి. ఇది HTML అండి. ఇది వచ్చేసి ఒక జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ ఫంక్షన్ లో ఎంబెడ్ చేయబడింది. దీన్ని ఏమంటారంటే JSX సింటాక్స్ అంటామండి. ఈ సింటాక్స్ ని JSX సింటాక్స్. JSX అంటే జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ సింటాక్స్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ అండి. మనకి జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ తో పాటు టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్ అనే ఒక ఫ్లేవర్ ఉందండి. జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ లో డేటా టైప్స్ అనేవి ఉండవు. టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్ వచ్చేసి ఒక ఫ్లేవర్ ఆఫ్ జావాస్క్రిప్ట్. దాంట్లో డేటా టైప్స్ అనేది సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుందండి. అది వచ్చేసి డెవలపర్ మిస్టేక్స్ అవాయిడ్ చేయడానికి టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్ అనేది క్రియేట్ చేశారు. టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్ గురించి కూడా మనం ఫ్యూచర్ వీడియోస్ లో నేర్చుకుందామండి. సో మనం చూసినట్లయితే జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ లోనే చాలా ఫ్లేవర్స్ ఉన్నాయండి. ట్రెడిషనల్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ని వెనిలా జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అంటామండి. ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్, ES6, ES2015, ES2017, ES2020, టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్, కాఫీ స్క్రిప్ట్, JSX, Node.js, React, Angular, Vue.js, Babel, Webpack, Gulp, ఇవన్నీ డిఫరెంట్ టూల్స్ అన్నమాట. జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ లో వర్క్ చేయడానికి డిఫరెంట్ టూల్స్. ఫస్ట్ లో చూస్తే ఇది చాలా కన్ఫ్యూజింగ్ గా ఉంటుంది. మనం ఒక్కొక్కటి నేర్చుకునే కొద్దీ మనం ఇంకా క్లియర్ అవుతుంది. అది ఇంక ఏది అవసరం లేదు అనుకుంటే జస్ట్ వెనిలా జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ నేర్చుకుంటే చాలు, మిగతా అన్ని వచ్చినట్టే. మీరు జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ నేర్చుకుంటే తర్వాత నుంచి మిగతావన్నీ ఫెమిలియర్ అవుతాయి. సో జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అంటే వెనిలా జావా స్క్రిప్ట్. మనం డే బై డే రాసే కోడ్ అంతా వెనిలా జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అని అంటామండి. ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ అని వినంటారు మీరు. ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ అంటే అన్ని మోడర్న్ బ్రౌజర్స్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్, ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ ని సపోర్ట్ చేయాలండి. ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ అనేది స్టాండర్డ్ అన్నమాట. అన్ని బ్రౌజర్స్ ఇలా రిప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి, ఇలా ఇంటర్ప్రెట్ చేయాలి. జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ రాసిన దాన్ని, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్ ఇలా ఇంటర్ప్రెట్ చేయాలని ఒక డెఫినేషన్ ఇచ్చి ఉంటారు అనమాట. ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ అంటే ECMA అంటే యూరోపియన్ కంప్యూటర్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్స్ అసోసియేషన్. వాళ్ళు ఒక ప్రోటోకాల్ డిఫైన్ చేసి ఉంటారు. అన్ని బ్రౌజర్స్ అదే విధంగా ఇంటర్ప్రిట్ చేస్తాయి అన్నమాట జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్ ని. ఈ ES6, ES2015, ES2017, 2020 ఇవన్నీ ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ స్పెసిఫికేషన్స్ వర్షన్స్ అండి. వాటిని కొన్ని బ్రౌజర్స్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసి ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని బ్రౌజర్స్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేసి ఉండవు. మీరు కొన్నిసార్లు చూస్తే డెవలపర్స్ వచ్చేసి ES6 కానీ ఫ్యూచర్ వర్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ లో కోడ్ రాస్తుంటారండి. సో అవన్నీ బ్రౌజర్స్ డైరెక్ట్ గా ఇంటర్ప్రెట్ చేయలేవు. సో అది ఫ్యూచర్ వర్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్. ఫుల్ గా బ్రౌజర్స్ అన్ని సపోర్ట్ చేయవు. Babel అనే టూల్ వచ్చేసి మనం ఫ్యూచర్ వర్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్, ఎక్మా స్క్రిప్ట్ నుంచి కరెంట్ వర్షన్ కి కన్వర్ట్ చేయడానికి యూజ్ అవుతుందండి. టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్ అనేది ఒక వేరియంట్ ఆఫ్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అండి. దాంట్లో టైప్స్, డేటా టైప్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఇవన్నీ మీకు ఇప్పుడే ఎసెన్షియల్ కాదు. మనం ఇప్పుడు బ్రౌజర్ కన్సోల్ లో శాంపుల్ కోడ్ ఎలా రాయాలి చూద్దాం. రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చి ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేద్దాం. డెవలపర్ టూల్స్, కన్సోల్లోకి వెళ్దాం. ఇక్కడ ఇది జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కన్సోల్ అండి. మనం ఇక్కడ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్ డైరెక్ట్ గా రాయొచ్చు. కన్సోల్ లాగ్ స్టేట్మెంట్. నేను జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్ ఇక్కడే రాయొచ్చండి. ఈ లైన్ ఒకవేళ ప్రింట్ చేయాలనుకుంటే ప్రింట్ చేయొచ్చు. నేను అలర్ట్ ట్రేస్ చేయాలంటే ఇక్కడ ఈ కోడ్ రాస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా అలర్ట్ ట్రేస్ అవుతుందండి. ఈ అలర్ట్ బాక్స్ ఓపెన్ అయింది. మనం డాక్యుమెంట్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ కూడా రెఫర్ చేయొచ్చు. డాక్యుమెంట్ ప్రింట్ చేస్తే ఇక్కడ అంతా డాక్యుమెంట్ కంటెంట్ అంతా ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసిందండి. ఇక్కడ మనం డాక్యుమెంట్ బాడీలో హెడింగ్ 1 కావాలనుకోండి, బాడీ టెక్స్ట్ కావాలనుకోండి, మనం దాన్ని టైప్ చేయొచ్చు. క్లియర్ చేశానండి. ఇక్కడ కంట్రోల్ L ప్రెస్ చేస్తే కన్సోల్ క్లియర్ అవుతుందండి. ఇప్పుడు డాక్యుమెంట్ డాట్ బాడీ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ యాక్సెస్ చేస్తున్నానండి. ఇక్కడ చూపిస్తుందండి, ఇక్కడ బాడీ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ చూపిస్తుందండి. మనం ఈ హెలో ఎలిమెంట్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందాం. డాక్యుమెంట్ డాట్ గెట్ ఎలిమెంట్ ID హలో. ఈ స్టేట్మెంట్ వచ్చేసి మన డివిజన్ ఎలిమెంట్ ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటుందండి. మనం ఈ ఎలిమెంట్ యొక్క ఇన్సైడ్ టెక్స్ట్ చేంజ్ చేద్దాం. ఈ స్టేట్మెంట్ ద్వారా మనం చేంజ్ చేసిన వెంటనే మనం ఎలిమెంట్స్ లోకి వెళ్తే ఇప్పుడు డివిజన్ ఎలిమెంట్ లో హలో ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే మనం జావా స్క్రిప్ట్, ఇది వచ్చేసి ఈ కన్సోల్ లో చేంజెస్ వచ్చేసి టెంపరీ అండి. మనం బ్రౌజర్ రీలోడ్ చేసిన వెంటనే ఇవన్నీ వెళ్ళిపోతాయి. మళ్ళీ ఫైల్లో ఏదైతే ఉందో సేమ్ కోడ్ వచ్చేస్తుంది అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తే మళ్ళీ నార్మల్గా వచ్చేసింది. మనం కోడ్ రాసేటప్పుడు ఇప్పుడు ఒకవేళ మనకి ఫార్మాటింగ్ కరెక్ట్గా చేయలేదు, ఇలా ఉంది, ఒకవేళ మీరు రాసే కోడ్లో ఎర్రర్స్ని ఫైండ్ చేయాలి అనుకుంటే కూడా కొన్ని టూల్స్ మనకి అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉన్నాయండి. మీరు ఒకవేళ మిస్టేక్స్ చేసిన, కోడ్ రాసేటప్పుడు మిస్టేక్స్ చేసిన, ఇండెంటేషన్ కానీ ఫార్మాటింగ్ కానీ మిస్టేక్స్ చేసిన, సో ఆటోమేటిక్గా కరెక్ట్ చేసేదానికి, అందులో కూడా ఫార్మాట్ చేయడానికి, ఆటోమేటిక్గా కరెక్ట్ చేయడానికి, ఫార్మాటింగ్ కరెక్షన్ చేయడానికి కొన్ని టూల్స్ ఉన్నాయండి. ఆ టూల్స్ మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ చేద్దాము. ESLint అనేది మనకి మనం కోడ్ ఎర్రర్స్ ఏదైనా చేస్తే అది ఆటోమేటిక్గా చూపిస్తుందండి. మనం ESLint ప్యాలెట్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకుందామండి. మనం మళ్ళీ ఇంకొక టూల్ కావాలండి. ప్రతియర్ అనేది ఇంకొక టూల్ అన్నమాట. మనం ప్రతియర్ టైప్ చేస్తే ఇక్కడ ఫార్మాటర్ వచ్చింది. ప్లస్ పబ్లిషర్ అండ్ ఇన్స్టాల్ మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసాము. ఇప్పుడు మనం కోడ్లోకి వెళ్దాం. ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్కి వెళ్ళేసి కోడ్లోకి వెళ్దాం. మనం ఈ కోడ్ మనం ఎలాగంటే అలాగే టైప్ చేస్తున్నాం. మనం డిఫాల్ట్ కాన్ఫిగరేషన్ ఫార్మాట్ డాక్యుమెంట్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే కాన్ఫిగర్ డిఫాల్ట్ ఫార్మాటర్ అని వస్తుందండి. దాన్ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటే ఏ ఫార్మాటర్ యూజ్ చేసి మనం కోడ్ ఫార్మాట్ చేయాలని చూపిస్తుంది. ప్రతి ఇయర్ మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందాం డిఫాల్ట్గా. ఇప్పుడు ఫార్మాట్ సెట్ చేశానండి. ఇప్పుడు దీన్ని ఫార్మాట్ చేయాలంటే ఈ కోడ్ అంతా ఫార్మాట్ చేయాలి ప్రాపర్గా అంటే రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చి ఫార్మాట్ డాక్యుమెంట్ అని క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఫార్మాట్ అయిపోతుంది. HTML పేజ్ రాద్దామండి జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేయడానికి. మనం ఒక index.html ఫైల్ క్రియేట్ చేద్దాము. దీంట్లో డాక్ టైప్ HTML అని టైప్ చేస్తానండి. HTML హెడ్ అండ్ బాడీ. సో డాక్యుమెంట్ టైప్ అనేది ఖచ్చితంగా డిఫైన్ చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు. సో ఒక HTML డాక్యుమెంట్లో ఈ త్రీ ఎలిమెంట్స్ కంపల్సరీ ఉంటాయండి. HTML హెడ్ అండ్ బాడీ. ఇది ఓపెనింగ్ ట్యాగ్, ఇది క్లోజింగ్ ట్యాగ్ అండి. స్టైల్స్ అన్ని ఇక్కడ వస్తాయండి. మెయిన్ అనేది ఎలిమెంట్ అనుకుందాం. మెయిన్ ఎలిమెంట్ కి ఏది స్టైల్స్ ఉన్నాయో మనం చూడొచ్చు, పెట్టచ్చు. width as 100%, height as 100%, justified content as center. మనం ఇవన్నీ CSS రూల్స్ అండి. ఎలా రిప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి, ఎలా స్టైలింగ్ చేయాలి ఎలిమెంట్స్ అనేది మనం వేరే వీడియోలో చూద్దాము. అలైన్ ఐటమ్స్ సెంటర్. మనం ఇక్కడ మెయిన్ ఎలిమెంట్ రాద్దాం. ఇన్లైన్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్. P అనేది పారాగ్రాఫ్ ఎలిమెంట్ అండి. సో ఇక్కడ మనం స్క్రిప్ట్ కూడా రాద్దామండి. ఒక కోడ్ ఎలిమెంట్ రాసి ఇక్కడ ఈ స్టేట్మెంట్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే ఈ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటుంది, ఈ కోడ్ ఎలిమెంట్ ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటుంది. ఇది ఒక ఫర్ లూప్ అండి. మనం ఫర్ లూప్స్ ఇవన్నీ మళ్ళీ చూద్దాం ఇంకో వీడియోలో. ఇది ఒక జస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అనమాట. జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ని HTML లో ఎలా యూస్ చేయాలనేది మనం ఈ సింటాక్స్ అంతా మళ్ళీ ఇంకో వీడియోస్ లో చూద్దాం. అప్కమింగ్ వీడియోస్ లో చూద్దాం. జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ బేసిక్స్ అన్ని మళ్ళీ చూద్దాం. ఇది కమెంట్ అవుట్ చేద్దాం ప్రస్తుతానికి. ఇది కమెంట్ చేసి ఒకసారి చూద్దాం ఇలా ఉంటుంది ఇది అనేది. రీలోడ్. ఇది ఇన్లైన్ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్. స్క్రిప్ట్ అనేది జస్ట్ ఒక స్ట్రింగ్ లాగా ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు మనం లెట్స్ జస్ట్ అన్కమెంట్ దిస్. రిఫ్రెష్. ఇప్పుడు రిఫ్రెష్ అయింది ఆటోమేటిక్గా. స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ వచ్చేసి లెస్ దాన్ అండ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సింబల్స్ అప్లై చేస్తుంది అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు బ్రౌజర్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే టాప్ టు బాటమ్ లోడ్ చేసుకుంటుంది కోడ్ని. ఈ స్క్రిప్ట్ చూసిన వెంటనే ఇది లోడ్ చేసి ఇమీడియట్ గా ఈ కోడ్ని ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేస్తుందండి. మనం ఈ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ని హెడ్ లో పెడితే ఏమవుతుందో చూద్దాం. రిఫ్రెష్. ఇది అఫెక్ట్ అవ్వలేదండి. ఎందుకు అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏం జరుగుతుందంటే బ్రౌజర్ ఇది లోడ్ చేసిన వెంటనే స్క్రిప్ట్ అనే ట్యాగ్ చూసిన వెంటనే ఈ కోడ్ ని లోడ్ చేసుకొని ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేస్తుంది. ఇది ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేసే టైంకి ఈ కోడ్ లోడ్ అయ్యి ఉండదు, ఎందుకంటే ఇది ఫస్ట్ లో ఉంది కాబట్టి. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ఎ ప్రాబ్లం. సో ఇక్కడ ఫస్ట్ లో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మనం కోడ్ అనే ఎలిమెంట్ సెర్చ్ చేస్తున్నాం డాక్యుమెంట్ లో కాబట్టి ఇది ఇంకా లోడ్ అవ్వలేదు కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఏం వచ్చి ఉండదు అనమాట. ఆల్ కోడ్ అనేది ఎంటీ ఉంటుంది, అన్డిఫైన్డ్ కానీ ఎంటీ అరే కానీ ఉంటుంది. మనం చూద్దాం ఇది ఏంటి అనేసి. ఆల్ కోడ్ అనేది ఇక్కడ లాగ్ చేద్దాం, చూద్దాం. రీలోడ్. ఇక్కడ చూస్తే లెంగ్త్ 0 ఉంది, ఎంటీ అరే వచ్చింది. ఈ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అయ్యే టైంకి బాడీ ఎలిమెంట్ లోడ్ అవ్వలేదు అనమాట బ్రౌజర్ ద్వారా. సో దీనికి ఏం చేస్తా ఉన్నామంటే ఇంతకు ముందు పాత కోడ్లో అయితే ఈ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ ని ఎండ్ లో పెడతా ఉన్నాం. సో దీనికి ఒక బెటర్ వే ఉంది. మనం ఇది చూసే ముందు ఈ కోడ్ ని మనం వేరే ఫైల్లో పెడదాం. ఇది ఒక విధంగా రాయాలంటే మనం ఇక్కడే రాయొచ్చు, లేదంటే వేరే ఫైల్లోకి తీసుకునేసి దాన్ని ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఈ కోడ్ ని మనం ఇక్కడ నుంచి తీసేసి కొత్త ఫైల్లో యాడ్ చేద్దాం. మై script.js లో ఫార్మాట్ డాక్యుమెంట్ చేసినాం. ఇక్కడ సోర్స్ వచ్చేసి మై script.js ఇచ్చాం. సో ఇదేం చేస్తుందంటే మై script.js ని లోడ్ చేసుకొని ఆ కోడ్ ని ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేస్తుంది. రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తే సేమ్ కోడ్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ ఎలిమెంట్స్ లో చూస్తే స్క్రిప్ట్, ఇక్కడ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ లో మై script.js ఇంక్లూడ్ అయింది. ఇది పైకి పెడదాం, హెడ్లో పెడదాం. ఈ ఎర్రర్ని ఫిక్స్ చేయడానికి మనం పాత రోజుల్లో ఏం చేస్తా ఉన్నామంటే మనం ఇక్కడ ఎండ్లో పెడతా ఉన్నాం. బ్రౌజర్ ఈ ట్యాగ్ చూసే టైంకి ఇవన్నీ లోడ్ అయి ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. అది వర్క్ అరౌండ్ చేస్తా ఉన్నాం ముందు టైంలో. ఇప్పుడున్న టెక్నాలజీ ప్రకారం ఇది ఇప్పుడు చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలంటే ఇక్కడ డెఫర్ అని యూజ్ చేస్తే, ఈ డెఫర్ అని యూజ్ చేస్తే ఏం స్పెసిఫై చేసినట్టయితే బ్రౌజర్కి ఏం చెప్తున్నామంటే ఈ డెఫర్ ద్వారా ఇది ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేయడానికి మొత్తం లోడ్ అయిన తర్వాతే ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేయాలని చెప్తున్నాము ఈ డెఫర్ అనే కీవర్డ్ ద్వారా. ఇప్పుడు బ్రౌజర్లో చూద్దాం, రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తే సేమ్ ఇది ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అయ్యే టైంకి అన్ని ఎలిమెంట్స్ లోడ్ అయి ఉంటాయి. సో కాబట్టి మనకి లెస్ దాన్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సింబల్స్ వచ్చాయి. ఇలాగా మనం మోడర్న్ జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అన్నమాట. నెక్స్ట్ ఏంటంటే ఈ జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ మాడ్యూల్స్ లాగా ఎలా డివైడ్ చేయాలనేది చూద్దాం. ఒకవేళ మనకి ఒక జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ ఫైల్ చాలా పెద్దదిగా అయిపోయి ఉంటే ఒకే ఫైల్లో మొత్తం అన్ని పెట్టలేము కదా, కాబట్టి మనం మాడ్యూల్స్ గా డివైడ్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. మనం మెయింటైనబిలిటీ కోసం అనేసి మనం కోడ్ ని డిఫరెంట్ మాడ్యూల్స్ గా తయారు చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. మనం ఇంకో మాడ్యూల్ తయారు చేద్దాం. ఇక్కడ ఒక ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ని క్రియేట్ చేద్దాం. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ చూసినట్టయితే ఈ మాడ్యూల్ ని మనం ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ డిఫాల్ట్ ఇలాగా ఒక మాడ్యూల్ రాయొచ్చు మనం. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఈ మై ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ని యూజ్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఈ మై ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ని MyScript.js లో యూజ్ చేద్దాం. ఇంపోర్ట్ మై ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ మై మాడ్యూల్. సో ఇక్కడ మై ఆబ్జెక్ట్ నుంచి ఏ అనే ఎలిమెంట్ వాల్యూ తీసుకొని ఇక్కడ పెడుతున్నాం, ఏ అట్రిబ్యూట్ ఇక్కడ పెడుతున్నాం. మనం ఇక్కడ కన్సోల్లో చూస్తే కెనాట్ యూజ్ ఇంపోర్ట్ స్టేట్మెంట్ అవుట్ సైడ్ మాడ్యూల్. ఇక్కడ ఏం మిస్టేక్ అంటే మనం ఇక్కడ ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు మనం ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకోలేదు మై మాడ్యూల్. స్క్రిప్ట్ సోర్స్ మై మాడ్యూల్ ఇది కూడా డెఫర్ చేద్దాం. Again the same error. So we have to make sure that this type is module. ఇక్కడ మాడ్యూల్ టైప్ యూస్ చేస్తే డెఫర్ యూస్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. డిఫాల్ట్ గా మాడ్యూల్ అనేది డెఫర్ మోడ్ లో లోడ్ అవుతుంది అన్నమాట. సో ఇంకొకటి కూడా ఏంటంటే ఈ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ ని కూడా ఇక్కడ ఇంకా ఎర్రర్ ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే ఈ స్క్రిప్ట్ ఇక్కడ ఇంపోర్ట్ యూస్ చేసిన స్క్రిప్ట్ కూడా మాడ్యూల్ గానే లోడ్ చేసుకోవాలన్నమాట. టైప్ ఈక్వల్స్ మాడ్యూల్, డెఫర్ అనేది అవసరం లేదు మాడ్యూల్ గా ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు. సో ఇక్కడ మై మాడ్యూల్ .js స్పెసిఫై చేయాలి. ఇక్కడ .js యాడ్ చేస్తే వచ్చేసింది స్క్రిప్ట్ యాప్. ఇలాగా సెపరేట్ మాడ్యూల్స్ లోకి స్క్రిప్ట్ ని డివైడ్ చేసుకొని వాడుకోవచ్చు. సో ఈ విధంగా మనం మాడ్యూల్స్ యూజ్ చేసుకొని మన కోడ్ ని సెగ్రిగేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మనం ఈ వీడియోలో HTML, CSS, JavaScript యూజ్ చేసుకొని ఒక వెబ్ అప్లికేషన్ ఎలా తయారు చేయాలని చూద్దాం. సో దీనికోసమని మీకు కావాల్సిన టూల్స్ వచ్చేసి GitHub, VS Code, Visual Studio Code ఎడిటర్ అండి. బ్రౌజర్ కావాలి. మీరు ఈ URLకి వెళ్తే ఈ కోడ్ డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. నేను GitHub డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తానండి. నేను రిపాజిటరీ క్లోన్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఇక్కడ నుంచి క్లోన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. URL టాబ్ లోకి వెళ్ళి ఈ HTTPS URL కాపీ చేసుకుందామండి. మనం ఇక్కడ పేస్ట్ చేద్దామండి. నేను ఆల్రెడీ ఈ రిపాజిటరీ క్లోన్ చేసుకొని ఉన్నానండి, కాబట్టి మళ్ళీ క్లోన్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. మనం ఇది క్లోజ్ చేసేద్దాం. మీరు క్లోన్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు. నేను ఇక్కడ క్యాన్సిల్ చేస్తానండి. నేను రిపాజిటరీలోకి వెళ్ళాలంటే ఇక్కడ క్లిక్ చేసుకోవాలండి. నాకు ఇక్కడ రిపాజిటరీ కనిపిస్తుందండి, దాని మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మీకు ఆల్రెడీ VS Code ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసి ఉంటే ఇది ఒక ఆప్షన్ చూపిస్తుందండి, విజువల్ స్టూడియోలో ఓపెన్ చేయమనేసి. ఈ బటన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. Open in Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code లో నా కోడ్ ఓపెన్ చేశానండి. వెల్కమ్ పేజ్ క్లోజ్ చేశానండి. లెట్స్ గో టు index.html. మీకు వెబ్ పేజెస్ సర్వ్ చేయడానికి ఒక వెబ్ సర్వర్ అవసరం అండి. మీరు హోస్టింగ్ కంపెనీ నుంచి వెబ్ సర్వర్ కొనుక్కోవచ్చు, లేదంటే మీరు లోకల్గా కూడా మీరు రన్ చేయొచ్చు. డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీరు లోకల్ సర్వర్ రన్ చేస్తారు మోస్ట్లీ. కాబట్టి మనం లోకల్ సర్వర్ ఎలా రన్ చేయాలని చూద్దాము. విఎస్ కోడ్ మనకు ఒక ప్లగిన్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఇస్తుందండి, లైవ్ సర్వర్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్. దాని ద్వారా మనం ఈ వెబ్ పేజెస్ అన్ని మనం లోకల్ గానే సర్వ్ చేయొచ్చు, సర్వర్ అవసరం లేకుండా. సో లైవ్ సర్వర్ అనేది డిఫాల్ట్ గా లోకల్ సర్వర్ ఇస్తుంది మనకి. అది మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకున్నాం. మీరు లైవ్ సర్వర్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఈ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ సెక్షన్కి వెళ్ళాలండి. దీని మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. లైవ్ సర్వర్ అని టైప్ చేయండి. ఇది లైవ్ సర్వర్ అండి. ఇది క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మనం ఇది ఇన్స్టాల్ చేద్దామండి. ట్రస్ట్ పబ్లిషర్ అండ్ ఇన్స్టాల్. లైవ్ సర్వర్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిపోయిందండి. ఇప్పుడు మనం లైవ్ సర్వర్ ఎలా స్టార్ట్ చేయాలని చూద్దాము. స్టార్ట్ చేయాలంటే మనం ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్కి వెళ్దాం. ఫస్ట్ index.html, myscript.js ఇవన్నీ ఉన్న ఫోల్డర్స్లో లైవ్ సర్వర్ రన్ చేయాలనుకోండి. I have to click on go live. బాటమ్ రైట్ లో go live అనే బటన్ ఉంటుందండి. దీన్ని క్లిక్ చేస్తే లైవ్ సర్వర్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. క్లిక్ చేశాను. అది పర్మిషన్ కోసం అడుగుతుంది. విండోస్ సిస్టంలో మనం పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వాలి. అలో యాక్సెస్. ఇక్కడ చూస్తే లైవ్ సర్వర్ వచ్చేసి 5500 పోర్ట్లో రన్ అవుతుందండి. మనం చేంజ్ చేసిన వెంటనే ఇక్కడ కూడా చేంజ్ అవుతుందండి ఆటోమేటిక్గా. మనం కోడ్ చేంజెస్ చేస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా లైవ్ సర్వర్ రీలోడ్ చేస్తుందండి ఈ పేజ్ని. మనం విఎస్ కోడ్కి వెళ్ళేసి కోడ్ ఎడిట్ చేద్దాం. index.htmlకి వచ్చానండి. ఇక్కడ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ ఉంది కదండి, అది కమెంట్ చేస్తాను ప్రస్తుతానికి. కమెంట్ స్టార్ట్ వచ్చేసి ఇలా స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి, ఎండింగ్ వచ్చేసి ఇలా ఎండ్ అవుతుందండి. ఈ 3 క్యారెక్టర్స్, ఈ 5 క్యారెక్టర్స్. దిస్ ఈజ్ అ డెమో ఆఫ్ లైవ్ సర్వర్. సేవ్ చేశానండి, ఎడిట్ చేసి సేవ్ చేశానండి. మనం బ్రౌజర్లోకి వెళ్దామండి. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఆటోమేటిక్గా చేంజ్ అయిపోయింది. మనం 2 విధాలుగా జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ రాయొచ్చండి HTML-లో. ఒక విధంగా వచ్చేసి ఇక్కడే మనం స్క్రిప్ట్ రాయొచ్చు. స్క్రిప్ట్ ఇక్కడ మనకి ఏది కావాలన్నా console.log hello world ఇది మనం ఇక్కడే రాయొచ్చు. లేదంటే కూడా ఒక స్క్రిప్ట్ ఫైల్లో రాసి, సేమ్ కోడ్ ఒక స్క్రిప్ట్ ఫైల్లో రాసి ఆ కోడ్ని మనం ఈ విధంగా ఇంక్లూడ్ చేయొచ్చండి. In this video, we will look into how to install MongoDB in Windows. Let's get started. Let's go to MongoDB. If I click on the first link, it will go to the MongoDB official website. Now we have to choose the community edition. You can choose download community. If you scroll down, you will have the options, various different operating systems. So right now we are going to use Windows platform. Now click on download. It's downloading the MongoDB server installer. Once it is downloaded, we can click on this installer and the installation will start. If not, we can go to the downloads folder and install from there, start from there. Let's go to the downloads folder. Let's click on this, click on install. The installer is getting started. Click on next. Accept the license agreement. Next, let's do complete installation. Click on complete. Let's choose all default options. Click on next. And we should also choose install MongoDB Compass. So the way to access MongoDB is through a Mongo shell or through a user interface called Mongo Compass. MongoDB Compass is an easy to use interface, a graphical interface for accessing MongoDB. Let's go into MongoDB Compass also once the installation is done. Let's choose install MongoDB Compass. Let's click on next. Let's click on install. Installation has started. It will ask for confirmation. Now MongoDB Compass is getting installed. Now it has been installed and now it's launching the MongoDB Compass. Let's click on finish. This is called MongoDB Compass. Let's click on start. After starting the Compass, we can add a new connection to the server, MongoDB server. Let's click on add new connection. So you can choose the default option that by default MongoDB runs on the local server, localhost 27017 port. Let's give it a name, local DB. Leave the other options to default and then click on save and connect. Now we have connected to the local DB. There are 3 databases inside it. This is a connection. This is a local DB connection, but we have 3 databases in it. If I go click on local database, I can see all this tables or collections in it. MongoDB ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాలి విండోస్ లో చూద్దాం. మనం MongoDB సెర్చ్ చేద్దాం. మనం ఫస్ట్ లింక్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే MongoDB అఫీషియల్ వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్తుందండి. ఇక్కడ డేటాబేస్ కమ్యూనిటీ ఎడిషన్ చూస్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ కమ్యూనిటీ అని చూస్ చేసుకుందాం. మనం స్క్రోల్ డౌన్ చేస్తే ఇక్కడ ఏ ఆపరేటింగ్ సిస్టమ్కి కావాలో మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మనకి విండోస్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్కి కావాలి కాబట్టి మనం విండోస్కి డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకుందాం. మనం డౌన్లోడ్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మన MongoDB సర్వర్ ఇన్స్టాలర్ డౌన్లోడ్ అవుతుందండి. మనం డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోయిన వెంటనే మనం ఇది క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఇన్స్టాల్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. లేదంటే మనం డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్కి వెళ్దాం. రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చానండి. ఇన్స్టాల్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇన్స్టాలర్ స్టార్ట్ అయిందండి. క్లిక్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్. యాక్సెప్ట్ ద లైసెన్స్ అగ్రిమెంట్. నెక్స్ట్ కంప్లీట్ ఇన్స్టలేషన్ మనం చేద్దామండి. మనం అన్ని డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్సే వదిలేస్తాం. క్లిక్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్. సో మనకు వచ్చేసి MongoDB యాక్సెస్ చేయాలంటే లేదంటే ఒక విధంగా చేయాలంటే MongoDB షెల్ వాడతాం, లేదంటే MongoDB కంపాస్ వాడతాం. కంపాస్ అనేది ఈజీ టు యూజ్ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ అన్నమాట. మనం MongoDB కంపాస్లో కూడా వెళ్దాము ఇన్స్టలేషన్ అయిన తర్వాత. లెట్స్ చూస్ ఇన్స్టాల్ MongoDB కంపాస్. సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. లెట్స్ MongoDB కంపాస్ ఇన్స్టలేషన్ కూడా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇన్స్టాల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇన్స్టలేషన్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది. మనం కన్ఫర్మేషన్ అడిగినప్పుడు ఎస్ క్లిక్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు MongoDB కంపాస్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అవుతుందండి. ఇన్స్టలేషన్ కంప్లీట్ అయిందండి. ఇప్పుడు MongoDB కంపాస్ కూడా లాంచ్ అయింది. మనం ఫినిష్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇది వచ్చేసి MongoDB కంపాస్ అండి. లెట్స్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ స్టార్ట్. సో మనం కంపాస్ స్టార్ట్ అయిన తర్వాత మనము న్యూ కనెక్షన్ యాడ్ చేయాలి, సర్వర్ కనెక్షన్ యాడ్ చేయాలన్నమాట. లెట్స్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ యాడ్ న్యూ కనెక్షన్. డిఫాల్ట్ గా MongoDB వచ్చేసి లోకల్ హోస్ట్ 27017 పోర్ట్ లో రన్ అవుతుందండి. సో దీన్ని వచ్చేసి మనం కనెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఫ్రమ్ కంపాస్ నుంచి కనెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మనం ఒక నేమ్ ఇద్దాం దీనికి, లోకల్ DB అని నేమ్ ఇచ్చానండి. మిగతావన్నీ అలా ఆప్షన్స్ అలాగే వదిలేసి సేవ్ అండ్ కనెక్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. మనం వచ్చేసి లోకల్ DB కనెక్ట్ అయ్యిందాం. సో ఇప్పుడు ఈ DB చూస్తే మనం ఇక్కడ లోకల్ DB కనెక్షన్ ఏర్పాటు చేసాం, కనెక్ట్ అయ్యాం. ఇక్కడ చూస్తే మూడు డేటాబేసెస్ ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. అడ్మిన్ డేటాబేస్, కాన్ఫిగ్ డేటాబేస్, లోకల్ డేటాబేస్. ఇక్కడ లోకల్ డేటాబేస్కి వెళ్తే దానిలో ఉన్న కలెక్షన్స్ అన్ని చూపిస్తుంది. In this video, let's look into how to install Node.js on Windows. First, let's go into the Node.js official website. Let's type Node.js download in the browser. Click on download Node.js here. So current stable version is 22.14.0. Let's download this version. Let's scroll down a little bit. Let's choose Windows installer here from here. Let's click on this. Now the installer has downloaded. Let's click on this installer and open the installer. Now let's click on next. Let's click on I accept the terms. Let's keep the defaults. Click on next. All default options selected. So this is important. We have to choose this option to automatically install the necessary tools, extra tools. Let's click on this checkbox. Click on next. Let's click on install. Now select install. It will ask for some confirmation to allow the device permissions. Let's click on yes. Once we confirm the permissions, it will start. Now the installation of basic Node.js has been completed. There is yet some of the tools need to be installed. Once we click on finish, it will start installing the new tools. Let's click on finish. Now it has opened the confirmation. Press any key to continue. Let's press enter here to continue installing the extra tools. And again press enter. Now it will ask for PowerShell permission. Let's click on yes. So it will start the PowerShell. If you keep scrolling down, you can see the installation progress. It is installing extra tools and libraries. Python also is required by Node.js. It's trying to install Python also. It's showing some warnings. Warnings is okay. So if there are any errors, we have to clear the cache directories and then restart the installer. I'll show you how to clear the cached directories and restart the installer. This will take time. While this is going on, let's look into how to clear cache directories if at all the installer fails. So let's go to the Explorer. Let's go to this PC, users, click on view. Click on options. Let's click change folder and search options. View, So let's go click on show hidden files and folders here and then apply. Okay. If you see, app data is a hidden folder. Earlier it was not there. Now it's showing this hidden folder. Now let's check if Node.js is installed in the system or not. Let's go to the command prompt and the start menu, cmd, open command prompt. Let's type node -v. So node -v command will give us the version of node that is installed. Run this command. Now if we can see that the node version is 22.14.0. Along with node, there is a package manager called npm that also gets installed. So let's see if that is installed properly or not. Let's type npm -v. npm also is 10.9.2. Okay, this is how we install Node.js in Windows. If you had got into any issues while installing, you can always go clear the cache. Let's go to the Explorer. Click on C drive. Now you don't see any hidden files. We have to show the hidden files. So for showing the hidden folders, let's go to the View menu. Let's go to View. Let's go to Options. Click on this drop down. Change folder and search options. Let's select this. Now we have to go into the View tab. If you see here, hidden files and folders, let's select show hidden files. Now we can apply. So these two are hidden files. Earlier it was not showing up. Now it's showing up. Let's go into program data. If you see Chocolatey and Chocolatey HTTP cache, these two are most probable cause for failures in Node.js. So if you get into any problems while installing Node.js, delete these two folders and reinstall it. Then you will get out of the problem. So this is how we install Node.js and npm. ఇప్పుడు Node.js ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాలనేది చూద్దాము. మనం ఇప్పుడు Node.js వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్దాము. Node.js డౌన్లోడ్ అని టైప్ చేయండి. మనం డౌన్లోడ్ Node.js అనే లింక్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు స్టేబుల్ వర్షన్ వచ్చేసి 22.14.0 ఉంది. మనం దీనికి డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకుందాం. మనం ఇక్కడ విండోస్ ఇన్స్టాలర్ చూస్ చేసుకుందామండి. మనం క్లిక్ చేద్దాం దీనిపైన. ఇన్స్టాలర్ డౌన్లోడ్ అయ్యింది. మనం ఈ ఇన్స్టాలర్ క్లిక్ చేసి ఇన్స్టలేషన్ స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం. నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసి నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ చూస్ చేసుకోండి. క్లిక్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్. అన్ని డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ అలాగే ఉంచేసి నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. Node.js అనేది ఇంకా కొన్ని ఎక్స్ట్రా టూల్స్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుందండి. సో దానికోసమని మనం ఈ చెక్ బాక్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఈ చెక్ బాక్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. లాస్ట్ వచ్చేసి ఇన్స్టాల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. మనకి కొన్ని ఆప్షన్స్ అడుగుతుందండి. కన్ఫర్మేషన్ అడుగుతుంది. మనం ఎస్ క్లిక్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు వచ్చేసి కన్ఫర్మేషన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత ఇన్స్టలేషన్ కంప్లీట్ అవుతుంది. ఇది బేసిక్ Node.js మాత్రమే ఇన్స్టాల్ అయింది. ఇంకా టూల్స్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అవ్వలేదు. మనం ఫినిష్ క్లిక్ చేసిన తర్వాత డిపెండెన్సీ టూల్స్ అన్ని ఇన్స్టాల్ చేస్తుంది అనమాట. ఫినిష్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసి మనం కన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఓపెన్ చేసింది ఎక్స్ట్రా టూల్స్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయడానికి. సో మనం ఎంటర్ చేయాలి. ఇక్కడ ప్రెస్ ఎనీ కీ టు కంటిన్యూ. మనం ఎంటర్ కీ ప్రెస్ చేద్దాం. మళ్ళీ ఎంటర్ ప్రెస్ చేద్దాం. ఇక్కడ పవర్ షెల్ పర్మిషన్ అడుగుతుందండి. క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఎస్. ఇప్పుడు పవర్ షెల్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. చాక్లెటీ అనే టూల్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అవుతుంది. మనం స్క్రోల్ చేస్తూ వెళ్తే ఇన్స్టలేషన్ ఏమవుతుందని తెలుస్తుంది. మనకి ఎక్స్ట్రా టూల్స్ అండ్ లైబ్రరీస్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేస్తుంది ఇది. అది ఇంకా పైథాన్ కూడా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయడానికి ట్రై చేస్తుంది. వార్నింగ్స్ చూపిస్తుందండి. వార్నింగ్స్ ఓకే. ఎర్రర్స్ వస్తే మాత్రం మనం కొన్ని డైరెక్టరీస్ క్లియర్ చేసి మళ్ళీ రీస్టార్ట్ చేయాలి ఇన్స్టలేషన్. నేను క్యాష్ డైరెక్టరీస్ ఎలా క్లియర్ చేయాలి, మళ్ళీ ఇన్స్టాల్ ఎలా స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి ఒకవేళ ఫెయిల్ అయితే అనేది నేను చూపిస్తాను. ఇది టైం పడుతుందండి. ఇది జరిగేటప్పుడే మనం క్యాష్ డైరెక్టరీస్ ఎలా క్లియర్ చేయాలి చూద్దాం. ఒకవేళ ప్రాబ్లం వస్తే మనం ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్కి వెళ్దాం. మనం దిస్ పీసీకి వెళ్ళేసి సి డ్రైవ్ లో యూజర్స్, మీ యూజర్ నేమ్ ఇక్కడ వెళ్ళేసి మనం హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ చూద్దాం. క్లిక్ ఆన్ వ్యూ. Click on options. Let's click change folder and search options. View. మనం ఇక్కడ షో హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ అండ్ ఫోల్డర్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇది ఇక్కడ ఎలా వచ్చామంటే వ్యూలో క్లిక్ చేస్తే లెట్స్ గో టు ఆప్షన్స్. ఆప్షన్స్ లో చేంజ్ ఫోల్డర్ అండ్ సెర్చ్ ఆప్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా. లెట్స్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ దాట్ and then go to view. ఇక్కడ హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ అండ్ ఫోల్డర్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా. షో హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ అండ్ ఫోల్డర్స్ and then apply. ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు చూస్తే మనకి యాప్ డేటా అనేది హిడెన్ ఫోల్డర్. ఇంతకుముందు ఇది చూపించలేదు, ఇప్పుడు చూపిస్తుంది. సో ఈ యాప్ డేటాలో మనకి క్యాష్ డేటా ఉంటుంది. మనం ఇప్పుడు Node.js ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిందా లేదా సిస్టమ్ లో చూద్దాము. మనం కమాండ్ ప్రాంప్ట్కి వెళ్దాం. సెర్చ్ అండ్ స్టార్ట్ మెనూ, కమాండ్ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఓపెన్ చేద్దాం. నౌ లెట్స్ టైప్ node-v. node-v కమాండ్ వచ్చేసి మనకి నోడ్ వర్షన్ ఏంటి ఇన్స్టాల్ అయ్యిందని మనకు చూపిస్తుంది. ఈ కమాండ్ రన్ చేద్దాం. ఇక్కడ నోడ్ వర్షన్ 22.14.0 ఇన్స్టాల్ అయ్యింది. సో నోడ్ తో పాటు npm అనే టూల్ కూడా ఇన్స్టాల్ అవుతుందండి. మనం అది కూడా ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిందా లేదా చూద్దాం. npm-v టైప్ చేసి చూద్దాం. npm కూడా ఇన్స్టాల్ అయింది. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ వి ఇన్స్టాల్ Node.js ఇన్ విండోస్. ఒకవేళ మీకు ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చుంటే, మీకు ఒకవేళ ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ కరెక్ట్ గా జరగలేదు, ఎర్రర్ వస్తుంది అంటే you can always clear the cache directories and reinstall the Node.js package. మనం దాన్ని క్యాష్ క్లియర్ చేయడానికి ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ లోకి వెళ్దాం, సి డ్రైవ్ లోకి వెళ్దాం. ఇక్కడ హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ ఏంటి చూపించట్లేదు. సో మనం హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ చూపించాలి క్యాష్ ఫోల్డర్స్ క్లియర్ చేయాలంటే. మనం హిడెన్ ఫోల్డర్స్ చూపించాలంటే వ్యూలోకి వెళ్దాం. వ్యూ మెనూకి వెళ్దాం. లెట్స్ గో టు ఆప్షన్స్. ఈ డ్రాప్ డౌన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. చేంజ్ ఫోల్డర్ అండ్ సెర్చ్ ఆప్షన్స్ ఇది సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. మనం వ్యూ ట్యాబ్ లోకి వెళ్ళాలి. ఇఫ్ యూ సీ హియర్ హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ అండ్ ఫోల్డర్స్, ఇక్కడ మనం షో హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ అనేది సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇప్పుడు అప్లై చేయొచ్చు. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మనకి హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్ కూడా చూపిస్తుంది అన్నమాట. ఈ రెండు హిడెన్ ఫైల్స్. లెట్స్ గో ఇన్ టు ప్రోగ్రామ్ డేటా. ఈ రెండు ఫోల్డర్స్ మోస్ట్లీ ఈ రెండు ఫోల్డర్సే ఫెయిల్యూర్ కాస్ట్ చేస్తాయి అన్నమాట. Node.js ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏదైనా వస్తే Node.js ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఈ రెండు ఫోల్డర్స్ డిలీట్ చేసేసి మళ్ళీ Node.js ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయండి. అప్పుడు మీకు ప్రాబ్లం క్లియర్ అవుతుంది. సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ వి ఇన్స్టాల్ Node.js అండ్ npm. In this video, we will see how to install Python in Windows. First, let's go to the Python official website. So search for Python in Google. The first link is the Python official website. Let's go into this website. Now let's go to downloads. Now we can see the download Python 3.13.2 option. Let's click on this link. Now it has downloaded the Python installer. Let's click on this. So now the Python installer is open. We can choose the first option, install now. And before that, we have to choose this option, add Python to the path. So install now. Let's click on install now. Installation has started. Now the setup installation has been completed. Let's click on this option. It will ask for confirmation. Choose yes. And then we can close the installer. Now we have installed Python. Let's verify if the Python installation got successfully done or not. Let's go to the start menu. Let's go to the command prompt, cmd. Click on command prompt. Open. It will open a command prompt window. Now let's type Python here. Enter. Now it has gone into the Python shell. Let's come out of this. Press Ctrl Z and then press enter. Now it will come out of the Python shell. Let's type Python -- version. Now we see the version of the Python is 3.13.2. So this is how we verify Python is installed or not. So this is how we install Python. ఇప్పుడు Python ఇంటర్ప్రెటర్ ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాలి విండోస్ లో అని చూద్దాము. మనం పైథాన్ అని సెర్చ్ చేద్దామండి గూగుల్లో. ఫస్ట్ లింక్ వచ్చేసి మనకి పైథాన్ అఫీషియల్ వెబ్సైట్ అన్నమాట. మనం ఈ వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్దాం. క్లిక్ ఆన్ దిస్. మనం డౌన్లోడ్స్కి వెళ్దాం. ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ పైథాన్ అనే ఆప్షన్ వచ్చింది చూడండి. ఈ బటన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మనం ఈ పైథాన్ ఇన్స్టాలర్ స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం. మనం దాని మీద క్లిక్ చేస్తే పైథాన్ ఇన్స్టాలర్ ఓపెన్ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసే ముందు యాడ్ పైథాన్ టు పాత్ అనేది సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలండి. ఇన్స్టాల్ నౌ అని క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇన్స్టాలింగ్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది. సెటప్ కంప్లీట్ అయిందండి. ఇక్కడ ఒక ఆప్షన్ చూపిస్తుంది, డిసేబుల్ పాత్ లెంగ్త్ లిమిట్ అనేది ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. చూస్ చేసుకొని తర్వాత క్లోజ్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. మనకు పైథాన్ ఇన్స్టలేషన్ అయిపోయింది. మనం చూద్దాం, వెరిఫై చేద్దాం ఇప్పుడు పైథాన్ ఇన్స్టలేషన్ సక్సెస్ అయిందా లేదా అనేది. మనం స్టార్ట్ మెనూకి వెళ్దాము. cmd అని టైప్ చేయండి. క్లిక్ ఆన్ కమాండ్ ప్రాంప్ట్. ఇది ఒక కమాండ్ ప్రాంప్ట్ విండో ఓపెన్ చేస్తుందండి. మనం ఇక్కడ పైథాన్ అని టైప్ చేద్దాం. ఎంటర్. ఇప్పుడు పైథాన్ షెల్ లోకి ఎంటర్ అయ్యింది. సో దాని అర్థం పైథాన్ ఆల్రెడీ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిందని అర్థం. Ctrl Z ప్రెస్ చేసి ఎంటర్ ప్రెస్ చేయండి. పైథాన్ షెల్ లో నుంచి బయటకు వస్తుంది. మనం పైథాన్ వర్షన్ చెక్ చేద్దాం. పైథాన్ -- వర్షన్. మనం ఇక్కడ చూస్తే పైథాన్ వర్షన్ 3.13.2 ఆల్రెడీ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయింది సిస్టంలో. ఇలాగా మనం పైథాన్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిందా లేదా వెరిఫై చేయొచ్చు. So this is how we install Python. In this video, we will look into how to install Visual Studio Code into our development environment. Let's go to Visual Studio Code website. So let's search for VS Code, download. So first link, let's go to the first link. So you have three options: Windows, Linux, and Mac. So our system is Windows, so we will download for Windows. Let's click on Windows button. The download starts automatically. If it's not starting automatically, you can click on the direct download link and it will start. Here we can see that it is downloaded. Let's click on this and open the installer. If not through this, we can open the folder and install from there. We'll go to the folder and then start from there. You can double click on this, or you can do a right click and open it. Let's do right click and open. Right click, click on open. Installer will start automatically and show a pop-up. We need to accept the agreement. Click on next. So keep the default options. Click on next. Default options, next. Default options, next. And lastly, we can click on install. Let's click on install. Installation has started. Now installation got finished. So keep the launch Visual Studio Code button on and then click on finish. Now it will open Visual Studio Code. Let's click on the help. Let's click on next section and mark as done. And click on next section, mark as done. Let's click on mark as done. This is starting screen. We can open any file or folder and start working from there. Let's close this editor for now, and then let's go to the GitHub desktop application. Close this. Let's close this also. Let's open GitHub desktop. Now we can see this GitHub desktop app. Let's click on this. Now we can see the GitHub desktop and I have the repository selected. Let's click on this. This time we will right click on this repository. Now we can see that there is an option called Open in Visual Studio Code. Now we can choose this option to open this repository in the Visual Studio Code. Let's click on this. Now my repository is open in Visual Studio Code. So we should choose yes, I trust the authors. Plus yes. Now if we see README file, we can edit this file. Let's click on README. Now it shows what README has. I can add new content to it. I'm going to add an example content here. This is an example content. So now if you see the dot here on the file name, that means it's not yet saved. If you see a dot here in the file name, at the end of the file name, that means it's not saved. So we have to save this file. How do we do that? So we can go to File and then Save. If I click on Save, it will go away. So now the file is saved. One of the best options is to auto save the files. So for that, we need to go to File and go to Auto Save option and select that option, Save. If I click on File again and show the options, it will show us File Auto Save as like this. So there is a tick mark in front. So if there is a tick mark, that means auto save is enabled. So now whenever I type something, this is another example. So why the dot did not come is because it has automatically saved the file. So you don't need to explicitly save the file. By default, it is saved as you type it. So that's the best use case. So this is how we install VS Code in Windows. ఈ వీడియోలో మనం విజువల్ స్టూడియో కోడ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఎడిటర్ని ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకోవాలి మన సిస్టంలో అనేది చూద్దాం. మనం VS Code డౌన్లోడ్ అని సెర్చ్ చేద్దామండి. మనం ఫస్ట్ లింక్లోకి వెళ్దాం. మనకి 3 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. విండోస్కి, లైనక్స్కి, మ్యాకింటాష్కి డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మన సిస్టమ్ విండోస్ అండి. సో మనం విండోస్కి డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకుందాం. ఇక్కడ విండోస్ బటన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. సో మనం డౌన్లోడ్ ఆటోమేటిక్గా స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. అది స్టార్ట్ అవ్వలేదంటే మనం డైరెక్ట్ లింక్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ అయిపోయిందండి. ఇక్కడ ఈ ఇన్స్టాలర్ని క్లిక్ చేస్తే మనం ఇన్స్టలేషన్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. లేదంటే కూడా మనం ఫోల్డర్లోకి వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ ఇన్స్టాలర్ స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం ఫోల్డర్లోకి వెళ్దాం. మనం డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు, లేదంటే రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చి ఓపెన్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చి ఓపెన్ చేద్దాం. రైట్ క్లిక్, మనం ఓపెన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇన్స్టాలర్ స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి మనకి పాపప్ వస్తుందండి. మనం అగ్రిమెంట్ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయాలి. నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. మనం డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ అలాగే ఉంచేద్దాం. నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్, నెక్స్ట్. డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్, నెక్స్ట్. లాస్ట్గా మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చండి. మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇన్స్టలేషన్ స్టార్ట్ అయిందండి. ఇన్స్టలేషన్ ఫినిష్ అయిందండి. లాంచ్ విజువల్ స్టూడియో అలాగే సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని మనం ఫినిష్ బటన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు మనకు విజువల్ స్టూడియో కోడ్ ఎడిటర్ ఓపెన్ అయింది అన్నమాట. మనం హెల్ప్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు. నెక్స్ట్ సెక్షన్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు. మార్క్ యాస్ డన్ and click on next section. మళ్ళీ మార్క్ యాస్ డన్. మనం ఇవన్నీ మార్క్ యాస్ డన్ క్లిక్ చేసుకుంటే మనం వెల్కమ్ స్క్రీన్ వెళ్ళిపోతుందండి. సో ఇది స్టార్టింగ్ స్క్రీన్. మనం ఈ ఎడిటర్ క్లోజ్ చేసేసి మనం గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్లోకి వెళ్దామండి. ఇక్కడ మనం గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ ఓపెన్ చేద్దాం. స్టార్ట్ బటన్ క్లిక్ చేసి సెర్చ్ చేయండి గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్. ఇక్కడ ఆప్షన్ వచ్చిందండి. మనం దీని మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మనకి గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ ఓపెన్ అయిందండి. మన ఈ రెపాజిటరీ సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యింది. మనం దీని మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మనం ఈసారి ఈ డెస్క్టాప్ ట్యుటోరియల్ ఎంట్రీ మీద రైట్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇక్కడ చూస్తే మనకు ఓపెన్ ఇన్ విజువల్ స్టూడియో కోడ్ అనే ఆప్షన్ వచ్చింది అన్నమాట. సో ఈ రెపాజిటరీని మనం విజువల్ స్టూడియోలో ఓపెన్ చేయాలనుకుంటే ఆ ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మనం దీని మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. నా రెపాజిటరీ ఇప్పుడు ఓపెన్ అయింది ఈ విజువల్ స్టూడియో కోడ్లో. మనం ఈ ఆప్షన్ చూస్ చేసుకోవాలండి. మనం ఐ ట్రస్ట్ ది ఆథర్స్ అనే ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. మీరు దీని మీద క్లిక్ చేస్తే మీరు ఈ ఫైల్ని ఎడిట్ చేయొచ్చు. రీడ్మీ ఫైల్ని. రీడ్మీలో ఏం కంటెంట్ ఉందో ఇది చూపిస్తుందండి. మనం కొత్త కంటెంట్ యాడ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఎగ్జాంపుల్కి యాడ్ చేద్దాం. దిస్ ఈస్ అన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కంటెంట్. మనకి ఇక్కడ నేమ్ పక్కన డాట్ వస్తే, ఈ డాట్ వస్తే ఈ ఫైల్ సేవ్ అవ్వలేదు ఇంకా అని అర్థం. మనం ఈ ఫైల్ని సేవ్ చేయాలి. మనం ఎలా చేస్తాం? మనం ఫైల్ మెనూకి వెళ్ళి సేవ్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం సేవ్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఇది వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అన్నమాట. ఇక్కడ ఫైల్ సేవ్ అయిపోయింది. మనకి బెస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ ఏంటంటే ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఫైల్స్ సేవ్ చేయడం. దానికోసం ఏం చేయాలంటే మనం ఫైల్ మెనూకి వెళ్ళి ఆటో సేవ్ ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఆటోమేటిక్గా సేవ్ చేయాలంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం ఫైల్ మెనూకి వెళ్ళి ఆటో సేవ్ ఆప్షన్ చూస్తే ఇలా ఉంటుంది. మనకి టిక్ మార్క్ ముందర వచ్చిందంటే ఆటో సేవ్ ఎనేబుల్ అయిందని అర్థం. దిస్ ఈస్ అనదర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. నేను ఎప్పుడైనా మళ్ళీ టైప్ చేస్తే అది డాట్ ఆప్షన్ మళ్ళీ రాదు ఇక్కడ, ఎందుకంటే ఇది ఆటోమేటిక్గా సేవ్ అయిపోయి ఉంటుంది. మనం ఈ ఆప్షన్ ఎనేబుల్ చేస్తే ఏంటంటే అడ్వాంటేజ్, మనం టైప్ చేసిన వెంటనే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా సేవ్ అయిపోతుంది అనమాట. మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు సేవ్ చేయాలనేది. అది ఒక బెస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ అనమాట. ఇలా మనం VS Code ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు విండోస్ లో. In this video, we are going to look at how to install GitHub desktop application. Let's go to GitHub desktop. Let's search for GitHub desktop. So first link is the link we need to follow. Download GitHub desktop. Click. Here we can get the download option here. Let's go download this binary. Click on download. This time we can actually run the setup from here itself. We can click on this and it will open the installer. Click. GitHub desktop installer is running. Now GitHub desktop is up and running. Let's create or sign in to the GitHub account. Sign into GitHub. Continue. And you have to authorize the GitHub desktop application to access your account. So we should click on authorize desktop. And then we should choose open GitHub desktop. Now it will ask you the final step to configure your GitHub username and email. It will show the default options, but automatically. Let's click on finish. That's it. We have a GitHub desktop application running. This is how we install GitHub desktop. We can clone repositories and open them in the Explorer and all those options from here. I'll create a new repository from here in my GitHub account. Let's go create a tutorial repository. Start tutorial, continue. Now this has created a new repository. Let's see if this repository is available in my GitHub profile. Let's go to GitHub. If you have not logged in already, let's go to github.com. If you're already logged in, you will see this information. You can go to the repository, your repositories. You can click on here. We can see that desktop tutorial repository has been created. Let's go click on this. There is a README file by default created by the GitHub desktop application. Let's go back to the GitHub desktop. If you click here, you can see all the repositories. If you want to see this repository's location, it's found in the Explorer. Let's try opening this in an Explorer. Right click. So you can see that it is showing the option of showing this in Explorer. Let's click on show in Explorer. So it has opened that particular folder location. So same repository got created in GitHub as well, and it has cloned it into this location. This is how we use GitHub desktop application for creating repositories and for cloning repositories. Video lo manam GitHub application ela install cheyalani chuddam. Manam GitHub desktop search cheddamandi. First link మనం ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. డౌన్లోడ్ గిithub డెస్క్టాప్. క్లిక్. ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ ఆప్షన్ వస్తుందండి. మనం డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకుందాం ఈ అప్లికేషన్. క్లిక్ ఆన్ డౌన్లోడ్. ఈసారి మనం ఇక్కడ నుంచే సెటప్ రన్ చేద్దామండి. దీన్ని ఇక్కడ నుంచి క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం దీన్ని క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఇన్స్టాలర్ ఓపెన్ అవుతుంది. క్లిక్. ఇప్పుడు వచ్చేసి మన గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ ఇన్స్టాలర్ రన్ అవుతుందండి. ఇది లోడ్ అయిన తర్వాత మనం ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మనం గిటబ్ అకౌంట్లోకి సైన్ ఇన్ అవుదామండి. సైన్ ఇన్ టు గిటబ్. కంటిన్యూ క్లిక్ చేయాలి. కంటిన్యూ. మనం గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ కి ఆథరైజేషన్ ఇవ్వాలండి మన అకౌంట్ ని యాక్సెస్ చేయడానికి. సో ఆథరైజ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అని క్లిక్ చేయాలి. ఇక్కడ ఓపెన్ గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అని చూస్ చేసుకోవాలండి. ఇక్కడ మన యూజర్ నేమ్, ఈమెయిల్ అడ్రస్ అడుగుతుందండి. ఇది డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ ఆటోమేటిక్ గా చూపిస్తుంది. మనం ఫినిష్ క్లిక్ చేద్దామండి. ఇప్పుడు మన గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ రన్ అవుతుందండి. మనం రెపాజిటరీస్ క్లోన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఇంకా న్యూ రెపాజిటరీస్ క్రియేట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఆ టాస్క్స్ అన్ని మనం ఈ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ ద్వారా చేయొచ్చు. నేను ఒక రెపాజిటరీ క్రియేట్ చేస్తానండి ప్రస్తుతానికి. స్టార్ట్ ట్యుటోరియల్, కంటిన్యూ. సో ఇది ఒక రెపాజిటరీ క్రియేట్ చేసిందండి. మనం ఈ రెపాజిటరీ గిటబ్ లో క్రియేట్ అయిందా లేదా మనం చూద్దామండి. ఇక్కడ github.com వెళ్తే మీరు ఆల్రెడీ లాగిన్ అయి ఉంటే ఇక్కడ ఇది వస్తుందండి. ఆల్రెడీ లాగిన్ అయినట్టు మీరు మీ యువర్ రెపాజిటరీస్ లోకి వెళ్ళొచ్చు. మీ రెపాజిటరీస్ అనేది చూపిస్తుందండి. డెస్క్టాప్ ట్యుటోరియల్ అనే రెపాజిటరీ ఆల్రెడీ క్రియేట్ అయిపోయిందండి. మనం క్లిక్ చేద్దాం దీనిపైన. రెడ్మీ ఫైల్ ఒకటి రెడీ అయిందండి. మనం డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ లోకి వెళ్దాం. మీరు ఇక్కడ క్లిక్ చేస్తే మీరు మీ రెపాజిటరీస్ అన్ని చూపిస్తుంది ఇక్కడ. సో మనం దీన్ని ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ లో ఓపెన్ చేద్దాం. ఇది ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ లో ఓపెన్ చేద్దామండి. రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇచ్చామంటే షో ఇన్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ ఆప్షన్ వస్తుందండి. మనం షో ఇన్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ అనే ఆప్షన్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. గిటబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ వచ్చేసి ఈ ఫోల్డర్ ని ఓపెన్ చేసిందండి. మనం ఇక్కడ ఫైల్ చూడొచ్చు. సో ఇది రెపాజిటరీ అన్నమాట, లోకల్ రెపాజిటరీ. ఈ రెపాజిటరీ వచ్చేసి డెస్క్టాప్ ట్యుటోరియల్ అనే రెపాజిటరీ గిట్హబ్ లో క్రియేట్ అయింది. అలాగే ఈ లోకల్ సిస్టమ్ లో కూడా క్లోన్ చేయబడింది అన్నమాట. ఇలాగా మనం గిట్హబ్ డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ వాడుకోవచ్చు. మనం క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి, క్లోన్ చేసుకోవడానికి రెపాజిటరీస్ మనం డెస్క్టాప్ అప్లికేషన్ వాడుకోవచ్చు అన్నమాట. Hello everyone. In this video, let's look at how to install Git in your Windows system. So let's go search for Git SCM for Windows. You can find the first link here. It's the official Git website. Let's go here. We can now choose which platform we want Git for. I'm going to choose Windows. Let's click on it. Here you have the option to select for Windows 32-bit systems or 64-bit systems. Most likely you will be having 64-bit system. So I'll choose that. Let's go click on 64-bit Windows setup. Download has completed. You can either choose to click here or go to the downloads and start the installer from there. You can click this button to go to the downloads folder, or you can actually go to the Explorer directly. Let's go through the Explorer. Let's go click on this. This is the Explorer. Let's click on this. So it has opened the Explorer. All downloads will be in the downloads folder. Let's go inside the downloads folder by double clicking it. So now we have Git installer here downloaded into this folder. Let's run this Git installer by double clicking on this file. Let's double click. It will ask me for confirmation. Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? I have to choose yes. I'm selecting yes. So Next thing is to go through the license agreement and click on next. I'm going to choose all default options. Let's keep this default option, default location. Click on next. So you can keep all these options as they are. So make sure that you have selected Git Bash here. You can keep all the default options here. We can click on next. You can also keep this as default Git. Let's go click on next. And this also you can keep the defaults. You have many options, but you can keep the default as Vim. Let's go next. This also you will keep defaults. So let's choose default option here also, Git from command line and also from third-party software. Next. Same default options. This also default. Click next. And this is important. Check out Windows style, commit Unix style. Let's keep this also as default. Click next. And this is also default. Click next. This also let's keep it as default and keep the default options selected. And this is the final step. Let's click on install. Now it is installing. Skip this view release notes. This you can uncheck. If you click finish, the installation is complete. Let's click on finish. Now it's done. So now Git is installed. Let's try opening Git. So if you want to open Git, you have to go to the start menu, click on the start menu here. Now you can search for Git. So basically, we will use Git Bash for interacting with Git. There is a better way to use GitHub's application. So now, for now, let's use Git Bash. Let's click on Git Bash. This is Git Bash shell. So all Unix commands, most of minimalistic GNU commands will be available in this Git Bash. This is called MinW. So minimalistic GNU for Windows. So what the advantage of this is, you will have basic Unix utilities or Linux utilities within Windows. It's a port of Linux utilities onto Windows platform. But not all commands are available, but a few basic commands are available with MinW, minimalistic GNU. So I can expand this and I can have some commands like ls. Let's try running that ls command. Here we can also use git command. Suppose if I want to see the version of git, I can do that with git version. Git -- version. So the current version that is installed is Git version 2.48.1. And there are some extra commands. All bash, this is a bash shell. All bash commands will be available here. So we'll go in depth into Git Bash later. This is how you install Git. And ఈ వీడియోలో మనం గిట్ ఎలా ఇన్స్టాల్ చేయాలి విండోస్ లో అని చూద్దాము. మనం గిట్ SCM ఫర్ విండోస్ అని సెర్చ్ చేయాలండి, గూగుల్ సెర్చ్. ఇది ఫస్ట్ లింక్ లో అఫీషియల్ గిట్ వెబ్సైట్ అండి. ఇది ఇక్కడికి వెళ్దాం. ఇక్కడ మనకి ఆపరేటింగ్ సిస్టమ్ కి గిట్ కావాలో చూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. నాకు విండోస్ కావాలి కాబట్టి నేను విండోస్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటాను, క్లిక్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో మీరు ఇక్కడ 32-bit కానీ 64-bit కానీ చూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మోస్ట్లీ మీ సిస్టమ్ 64-bit ఉంటుంది లేటెస్ట్ సిస్టమ్ అయితే. కాబట్టి 64 బిట్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందాం. మనం 64 బిట్ విండోస్ సెటప్ మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఓకే, డౌన్లోడ్ కంప్లీట్ అయిందండి. మీరు ఇక్కడే కూడా క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు ఇన్స్టాల్ స్టార్ట్ చేయడానికి, లేదంటే కూడా డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లోకి వెళ్ళేసి అక్కడ నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. సో డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లోకి వెళ్ళాలంటే మనం ఈ బటన్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు, లేదంటే కూడా మనం ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్లో డైరెక్ట్గా వెళ్ళొచ్చు. సో ఇది ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ అండి, దీని మీద క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. మనకి ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ ఓపెన్ అయింది. అన్ని డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లో ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. మనం డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లోకి వెళ్ళొచ్చు. నేను డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేస్తున్నానండి. మనకి గిట్ ఇన్స్టాలర్ వచ్చేసి ఈ డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఫోల్డర్లో డౌన్లోడ్ అయిందన్నమాట. మనం ఈ ఇన్స్టాలర్ని రన్ చేద్దాం. డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. మనం డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. సో ఒక కన్ఫర్మేషన్ అడుగుతుందండి, డూ యూ వాంట్ టు అలౌ దిస్ యాప్ టు మేక్ చేంజెస్ టు యువర్ డివైస్ అని. సో ఎస్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. లైసెన్స్ అగ్రిమెంట్ చూస్తే టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్స్ అన్ని చూస్తే తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయొచ్చు. సో నేనైతే అన్ని డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ చూస్ చేసుకుంటానండి. ఈ డిఫాల్ట్ లొకేషన్ అలాగే ఉంచేద్దాం. క్లిక్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్. ఇవన్నీ అన్ని డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ అలాగే ఉంచేసేయచ్చు. నెక్స్ట్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాం. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం డిఫాల్ట్గా డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. లెట్స్ గో క్లిక్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్. ఇది కూడా మనకి డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందాం. విమ్ అనేది ఓకే అండి. ఇది బెస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ అండి, డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్ మనం చూస్ చేసుకుందాం. లెట్స్ గో నెక్స్ట్. ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందాం. ఇది కూడా డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందామండి. నెక్స్ట్. సేమ్ డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్, ఇది కూడా డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ అండి. క్లిక్ నెక్స్ట్. చెక్అవుట్ విండోస్ స్టైల్, కమిట్ యూనిక్ స్టైల్, ఇది కూడా డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందాం. ఇది కూడా డిఫాల్ట్. క్లిక్ నెక్స్ట్. ఇది కూడా డిఫాల్ట్. క్లిక్ నెక్స్ట్. ఇది కూడా డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుందామండి. అన్ని డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ అలాగే ఉంచేద్దాం. ఇది ఫైనల్ స్టెప్ అండి. ఇన్స్టాల్ క్లిక్ చేసిన తర్వాత మొత్తం గిట్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిపోతుంది. లెట్స్ క్లిక్ ఆన్ ఇన్స్టాల్. ఇప్పుడు ఇన్స్టాల్ అవుతుందండి. ఇది ఆప్షన్ అవసరం లేదండి, ఇది మీరు అన్చెక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఫినిష్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఇన్స్టలేషన్ కంప్లీట్ అయినట్టే. ఫినిష్ క్లిక్ చేస్తున్నానండి. నౌ ఇట్స్ డన్. మనం గిట్ ఓపెన్ చేద్దామండి. మీరు ఓపెన్ చేయాలనుకుంటే, గిట్ ఓపెన్ చేయాలనుకుంటే స్టార్ట్ మెనూకి వెళ్ళాలి. స్టార్ట్ మెనూ క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ సెర్చ్ చేయండి గిట్. సో ఇది గిట్ బ్యాష్ అనేది డిఫాల్ట్ ఆప్షన్ అండి. గిట్ బ్యాష్ ద్వారా మనం గిట్ రిపోజిటరీస్ యాక్సెస్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇంకొక బెటర్ ఆప్షన్ ఏంటంటే గిట్ హబ్ అప్లికేషన్ డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకుంటే దాని ద్వారా మనం గిట్ రిపోజిటరీస్ యాక్సెస్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇప్పటికి గిట్ బ్యాష్ యూస్ చేద్దాం. నేను గిట్ బ్యాష్ క్లిక్ చేస్తున్నానండి. ఇది వచ్చేసి గిట్ బ్యాష్ షెల్ అంటామండి. MinkW అనే ప్లాట్ఫామ్ అండి. ఇది మినిమలిస్టిక్ GNU ప్లాట్ఫామ్ అంటారు. ఇది మినిమలిస్టిక్ GNU ప్లాట్ఫామ్ అంటారండి. సో ఈ MinkW ఏంటంటే మీకు అన్ని యునిక్స్ బైనరీస్ అన్ని మనకి విండోస్ లో అవైలబిలిటీ వస్తుందన్నమాట దీని ద్వారా. సో మీకు లైనక్స్ లో ఏ కమాండ్స్ ఉన్నాయో విండోస్ లో కూడా ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేయొచ్చు అవి. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద యూస్ ఆఫ్ MinkW. అందుకోసమనే దీన్ని మినిమలిస్టిక్ GNU అన్నాము. ls అనేది ఒక కమాండ్ అండి. లెట్స్ ట్రై రన్నింగ్ దట్ ls కమాండ్. ls అనేది వర్క్ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ మనం గిట్ కమాండ్ కూడా యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. నేను ఒకవేళ గిట్ వర్షన్ చూడాలనుకోండి, గిట్ హైఫన్ వర్షన్ అని ఇస్తే గిట్ వర్షన్ వస్తుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇన్స్టాల్ అయిన వర్షన్ గిట్ వర్షన్ 2.48.1. ఇది బ్యాష్ షెల్ అండి. బ్యాష్ షెల్లో ఏదైతే కమాండ్స్ ఉంటాయో అవన్నీ ఇక్కడ అవైలబిలిటీలో ఉంటాయండి. ప్రస్తుతానికి ఇలా గిట్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేస్తామండి. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to look at how to create a GitHub account which you will need for all your development purposes. So we need to actually go to github.com for creating an account. So you'll get two options here, sign in or sign up. If you have a previous account, you can sign in with the sign in option. If not, you have to do a sign up. So let's do sign up now. You'll need to give your email address. Here I'm giving my email address. You can choose your own password. It seems like I already have a GitHub account. Let me create a new account with another email address. You can choose your own password. So it should at least have 15 characters or at least 8 characters, including a number and a lowercase letter. So you can choose your username. This username is already taken, so I have to give a different username. Okay, continue. You'll get a puzzle here. You can either choose visual puzzle or audio. I'm going to choose visual puzzle. So we have to align these two objects. So this object is a reference. Let's go align the object. So that was wrong. Let's try that again. Okay. So I have to do one more time. Okay, finally it's correct. So I would have got a confirmation code in my email address. I'll go get that confirmation code from email. I've copied my code. Now I can press Ctrl V to paste the code here. So there is a confirmation here that my account got created. I can now log in with this with my credentials. Shrira IT is my username. I can sign in now. Click on sign in. This is signing into GitHub, signing up for GitHub account. This is how we create a GitHub account. Hi Andy. ఈ వీడియోలో మనం గిటబ్ అకౌంట్ ఎలా క్రియేట్ చేయాలి అనేది చూద్దాము. సో మనం github.com అనే వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్ళాలండి మనం గిటబ్ అకౌంట్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవడానికి. సో ఇక్కడ 2 ఆప్షన్స్ వస్తాయి. సో మీకు ముందే ఆల్రెడీ గిటబ్ అకౌంట్ ఉంటే మీరు సైన్ ఇన్ చేయొచ్చు, లేదంటే సైన్ అప్ చేసుకోవాలి. మనం సైన్ అప్ చేద్దాం. మీరు మీ ఈమెయిల్ అడ్రస్ ఇవ్వాలండి. ఇక్కడ నా ఈమెయిల్ అడ్రస్ ఇస్తున్నానండి. నాకు ఆల్రెడీ ఒక గిటబ్ అకౌంట్ ఉందండి ఇక్కడ ఇది చూపించినట్టు. సో నేను వేరే ఈమెయిల్ అడ్రస్ ఇస్తున్నాను ఇక్కడ. మీరు మీ ఇష్టమైన పాస్వర్డ్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో మీరు ప్లెయిన్ లెటర్స్ ఇచ్చే పని అయితే 15 క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఉండాలండి. మీరు 8 క్యారెక్టర్స్ మాత్రమే ఇవ్వాలనుకుంటే మీరు నంబర్ అండ్ లోవర్ కేస్ లెటర్స్ కూడా ఇవ్వాల్సి ఉంటుంది. మీరు మీ యూజర్ నేమ్ చూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఈ యూజర్ నేమ్ ఆల్రెడీ యూజ్ లో ఉందండి, సో నేను వేరైతే ఇవ్వాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, కంటిన్యూ క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ ఒక పజిల్ వస్తుందండి. మీరు విజువల్ పజిల్ కానీ ఆడియో కానీ చూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో నేను విజువల్ పజిల్ని చూస్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. సో ఇక్కడ ఏం చేయాలంటే ఈ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ కి అలైన్ చేసే విధంగా ఈ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ అలైన్ చేయాలి. అలైన్ చేశానండి. అది రాంగ్ అని చెప్తుంది. నేను మళ్ళీ ట్రై చేస్తాను. ఓకే, రెండోసారి కూడా చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, సబ్మిట్. ఓకే, నాకు ఒక కన్ఫర్మేషన్ నంబర్ వచ్చి ఉంటుందండి, కోడ్ వచ్చి ఉంటుంది. దాన్ని ఇమెయిల్లో వెళ్ళేసి కాపీ చేసుకొని వస్తాను. నేను కాపీ చేసుకున్నానండి. ఇక్కడ Ctrl+V ప్రెస్ చేస్తే పేస్ట్ అవుతుంది. Ctrl+V ప్రెస్ చేస్తే కోడ్ ఎంటర్ అవుతుందండి. ఇక్కడ కన్ఫర్మేషన్ వచ్చింది, నా అకౌంట్ క్రియేట్ అయినట్లు. నా అకౌంట్ క్రియేట్ అయిందండి. సో ఇక్కడ నేను నా అకౌంట్ క్రెడెన్షియల్స్తో లాగిన్ అవ్వచ్చు, సైన్ ఇన్ చేయొచ్చు. క్లిక్ ఆన్ సైన్ ఇన్. ఇలాగ GitHub అకౌంట్ క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవాలండి.
Have you ever noticed how some people seem to have an almost supernatural control over the environment around them? Without saying a word. They don't shout. They don't beg. They simply withdraw. And suddenly everything changes. The energy shifts. People start to question, to chase after, to feel. Now imagine if you did the same. If you stopped reacting immediately to everything. If you chose silence instead of the automatic response. Retreat instead of explosion. What do you think would happen? That's where the point lies. When you stop being always available. Emotionally. Physically. Psychologically. The world around you goes into crisis. Because people are used to controlling you through your reactions. Through your impulses. Through your predictability. But the day you choose to withdraw, the game changes. And those who thought they knew you realize they know absolutely nothing about you. Carl Jung said everything that irritates us about others can lead us to a better understanding of ourselves. Now think about this when you become inaccessible. Who really gets desperate? Who gets irritated? Who tries to provoke you just to elicit some emotion back? This reveals more about the other than about you. And it mainly reveals how much you are still being manipulated. Without realizing it, you keep giving yourself. To please. To maintain peace. To not lose people who deep down were never really with you. And with every forced yes, every immediate response, every emotional reaction, you give away a piece of your energy. And at the end of the day, what's left? Tiredness. Frustration. An emptiness. You can't explain, but I'll tell you why. Because you are too available for those who don't deserve even a minute of your silence. This video is not about turning your back on the world. It's about choosing yourself. It's about learning what Jung called individuation. The process of becoming whole. Authentic. Complete. And this process begins when you understand that silence can be stronger than 1,000 arguments. That withdrawal, when it comes from awareness and not from escape, is an act of power. So I ask you now, looking into your eyes, how long will you continue to be controlled by the emotions of others? How long will you react like a puppet every time someone pokes your wound? Maybe it's time to cut those strings. To withdraw. To become a mystery. Because when you stop being available, everything changes. You have been taught to always be present. To respond quickly. To please. To say yes even when you wanted to say no. Since childhood you have been conditioned to believe that your worth lies in how available you are to others. But here's the truth that perhaps no one has told you. With this clarity, this excessive availability, it is not a virtue. It is a prison. And as long as you continue to think that you need to be accessible all the time emotionally or otherwise, you will be manipulated, drained, and forgotten as soon as you are no longer useful. Do you know why? Because being always available makes you seem predictable. And everything that is predictable becomes a tool people start to use you as an emotional emergency button. They press it when they want attention, relief, validation, and then put you back on the shelf. But you don't realize this because you are trapped in an illusion that being present for everyone will make someone be present for you. But it doesn't work that way. Carl Jung spoke about the persona, this mask we wear to be accepted, loved, recognized, and it is exactly this mask that keeps you overly available. You say it's okay when you are suffocating. You respond to messages immediately even when you are exhausted. You explain yourself, justify yourself, defend yourself as if you owe something to the world. But the truth is that the more you place yourself at the center of others' stage, the more you disappear from your own. Being available all the time is a subtle form of self-abandonment. It is a disguised way of seeking approval, avoiding rejection, trying to control the image others have of you. But this control comes at a price. And the price is your peace. It is your vital energy being distributed as if it were infinite when in fact it is limited. Very limited. People who want you available all the time in fact do not want you. They want what you provide. Validation, company, distraction, emotional comfort. But when you change, when you set a boundary, when you refuse to react, those same people get irritated, accuse you, say you are weird. It's not because you changed. It's because you stopped being functional for them. And here's the cruelest point. The more available you are, the less value others give you. Because what is too abundant becomes emotional rag. No one respects what they don't have to earn. No one values what is always there. So now stop and think who truly deserves your time. Who deserves your attention, your presence, your listening, or better yet, who deserves your absence. But before answering that, we need to understand one essential thing. Why do we react so much? Why do we give in so easily? What is behind this almost automatic desire to respond, justify, and please? The answer lies in what Carl Jung called psychic energy. And that is what we will talk about in the next part. Because your energy is all you have, and if you don't learn to protect it, someone will use it against you. If this content is making sense to you, click the subscribe button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you for your support. Carl Jung did not see the human psyche as an automatic machine that reacts to stimuli without consequences. For him, our mind is like an energy system, and every thought, emotion, and action consumes a part of that energy. The question is, are you choosing where your energy goes, or are you letting the world decide for you? Every time you react impulsively, you are wasting psychic energy. When you defend yourself against a criticism that didn't even deserve attention, when you respond to a provocation just to prove you are right, when you engage in useless discussions, when you try to please those who do not value you, you are spending your inner strength on what does not nourish you. And Jung was clear that which you resist persists. The more you react, the more you bind yourself. People who live emotionally drained are not weak, they are misdirected. And do you know what happens to someone who lives exhausted? They become vulnerable, and when you are vulnerable, you become easy prey. Manipulative, opportunistic, and emotionally needy people can sense this. They notice that you do not know how to guard your energy, that you react to everything, that you're always trying to solve the world, and they take advantage of it. Jung said that a healthy psyche is one that knows how to keep energy within the system. This means knowing how to say no without guilt, knowing how to remain silent without feeling cowardly, knowing how to observe before acting. Because true power is not in reacting, it is in choosing when and how to act. And this is only possible when you know yourself well enough to recognize your own impulses. How many times have you lost sleep over an unresolved conversation? How many times have you spent hours ruminating on what you should have said, or trying to understand why someone treated you poorly? This is energy being drained without return. You are keeping alive ghosts that should have died long ago, and feeding dynamics that only exist because you insist on responding. Psychic energy is like a force field. When well guarded, it creates presence. You enter a room and command respect without saying a word. But when poorly managed, you become invisible, reactive, fragile, And the world has no mercy for those who give in easily. Therefore, start observing your own triggers. What makes you react automatically? What makes you lose your center? These are the exact points where your energy escapes. And that is where you need to work, not to become cold or indifferent, but to be selective, to be sovereign over yourself. And here comes one of Jung's greatest revelations. When you conserve your energy, you break the projections that others place upon you. And that bothers a lot. Because now we are entering a dark territory, that of silent manipulation. In the next part, we will explore how opportunistic people feed off your energy and why your unavailability completely disarms these games. Get ready to look into the eyes of those who have always drained you without you realizing it. You think you are in control. You believe your reactions are conscious choices. But the truth is darker. Most of your emotional responses are programmed. And those who understand this manipulate you easily. Opportunistic people don't need to raise their voices, threaten, or force situations. They just trigger the buttons you've left exposed, and you react always. Carl Jung called this projection, the psychological mechanism through which people project onto others what they cannot see in themselves. But there is another side to this phenomenon that few notice. While others project onto you, you also become the receptacle for these images. And the more emotionally available you are, the more you become a blank canvas for these projections. You know, that friend who only reaches out when they are in crisis. That partner who always needs you to save the day. That person who praises you but only as long as you are useful to them. None of this is by chance. They are not relating to you. They are relating to the idea of you, to the role you agree to play. And why do you agree? Because you are afraid of disappointing, afraid of not being loved, afraid of being abandoned. The most effective manipulation doesn't happen in shouting. It happens in the silence of guilt, when you feel that you owe something to the other. When you believe you need to be available, need to help, need to understand even when it destroys you inside. And here's the central point. The manipulator doesn't need to control you. They just need you to keep reacting the same way. But when you stop reacting, the game breaks. When you start saying no, responding with silence, withdrawing instead of explaining yourself, the projections begin to crumble. The mask they put on you falls. And this leaves people unsettled because they no longer know who you are. And worse, now they are forced to look at themselves. And not everyone is prepared for that. Your unavailability is a threat because it forces others to confront their own emptiness. The silence you offer reveals the internal noise they don't want to hear. And then comes the attack, the criticism, the emotional drama. Not because you are wrong, but because you stopped serving as a convenient mirror. Jung said we do not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. When you withdraw, when you stop feeding the cycle, the other's shadow begins to emerge. And this is unbearable for those who have always used you as an escape. But what about you? Are you ready to deal with the discomfort of being misunderstood, rejected, or even attacked for protecting yourself? Are you ready to endure the silence that comes after the rupture? Because it is precisely in that silence that a new kind of power is born. And that is what we will talk about now. In the next part, you will understand why silence can be the most devastating weapon of the human psyche, and how it completely changes the dynamic between you and the world. The modern world is noisy. Everyone wants to be heard, wants to respond quickly, wants to win pointless debates, and prove their point even if it costs them their own peace. But there is a power that few know and even fewer master. The power of silence. Not the silence of passivity or cowardice, but conscious, strategic, brutally lucid silence. The kind of silence that is not absence but amplified presence. Jung saw silence not as a void but as a fertile ground for inner transformation. When you stop reacting, you begin to observe, and by observing you see patterns that previously went unnoticed. Emotional repetitions, manipulation games, cycles of self-sabotage. Silence allows for lucidity, and lucidity is dangerous for those who live to control you. Have you noticed how some people panic when you don't respond? when you don't explain yourself, when you simply disappear. It's not because they miss you. It's because your silence takes away their narrative control. While you speak, you are still in the game, but when you are silent, you change the rules, and that unbalances anyone who thrives on your reaction. True silence is not the absence of voice. It is mastery over one's own energy. It is the refusal to be dragged down by someone else's emotions. It is the conscious choice not to engage in battles that are not worth your wear. Jung said that individuation, the process of becoming who you truly are, requires this distancing, because only in silence can you listen to yourself without the world's interference. But don't be fooled. Silence has a price. It will distance you from people who only valued you for the role you played. It will make you incomprehensible to those who only saw you through their own projections. It will make you seem cold, distant, arrogant. But all of this is a reaction from those who never wanted to deal with your depth, only with your utility. And here is the hard truth. The more you mature, the more selective you become with your words. Because you understand that each sentence is an energetic investment. And not everyone deserves access to your truth. Sometimes silence is not retreat. It is sovereignty. It is the language of those who no longer need to prove anything to anyone. Silence is uncomfortable because it forces the other to deal with their own thoughts, with their own internal noise, and this discomfort reveals more about them than any argument of yours could reveal. You don't need to explain your absence. It explains itself. And those who feel threatened by it reveal how much they depended on your imbalance to maintain their own control. But the most powerful silence is not the one that disturbs the other. It is the silence that reconstructs you from within, the silence that connects you to something beyond external approval. It is in this internal space, free from others' demands, that you begin to recover your vital energy to reconnect with your essence. And this is precisely what we will talk about in the next part. Because it's not enough to just cut out external noise. You need to relearn how to use your energy consciously to choose where it goes, where it stays, and most importantly, where it should never be wasted. It's time to learn to be selective with your own soul. It's no use understanding all of this intellectually if in practice you continue saying yes when you mean no, responding to messages that bother you, participating in empty conversations, and maintaining relationships that only exist out of inertia. Awareness without action is just another form of self-deception. True transformation begins when you firmly decide to become selective. And this requires emotional discipline. Conscious unavailability is not about being cold, arrogant, or indifferent. It's about no longer being accessible to anyone at any time for any reason. It's about taking control of your own energy, your own time, your own peace. And this starts with small actions. Not responding immediately. Breathing before reacting. Leaving a discussion before being dragged into chaos. Turning off your phone without guilt. Saying not today. Saying I'm not interested. Saying I won't get involved. But here's the most important part: you don't need to justify your absence. You don't need to explain your silence. You owe nothing to anyone but yourself. And this for many people is unforgivable. Because when you refuse to explain yourself, you take away the other person's power to keep you within an emotional narrative, where you are always the helpful, understanding, accessible one. Carl Jung understood that every process of individuation goes through isolation, but not a depressive isolation. A sacred isolation. A time of inner retreat, where you relearn to listen to your own voice without the world's interference. Where you rebuild your identity not based on the gaze of others but from your own center. Want to know a good thermometer for your evolution? Observe who starts to distance themselves from you when you become more reserved. Observe who tries to provoke you when you stop reacting. Observe who accuses you of having changed when you finally start to protect yourself. These are not signs that you are wrong. They are proof that you have begun to free yourself. Being unavailable is uncomfortable at first. You will feel guilty. You will think you are being selfish. You will hear that you are being too harsh. But this is part of the deconstruction process. You have spent your life being conditioned to put yourself second. It's natural that change causes discomfort. Not only in you but in everyone who benefited from your old version. Conscious unavailability is the foundation of self-determination. When you say no to the world, you are saying yes to yourself. When you withdraw from a toxic environment, you are reaffirming that your peace is worth more than any false connection. And when you stop explaining yourself, you begin to be respected even if it's by few. But not everyone is ready for this type of presence, because your emotional absence will expose wounds they do not want to face. It will reveal how much they depended on your emotional chaos to feel in control, and it is at this moment that the rupture comes. And with the rupture comes the pain, the loneliness, the estrangement, the feeling that you are losing something when in fact you are just freeing yourself. But what happens after that? What comes after the distancing? What is born from the silence? In the last part we will talk about this, about the rebirth that only happens when you have the courage to be misunderstood, to be alone, and to become whole on your own. It's time to understand why the loneliness of the strong is the path to true freedom. When you stop being available to everyone, something profound begins to happen. First comes the silence, an uncomfortable silence that seems to scream inside you. You wonder if you did the right thing, if you are being too harsh, if you are losing people who liked you. But gradually the silence transforms. It begins to cleanse, to calm, to heal. And then comes solitude, but not the solitude of absence. It is the solitude of total presence. Your own. The solitude of the strong. The solitude of one who no longer betrays themselves to keep others close. And in that space where there was once confusion, clarity enters. Where there was once anxiety, peace enters. Where there was once neediness, a new kind of strength enters. The strength of being whole within yourself. Carl Jung said that the process of individuation, becoming who you really are, requires you to distance yourself from the collective, that you disidentified from the mask, that you walk alone for a while. And that is exactly what you are doing. When you decide to become unavailable, you are not fleeing the world. You are returning to yourself. It is at this point that you stop being a reactor and become a creator. You cease to be shaped by circumstances and begin to shape your reality. From within the people who feel uncomfortable with your absence, they reveal that they never wanted you. They wanted the role you played, and now that you no longer fit, they don't know what to do with you. And that is liberating. You will lose people, but you will find yourself. You will distance yourself from places, but you will reconnect with your essence. You will become misunderstood, but finally you will begin to be respected. Because when you are no longer available for anything, you become valuable, rare, unforgettable. And don't be fooled. This is a rebirth, a new beginning, the start of a life, where you are no longer available for emotional crumbs, for mind games, for voids disguised as affection. Now you only accept what resonates with your peace, with your truth, with your wholeness. And if you have made it this far, it's because a part of you is already ready for this new path. A part of you has already understood that being loved means nothing, if for that you have to abandon yourself. And that true self-love begins when you choose yourself, even if it costs you to be alone for a while. Now tell me in the comments, are you ready to be misunderstood, rejected, or even hated in the name of your inner freedom? Are you willing to pay the price of being you if this message touched you? If it made sense, write in the comments. I choose my peace. Let's see how many here are ready for this transition. And don't forget, keep watching the next video. It's important. Much more than you imagine. See you there. React hooks are functions that we can use to manage state, fetch data, and interact with browser APIs. In this video, we'll explore why you might use hooks and how they can make development more scalable. Let's explore some more ways we can modernize our React code with hooks. One of the most common tools for creating a new React application is Create React App. Create React App will give us a React project structure, the ability to use the latest JavaScript features, and tools for optimizing your app for production. To get started with Create React App, you need to do a couple of things. So first we need to open our terminal. So we're going to type node-v. This will let us know what version it is. As long as you see something higher than 8.10, then you can use Create React App. The next thing I'll check is npm. npm is the Node Package Manager, and we want to make sure that this is version 5, 6, or higher. If you don't see those versions, you can always go to nodejs.org and download the latest. Now that we know that we have the correct versions, what I need to do is I want to get into a folder where I want to run my project. So I'm just going to cd change directory to the folder, and then I'm going to run Create React App using this command called npx. So npx is a package runner that comes with npm that we can use to run something like Create React App without having to install it globally on our computer. So this is really nice. So we'll use npx create react app and then whatever the name of the project is going to be. So I'm going to just call it React Hooks. This might take a little while to install. Now that that's installed, we can change directory into the React Hooks directory and then run npm start. npm start is going to start our project on localhost 3000. So this should pop this open in a new browser window. We can see the starter project running right here. Now if this went really badly for you, and maybe it didn't fully install, or your screen doesn't look like this, or you got a bunch of errors, something that you can do is, you can go to a new window, and type react.new. So react.new is going to open up a code sandbox, which is an in-browser IDE that you can use for React development. So if you'd rather follow along in something like this, you can. You will sign in, either using your GitHub or your Google account. So I'll sign in with GitHub here. And it's going to make me do everything to sign in. So now that I'm logged in, I can start to make some changes. Hello world. And as soon as I do that, we're going to see that render in the output. So this is a really cool way to get started with a React project quickly. If you don't want to work with the files locally, you can always work with them here. As soon as you save it to, it's going to fork the sandbox so that you have your own URL to always refer back to. Whether you're working with the code sandbox here in the browser, or if you're working with the project locally, you're ready to go. With this setup, we're going to look at how to create a component. We looked at how we can use Create React App to generate a React project for us. So let's take a little look at what's going on here. So inside of our package.json file, we have React, and then we have some testing dependencies. In our index.js file, we have this service worker that I'm actually going to delete, because we don't need it. I'm going to delete kind of any evidence of a service worker. I also wanted to point this out. So in recent versions of React, React strict mode has been a wrapper that you can use on components. The benefit of wrapping your component with React strict mode is it's going to give you warnings. So the next thing I want to do here is, let's open up our app.js file. Let's go ahead and get rid of everything inside of it. And then, let's just add in each one here, and we'll say, hello world. And now, as soon as we do that, it should immediately render to the browser. So, that's really all we need in the way of setup. Again, our app component here is being rendered by the React DOM render. So here, we really have everything we need to get started. The most common place that object destructuring is used in React is inside of the component. So here we have a component that's rendering hello world, but we also can pass into any one of these components an object called props. So that means that I can replace world with props.name. Then I can go back to our index file. I can pass in a name property. Let's say Alex. And then our component will render with the dynamic data. One way that we can shorten up our syntax here is we can destructure the props object. And I can use destructuring to pop out just the name. So now if we hit save, no changes, but everything is working as expected. Destructuring is also used with arrays, and it's used quite a bit with React hooks. So let's consider in our index file an array of people. So we'll create an array of people. Let's say Alex, Ali, and Anna. Now, typically, if we wanted to access the first item in this array, we'd use its position. So for example, we could console log people and then grab the first item. Now if we open up our console, we'll see there's Alex there. Similarly, if we wanted to grab, say, Anna, we would access them by their position in the array. So here's where destructuring can help. Instead of accessing by position, what I can do is I can use array destructuring here. So I'm going to replace people with an array, and then I'm going to create a variable name that I want to use to access the first item. So the first item that I add here will correspond to the first item in the array. So let's try logging this again, and we'll get rid of that second console log. And we see there's Alex. Similarly, I could add a second one and we'll say console log second. Alex, Ali. And then another really cool thing you can do is, let's say you only want the third item in the array. You don't care about naming any of the other ones. You can do something kind of cool, where you can add 2 commas and those will stand in for Alex and Ali, and then you can name the third. Then I can console log third. There we go. This syntax is really useful to be able to assign actual names to positions in an array. Destructuring assignment can be used with objects and arrays, and having an understanding of both are going to help you work more effectively with modern React. Another way that we can take advantage of useState is to use it in combination with inputs. Here we're going to make the status of a checkbox, checked or unchecked, a state variable. So the first thing we want to do is, let's get rid of our old code here. We'll get rid of that useState call. Then inside of this div, we're going to add an input. And the input is going to have a type, and that type is checkbox. And then we also want to create a state variable. So this time it's going to be checked and set checked. We'll call useState, and then the initial state is going to be false. So now I can use the value of checked inside of this input. So I'll say that the value is checked. Let's also add a paragraph tag next to this, and we'll say, if it's checked, then say checked, otherwise display not checked. Okay, so at this point, it shows our initial state that's working as we expect it to, but we're still not seeing the actual click work. So what we can do is let's add an onChange event to our input. And the onChange is going to, as we saw before, it's going to call setChecked. And what we can pass in here is whatever the opposite of checked is. There we go. it's usually a good idea to look at whatever the value of this variable is, to check the checked variable if you will, and then return the opposite. So this is just a little enhancement that we can make, not much of a change, but checked and unchecked are going to work as we click. So there we go. We've created a checkbox component, and we're using the useState hook to help us keep track of the value of checked. More often than not, our React applications are not a single component. So, working with state in a component tree is really an important concept to know about. So, what we're going to build is a star rating component, so that we can rate anything: books, movies, restaurants. We can use it all over, all different types of applications. Now, the app component is going to be responsible for just rendering another component. So the app component here, let's go ahead and say, return star rating. We actually want to create it using a smaller component called a star. So the star component is going to be what makes up all of these star rating components. And the star that we want to use is actually from a separate library called React Icons. So let me go ahead and import it first, and then we're going to install it using npm. So over here in my terminal window, I need to run npm install React Icons. And we'll just let that install over here, kind of in the background. Let's go back to our component. And now the star is going to return fa star. So fa star is just one of the many icons that React Icons applies, so you can use it for all sorts of different things. The star rating component is going to return a certain number of stars. So in order to create an array of stars that can be displayed on the page, we need to create a little helper function here called createArray. CreateArray is going to take in the length, so that's just how many stars we want to create. And it's going to return an array with that number of items. It's going to create an array of whatever length that is. Now what I can do is I can create our function called star rating. Star rating is going to use that createArray function, and then we're going to map over this. We'll supply n and I. The I is going to help us with the key. Alright, so now we have these stars rendering on the page. That's fairly cool, but we can make this one step better by changing the properties a little bit. So let's take a look at the first place to change those properties. First, I'm going to pass total stars into the star rating component. And I'm going to say that this is a 10-star component. Now, instead of just hard coding this, I'm going to say that total stars should be the value that's passed to createArray. And there we go, we have 10 stars. Let's also add a default property here. So I'll say total stars equals 5, so that if total stars aren't passed, we're going to use 5 as the default. But if we pass 10, it's going to use whatever the user passes. Now the final thing I want to add here is I want to add a property for color. So eventually we're going to be able to click on these stars and change their color. We're going to say selected equals false, and then inside of our star component, we'll add a property called color. And then we'll say if selected, we want to make this red, otherwise let's make it gray. So now all of these stars are gray, and when I select them eventually, they're going to turn red. Now we'll make that happen, and just as a spoiler, we're going to use useState. We've used React properties to get us this far. We've created a few different stars. Now, what we need to do is we need to handle clicking on them. In order to do this, we're going to create a state variable using useState. So we're still importing useState from React. And then if I scroll down a little bit to our star rating component, this is where I'm going to manage the state. So first we're going to create a constant here. We'll call this selected stars and set selected stars. Those are long variable names, but they're descriptive, so we'll stick with that. As an initial state, we want to provide 0. So we'll say that when our component renders, we don't want to have any of these be selected. Now we need to supply these properties to each one of the stars, because the star is actually the component that's being clicked. We want to make sure it has access to this state variable. So I can pass to the star a property called selected. This looks familiar from here. So selected here is going to set selected stars as greater than I. This is going to keep track based on the index of how many stars are selected. Then we're going to add this function called onSelect. So similar to our functions from before that change state, we're going to need to use that setSelectedStars function. And inside of this function, let's go ahead and call setSelectedStars. And then how we want to select the star is by using its index +1. Because we're using a 0-based index in JavaScript, we need to make sure that we're capturing that correctly. The final thing I need to do is, I need to pass this function to each star, because like I said, that's where the clicking is actually going to happen. So first we'll pass the property. Then here, let's add the onClick, which will just be set equal to onSelect. So that will call this setSelectedStars function. So now, if we click on any one of these stars, it's going to capture that correctly. And then, if I wanted to change the total stars to something a little more realistic, we can do so. Let's zoom way in on that. We see that every time I click one of those stars, the state changes. And we can make this even more clear if we want to, by adding a fragment here, around our createArray function. Let's first wrap it in a JSX expression. Then we're going to wrap this in a fragment. And now we can add, underneath the createArray function, a paragraph that says selected stars of total stars. Zero out of 4, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4. Pretty cool. So just to recap, we are managing our state with this function called useState. SetSelectedStars is the function we use to change the state, and we've attached this to every single one of these stars so that as I click them, it will change the application state. Another hook that is exported by the React library is useEffect. UseEffect allows you to perform side effects in function components. So a side effect could be something like a console log, or it could interact with some kind of DOM API like history or window. First, we want to adjust our component here. I'm going to get rid of everything related to our star. And then we're going to replace our star rating with a section. And the section will have a paragraph that says congratulations. And now we want to see that printed out. Perfect. So then we can use useEffect, but in order to use useEffect, we really need to set up a state variable. So first we'll set up a name and a function to change the state called setName. Then we'll call useState with some sort of an initial value. The initial value we'll use here is Jan. Now when we create that variable, we can then display the name inside of this string. Congratulations, Jan. Then let's create a button. So the button is going to say change winner. So whoever is the winner will be reflected in the UI. Then we're going to add an onClick handler here and we'll pass in a function that's going to set the name. It'll set the name to Will. Now when I change the winner, it'll say congratulations, Will. Now, this is all stuff we're familiar with because we've already used useState, but here's where useEffect comes in. We're going to use this function called useEffect, and useEffect takes in a function. It's going to look like this to get us started. Then we also need to be sure to import useEffect from React. Okay, so what we want useEffect to do is, we want to have it change the document title. This is the default document title, React app, right here. So what I can do is I can just say document title equals celebrate name. When I refresh, it says celebrate Jan, and then if I click change winner it says congratulations Will. And also it's called this useEffect because it's changed the document title to reflect that. Now by default, this runs after each render and every update, and this may not always be what you want. Next, we'll learn how to customize when these useEffect functions fire. As we saw every time we change the state, this useEffect call fires, but there's something that can help us out with this. Let's go ahead and pass another argument to this useEffect function, and the argument is just going to be an empty array. Notice how the name changes in the DOM, but the effect is not called. So when we pass an empty array, it means that the effect will only fire once on first render. You also can pass the name of the variable in here. I could say name, and then when I change the winner, it will follow up by changing the document title. This is particularly useful if you're dealing with more than one state variable. I'm going to change the document title to a console log message, and then I'll say celebrate name. We'll add another useEffect here. This will take in another function. And this time we'll say console.log the user is. And we need to create another state variable too. We'll call these admin and setAdmin, and then the initial state will be false. So this console log message is going to say, the user is. We'll use a template here, and we'll check the value of admin. If it's admin, we'll say admin. And then if not, we'll say not admin. Okay, so let's go back. And now we have two different state variables. Let's also add another paragraph and another button. So here if it's an administrator, then return logged in. Otherwise return not logged in. And then this button will say login. And then onClick should call that setAdmin function to change the state to true. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff going on here, and what we're noticing right away is that these have fired. These useEffect calls have fired on first render. But let's go ahead and remove this dependency array from our first useEffect. So I'll give that a save, celebrate Jan. User is not admin. We see the new state, celebrate Will. But we're still getting this message too. We'll say, call this one anytime the name changes. And then the second one here. We'll say, call this one anytime the admin changes. Now I changed the winner, and we just logged celebrate Will. I changed login, and it just logs the second useEffect. So this dependency array is really useful. We don't want to be running code that we don't have to be. We want to be really specific about which effects should be called when, and we can help do so with this dependency array. Another use case for useEffect is for data fetching. Let's say we had an API like api.github.com/users, so this is just a straight-up REST API. It returns some JSON data, and we want to make a request for this data and then load it into our page. The way I can do that is by using a combination of useState and useEffect. The first thing we'll do is we will update our component quite a bit, and let's just start literally from scratch with this thing. We'll still import useState and useEffect, but inside of this app component now, we want to create a state variable for data and set data. And then, on first render, we want useState the initial state just to be an empty array. Then, we're going to say return a paragraph that says no users. Now if we look at our app, it says no users. It's going to be up to us to get the data from that API using a useEffect call. UseEffect always takes in a function. We're going to use fetch, which takes in the URL of the API. api.github.com/users, literally the same thing as this. Once we've fetched, we need to call then, and we'll take that response and we'll pass it as JSON. So response.json, the function should return that. Then, and here's what's real cool, we can say .then. And we're going to call setData. We could say response, setData with the response, or we can just literally pass in setData. That's kind of a shortcut that we can use if we'd like to. If there's some data, we want to return an unordered list, you want to map over all these users and display their username. So we'll say data.map, and then for each user, we want to add a list item, and for each one of these list items, we want to say user.login. Alright, so let's try that again, login, and there we go. We also, because we have the IDs for all of these people, we probably getting that dreaded error. So what we can do is we can say key equals user.id. And that should be cleared. Nice. We're also getting this warning coming from React hooks telling us that we need to add a list of dependencies, so that we don't have this infinite chain of updates. There's a possibility every time we're using useEffect that if we don't handle the dependency array correctly, then we're going to continuously make this useEffect call to that API. We're going to add an empty array here to useEffect so that it's only called once on page load. Now, what happens if we want to make this a little bit more interesting? Let's wrap our UL with a div so that we can add a button. And this button, which will say remove data. Let's add an onClick to it, and the onClick is going to call setData. And remember, all these functions take in a new state. So our new state is going to be an empty array. But what happens if I remove that dependency array? I'll scroll to the bottom again. I'll say remove data. And it's constantly flickering. It's constantly trying to load it again. So there's a bunch of extra HTTP requests going on here that are being caused by us not supplying this empty array. So that's how you use useEffect to load data. And always remember that dependency array, so you don't take down your APIs with too many HTTP requests. In addition to useState, there's another way to manage state variables. And that is another one of these hooks called useReducer. So first, let's import useReducer, and we're going to do a little bit of cleanup here as usual. Instead of returning all that data, we're going to return just an ec1, and the ec1 should say a number. So the number that we want to display is going to relate to useReducer here. So let's say const number, and then set number. This is the function that's going to change the state. This is the state variable. But useReducer is going to look slightly different. Instead of taking in just an initial state, it's going to take in 2 arguments. So the first argument is actually a function, and the second argument is the initial state. So the initial state for this number is going to be 0. The function that we're going to send as the first argument to useReducer is going to be what we want to have happen when setNumber is called. So what we want to do is, we want to take the number and the new number in as arguments, and then we want to return the number plus the new number. So that looks really bad until I say that, but there we go. We have our number and our new number. 0 is the initial state. So how do we know that this is going to work? Well, we're going to use that setNumber function in the onClick. So we'll say setNumber, and then we'll pass in 1. And then every time I click on this ec1, it's going to increment the number. It just takes in this number. It combines it with the old number. And it returns a new number. So this is how we're adding this together. So useReducer, again, it takes in 2 different things. First is a function that is going to return some sort of new state. And then an initial state is the second value. So next we'll take a look at a component that should look familiar. And we're going to refactor it using useReducer, so we can understand more of what's going on here. Earlier, we created a checkbox, and we handled the check state by using useState. So every time I click on this checkbox, we call the setChecked function. And then we look at whatever the value of checked is, and we return the opposite. We can refactor this a little bit using useReducer, which may help with potential bugs. Instead of importing useState, let's import useReducer, and we'll replace it here. Now the second thing I want to do is, I want to call this function toggle. And then inside of the useReducer function, again, it takes in 2 things. It's going to take in that function. That's going to change the state. So literally, I want to just pull this nice little function here. This is going to be my reducer. So let's paste that. Then I'm going to say that false is the initial state. So instead of using setChecked in this onChange, we're going to replace this function with toggle. So now it's going to work the exact same way. Now what's really nice about this is, instead of having to embed this logic into all of these onChange events, we can sort of abstract this away into its own function. We know that every time we call toggle, we should do this. As your state gets more complex, it can be nice to consolidate your functionality into a useReducer call. This makes it a little easier to understand, and a little easier to work with. Another pattern you can use with useReducer is to define a list of actions, and then dispatch them in the component. So this will look a little different. We'll first start by adjusting our component. So inside of this component, we want to return a message. And we want this message to display whatever the state of this message value is. Inside of the useReducer function, we're going to scaffold this to say a couple different things. So it's first going to take in the state. And then it's going to take in this method called dispatch. Then useReducer will take in a reducer and an initial state. So we'll define these outside of these parentheses. Now, the easier part of this is to define the initial state. So let's go ahead and do that. The initial state here will be a message that says hi. So once we've created an initial state, that'll be passed into this function. Then we're going to go ahead and create a reducer. A reducer takes in state and an action, and then it returns a new state. So the way that I can define which state it should return is with the switch statement. So the switch statement is going to take a look at whatever the type of the action is. This means that we can define the list of the possible actions that we could dispatch. So just think of an action as being like some sort of an event. We're going to send a yell action, and the yell action should return a message that says hey, and we're yelling, so all caps. Then we can specify a case for whispering. This time we'll return another object. Our message is excuse me. Very polite, very quiet. Now that we have our reducer defined, our message is displaying here, using our initial state. But what I'm really here to do is to try to dispatch some actions. So let's scroll down. We will add some UI elements that we can use to trigger these changes. So we'll say yell. And here we're going to say on click equals, and again, we're going to dispatch an action of a specific type. And the type of action we want to dispatch is yell. So this is what that will look like. Type yell. There we go. And let's create another one of these buttons. It'll look pretty much identical, except it should say whisper. Let's make it all lowercase because it's very quiet. Then we'll say whisper inside of the action. And now I can say whisper and it's say excuse me. Now, the reducer function takes in the state and an action and returns a new state. And while this is working okay, the real benefit of having access to that previous state is so that we can use it. So if our new state relies on the old state, this is a really good pattern to use. So I'm going to change this message to a template string. And I'm going to say, hey, I just said state.message. So this is going to display whatever the previous state of message is. So now if I click on yell again, it'll say, hey, I just said hi. So similarly, I could do the same here. So we could say, excuse me, I just said state.message. So now if I click whisper, it should show me what the previous state was. So this can be really useful in calculations or checking in with the previous value to make sure that you're returning the new thing that's correct, but this is what a reducer is for. It takes in the state and an action, and it returns a new state. And anytime our state starts to become a little more complex, we can reach for use reducer to help us out. As we move our way through all of these different hooks that the React library provides us with, one that we can't overlook is useRef. So useRef is going to allow us to reach out to a component and determine its value. And this can be extremely useful, particularly with forms. So the first thing I want to do with our form is I want to import useRef. I'll get rid of all of our reducer stuff from before. Then inside of the component, instead of returning this here, we're going to say form and we'll close the form. Inside the form, I want to add an input with a type of text, and then we'll add another one of these with a type color. Yeah, so we have our little input fields, and then we have a little color picker. Let's also create a button, and the button should have text that says add. So this is going to allow us to add a color. Now what we really want to track in this case is we want to track whatever the user inputs into this field. So the thing that they'll input here, I'll add a placeholder just for good measure. We want to catalog a sound, and whatever we think the closest color to that sound might be. Now if we want to be able to reach out to this form element and grab whatever the user types in. So Screech or something like this, I need to be able to access this and capture it somewhere. So we're going to call useRef to find that. So we'll say const sound equals useRef and then const color equals useRef also. Now the way that we attach these to the form elements is we just add another attribute called ref. And we attach that to whatever the name of the ref is. So ref equals color. Next, I need to handle submitting this form. I'm going to create a function called submit. And this takes in the event, so the submission of the form. The reason I need this is because I want to prevent the default behavior of the page. In other words, I want to prevent the page from reloading as soon as I click that form. Now in order to grab this value like Screech, what I need to do is I need to create another variable called soundValue. This is going to be set equal to sound.current.value. And the .current.value is what's provided to us by this useRef function. So once we create one of these for the sound, we'll do one for color. And then we'll say color.current.value. Now we want to not really do much with this, but I just want to make sure that I can capture this value. So let's just alert it. So I'll say sound value sounds like color value. Okay, then I'm going to use this in the form. So I'll say on submit equals submit. Okay, so let's see if our alert is working. So what's really cool about this is we're going to be able to check in with the values of these form elements. And at this point, all I'm doing is alerting them. But you can think about how you might pass these off to your database or some other sort of external process that's running. You can capture user input. So now that I've alerted this, as soon as I saw that alert, I still see the name and the color. So let's reset this. We can say sound.current.value equals empty string. Color.current.value equals empty string also. So now, if I try that again and I say Screech, and that's more of a red, I think. So we'll add that Screech sounds like whatever, click OK. And all that's cleared out. So useRef is going to be particularly helpful when we're working with forms. And you can use these to capture values from any input. Another way to handle inputs in a form is to use a controlled component. A controlled component means that you handle form inputs using state variables. So let's refactor our form component to make this work. Now here, instead of useRef, I want to use state. So it'll look like this. Sound and set sound equals useState, and then this'll just be an empty string as its initial state. And then we'll say const color and set color equals useState. And our initial state here will just be black. So it was 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Now, we can get rid of both uses of useRef and instead replace it with useState here. The next thing I need to do is let's adjust our component a little bit. So instead of ref sound, it's going to be value sound. Instead of ref color, value color. Then we're going to add an onChange event. This will take in E for the event, and then we'll say set sound of E.target.value. Then we can use the same thing, but instead of set sound, it's going to be set color. So now, our inputs are going to be in charge of changing the state. Now the final thing we need to do here is, let's remove any evidence of our refs here. And again, just to make sure that this is working, we want to check the sound and the color. And then upon submitting the form, we can reset the state. So I can say set sound is empty string. Set color is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so let's see how we're doing here. We have created these state variables for sound and color. We have adjusted our submit function to just alert whatever the sound and color and state are. And then reset the sound and color when the form is submitted. And then each one of these inputs have their own onChange properties that change the state. So now what we can do is, we can say screech and this time it'll be a green color. And now when I add it, it should alert this and then clear it out. So there you have it. We're handling our form input values by assigning them to state values. Next, we'll take this one step further and abstract this functionality into a separate function. In addition to the pre-built hooks that are supplied by the React library, you can also create your own custom hooks. If there's ever a place where you're writing a lot of the same code in your components, it might be possible to extract the logic into a hook. For example, for these input elements, we're kind of doing the same thing. We're just getting and resetting the value. The field takes something in, then we grab it and send it somewhere and then reset the field's value. So we're going to do all of this instead of in this component, in a custom hook called useInput. So the first thing we need to do is create a file called useInput. So it'll be called useinput.js, and we'll put it right here in the source folder. Now the next thing that we'll do is we'll import useState from React. Now, we're allowed to use hooks inside of other hooks or in components, so this is a great place to use one. Now we need to think about what we want our input to do. So the first thing is, it's a function that's going to take in an initial value. Let's zoom that out a little bit. Then we're going to use value and set value as the state variable, and the function to change the state. And then the initial value is what we'll send to the useState function. Now our useInput has to return something. So like when we call useState, we know that it returns a pair. It returns an array of a value and a function to change the value. Now what we want this one to return is, we want it to return first, an object that has the value and an onChange. And the onChange here is going to set the value. It's going to call the setValue function. That's going to change the state. So e.target.value. Now, the other thing I need to add here is a function that's going to do the cleanup. So remember our function that reset the value of the input? This is what's going to make that happen here. So we'll say setValue is whatever the initial value was. So set it back to 0, or an empty string or that black color, whatever you want to do. Now that we've created this hook, we can use this hook anywhere. So we'll use it first, of course, in our app. So let's open up the index file again. We want to import in our index.js file the useInput hook. UseInput. Now instead of using useState here, we're going to use useInput. So here, we're going to create a value called titleProps. Then we're going to create a value called resetTitle. And we're going to say useInput, and then we'll pass it an initial value. which is an empty string. So remember, useInput returns an array. The first item in the array is an object with the value and onChange, so these are the properties for that input. And then the second value is how we're going to reset the title or reset the value of the field. Same goes for this one. We'll say color props and reset color. And then we'll say useInput, but we'll still pass that hex value. So now we need to adjust all of these values that are part of our submit and are part of our form so that it can now work nicely with useInput. So we still want to call that submit function when we submit the form. Instead of value, though, we're going to replace this with a JSX expression, and we'll push in all of the props from title. So because our function to change the state comes from title props, we can also remove the onChange. Next, we're going to remove the onChange from input, and then we'll replace the value with another one of these sets of curly braces, color props, and we'll click Save. Let's say titleProps.value sounds like colorProps.value. And we want to call resetTitle and resetColor. Okay, so let's give that a shot. The sound will be piano, and that kind of sounds bluesy. Piano sounds like that. We'll click OK, and that will reset everything. So we've abstracted a bunch of logic into a custom hook. And what this means is that if we ever have an input anywhere in our app, we can just import this useInput function, and it'll work. Then inside of our index file, inside of our app component, we can push in all of the title props, which just means that each of these inputs have access to the state value, as well as the function to change the state. There are times when we want values to be available to the entire component tree. Instead of passing data up and down the tree, we can put the data in context so that all of the child components will know the values that are being passed down. So if you've worked with context in React before, this is kind of the new way to do it using React hooks. So let's go ahead and create a component that's going to consume some data from context. This is going to involve getting rid of our useInput stuff. That served us well, but we're ready to move on. And we also want to import createContext from React. Now, createContext is what we're going to use here. We're going to say export const trees context, so we're going to create this context. It's just like this little container, where we're going to be able to store some data that can be consumed by any of the components that are part of the component tree. The data that we want to create here is going to be an array of objects, and this is going to be super simple. But we'll have an id for each one and a type maple. And I'll copy and paste a few of these so I have 4 of them. The ids will be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then oak. What are some other trees? Family tree and component tree. Cool. So now what we can do is we want to make all of this data accessible to our entire app. I'm actually going to replace React strict mode. And I'm going to wrap my entire app component in the trees context.provider. So this part, the name of the context you create. You can call it whatever you want to, but then we use the provider, and provider sounds like it is. It's just going to provide the data to the app component and anything nested below it. So now we need to supply a property called value, and we're going to pass in the trees so that our component has access to that data. So once we supply that data via the value property, we can use the data inside of the component. So how do we access this data? Well, let's go ahead and adjust our app a little bit, and we just want to say DV1. Eventually, I want to display these trees that I've heard of, and this will give me an array of these trees, but if I move this to a different file, it wouldn't know what those values were. Next, we're going to take a look at how we can use the data from this array that has been passed down by the provider inside of a nested component. Previously, we looked at how to pass data down to child components via the provider. Now, we're going to learn to read from context using a hook. So, to make this work even nicer, let's move this app component out of the index, and we're going to move it to its own file. So here we're going to replace this function. We're going to then import it. So we'll say import app from app. And hopefully this will mimic what it's really like to work on a project with context a little bit more. So if we go back over to our app component, we need to take that data from context and make it accessible in this component. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to import the trees context from /. So just that index file. Now, what we can do is we can pull in the useContext hook from React. You might guess where this is going. We're going to call const, I'll say result equals useContext. And then we'll pass in the name of the context that we're interested in. Let's then console log the result. I'm just curious about what this looks like. So this is returning an object that has trees as one of the keys. So now what I can do is I can destructure trees from that result. Then inside of the component, I can add an unordered list. I can map over trees. And then for each one of these trees, I want to return a list item. Each list item will have a type. We know that we have that key prop error, so let's fix that. So we'll say key equals tree dotted, nice. So we've cleared out that warning, that's all good. We have displayed some data, and we've pulled it in, using the useContext hook. So keep in mind that in any component, if we have 1,000 components in our component tree, that's a lot of components. But you know what I mean? Any component that is part of the app, because it's been wrapped in the provider, we're going to be able to read the value of trees simply by calling useContext. It's also possible to create a custom hook to make this even more reusable. So what I want to do here is import useContext into the index.js file. So we're here in index.js, and we're importing useContext. The second thing is, we still will want to create the context, but we don't need to export it, so we won't be using it in a different file. What we will want to export is a constant called useTrees. Now this is our custom hook. That's going to return useContext with the trees context. So this is going to make all of this data accessible to the component, but when we use it in the component, we're not going to call useContext with trees contexts, because that's a lot of typing. All we really want to do is we want to say import useTrees from /, and then we're going to call useTrees. So now the output is the same. All of the data is the same. I can get rid of useContext here. UseTrees is simply going to allow us to reuse this functionality inside of components all over our app. So far, we've fetched data with useEffect, and we've also loaded some state data with useContext. Next, we're going to take a look at how to fetch data with a custom hook. So let's kind of think about the process of fetching data. If we go back to our index file and we get rid of some of this context stuff, what we're really trying to do is handle one of three states. So if the data isn't available yet, but is loading, we have a state for if we get the data. And we have a state for if there's an error. So since all of these states exist with the request, we can wrap this inside of a hook. Let's create a new file called useFetch. So useFetch is going to handle all of these different states. We first need to import useState and useEffect from React. And then this function is going to be exported. UseFetch will take in a URI of some sort of API that we want to fetch from. And then again, we need to handle these different states, data and set data, and the initial state will just be null. We also want to handle loading and set loading, and then we want to handle error and set error. Now, once we have created these state variables, what we want to do is call useEffect. Remember, this is going to help us fetch that data. So now we can say, if there's not a URI, then we want to just return. So jump out of the function. If we do have one, let's fetch from that URI. We'll call then and we'll take the data and we'll parse it as JSON. And then we'll call setData. We also want to call setLoading and then send it false. So actually the initial state for loading should really be true. When our component first renders, the data is loading. Then when we fetch the data, it's going to be false. And then finally, we'll add a catch here. So if something goes wrong, we want to set the error. So we only want our useEffect to be called when there's a new URI or on the first page load. So finally, we want to return loading data and error. So with this function scaffolded, we can now use it in any component, and we're going to do just that. Now that I have the useFetch hook created, it's time to use it. So let's create an app component again in our index file. Let's also get rid of the provider and instead just render the app. So inside of this app component, we want to display some data from that API. So we'll use the same one from before, and we're also going to pass in the login as a property. So a couple things we need to do here. Remember our useFetch hook takes in the URI for our API. So it's at api.github.com/users. And then we can chain on this little template here and say login. So that's whatever the username for the GitHub user is. So you can use your own or whatever you feel like using. Now useFetch returns an object with loading, data, and error. So this is going to handle all of these different states. We also can get rid of createContext and use context here. Let's just grab that and get it out of the way. Now we need to import useFetch from /useFetch. There we go. And our app component still isn't rendering anything. So let's handle that. So we'll say if loading is true, then we want to return ec1 that says loading. So if you saw that really quickly, it says loading, and then it explodes because there's nothing else to display if loading isn't true. So we need to say, if there's an error we want to return. Let's just return a pre-tag, and it'll say json.stringify. We'll pass the error, null_2 for a little formatting. So we'll take a look at what that looks like in just a second. But the real deal is we want to do something with this data. So we'll return a div inside of the div. We'll add another pre-tag, json.stringify. We'll pass the data null_2 again. So now, this is returning a big object to me. It's saying that the login though is undefined. So what we need to do is we need to pass the login as a property. So this is a string. So I'll just say shreer it. You can use your own GitHub username if you'd like to. And then this will return all of my data. So, now that we have data coming back, this is often the first step I like to take just to make sure we're getting something before I try to map over it. Especially if I don't know what the shape of the data is. We want to display an image. So that'll use the data.avatar_URL. Let's also add an alt attribute to this image tag. We'll say data.login. So that gives us the image thumbnail. What we can do next is display some personal details. So we'll say ec1 data.login. Then we could say data.name. And then we'll return a p with data.name. So what I'm doing here is I'm just checking to make sure that that name exists. And the reason I do that is because I've used the GitHub API a lot. And I know that a lot of people don't put their name on GitHub or their location. So we can do a check first before it breaks our UI. Alright, so we did it. We have used our useFetch hook. UseFetch returns loading data and error to handle all of these potential states when we're making an HTTP request. And this has really simplified the data in the component. And then I can use this useFetch hook anytime I need to fetch, in my entire application, or even across projects. Thank you for joining me on this journey through React hooks and learning about how they can be applied in various situations. Libraries like React Router, Relay Apollo, and many more use hooks as part of their API. So this video will hopefully set you up for success as you explore other areas of React's ecosystem. If you're looking for more on how to develop your own custom hooks, I'd definitely check out this really cool website called usehooks.com. There you can learn more about how others develop hooks and how you can pick up some tips and tricks to apply to your own projects. Thanks so much for watching this video on React hooks. I wish you all the best as you continue your journey with React well into the future. If you search for the phrase worst programmer, you'll find lots of articles and posts on this topic. And the commonest answer to the question, who is the worst programmer that you've ever worked with, by those authors is usually me. I was the worst programmer, and don't get me wrong. I've certainly made plenty of mistakes and stupid mistakes during my time. But I'm not the worst programmer that I've ever worked with. So let's take a look at some of the candidates and what it makes to make them quite so bad, and maybe what we can learn from those. Welcome to our channel. If you haven't been here before, please do subscribe. And if you enjoy the content today, hit like as well. Let's begin with a couple of examples that were certainly bad. But to my mind, don't mean that the programmers themselves were necessarily bad. Very early in my career, I was approached by a friend to write some code as a side gig. I was offered what seemed at the time like quite a lot of money to write a Windows application for Windows. This application would allow someone non-technical to design and build forms to collect data and store that data in a database somewhere. It wasn't rocket science, but I'd never seen anything like it up to that point. So I'd started working on it and experimented with coding and dynamic UI and the tools to build the forms. I was making decent progress. I'd spend a few weeks, maybe a couple of months of my spare time. All told, working on the project, this was being chased at this point by the client to see what progress I'd made so far. When my hard disk failed and I lost all the code. All of it. Inevitably, I didn't have a version control at that time, and I hadn't backed up my code. So I lost not only all of my code but also the contract that I'd been promised. My second story wasn't me, but I was there. I was leading a project to build a point-of-sale system for a large retailer. This retailer's busiest trading period each year was during a public holiday in the summer. We had released a new version ahead of this big trading weekend, but something had gone wrong. It was Saturday morning and I was at home, and I got a phone call saying that there were problems with the release. This was a big deal. We were releasing to thousands of stores, and the biggest trading period was 2 days away. I got into the office to find a group of fairly stressed-looking colleagues all working through the problem. They divided the work up and were looking at the problem from a variety of different angles to figure out what was going on. So I joined in. One of my colleagues was looking into how to recover the main database because part of the problem had resulted in us writing out some corrupted records to the production database. He was working on the live production database, so you can probably see where this is going. He dropped a couple of tables in the production database, losing all of the data, and only then realized that he should have backed that data up, or at least been working in the test environment to try out his ideas first. I've rarely seen anyone go quite so pale quite so quickly. He looked sick as he realized that he had lost production data in the middle of an active trading day. And we had to work really hard to recover what we could from all the backups. There are clearly lots of lessons to learn from both of my examples, and we did. But I don't think that either made me or my former colleague bad programmers. These were dumb mistakes that we shouldn't have made, and while both of us were being a bit thoughtless and careless at the time, and wouldn't make the same mistakes today, I hope. We are human and bad things happen. Mistakes are a normal part of human endeavor, and in particular a normal part of learning. To do better, however good or bad we are, as developers we will all make mistakes. So if being a bad programmer is not just about making mistakes, what is it that makes a bad programmer bad? It seems to me that it's much more about how we cope with our mistakes and how we learn from them that really makes the difference. The experiences that I have described and others like them are what have taught me how to avoid the more common mistakes that we all make. With solutions like working in small steps, all changes to production via version control, we can be sure that we don't lose anything along the way. And working in ways that make it easy to spot our mistakes and ensure that we always have an easy route back to safety when we find a mistake. Being able to spot our mistakes as soon as we can is important these days. I'd say foundational. And organizing our work so that we can rehearse every change to production with automated tests in controlled test environments ensures that we can limit the blast radius of any mistakes that we do. It's this ability to learn from and avoid those same mistakes over and over again that really differentiates the good programmers from the bad. To my mind, the habits of the best programmers are nearly all about this: finding mistakes and making sure that we don't make the same mistakes again. This takes thoughtfulness and insight into how things work, and relies on us doing a lot more than merely blindly following some arbitrary recipe for things, or relying on some tool without thinking about the value that it offers and what it really means to us, and why it's helpful or not. For this, we need an internal model that allows us to understand what really works and why and when it doesn't apply. Because there are always trade-offs for every choice, and oral rules don't always apply. Good developers know this and weigh their options to decide what to do. Having said that, though some mistakes do seem to be more obvious and should be more easily avoided than others, programmers aren't stupid. They aren't really bad programmers, but they may be working under some bad constraints. So sometimes circumstances and history can limit our choices and can get in our way of doing a better job. Most systems that we observe spend an order of magnitude more time on logging than they do on performing useful work. We know of a team building a supposedly high-performance system, which we profiled and found logging to be an even bigger cost than usual as we dug in and started looking at the code in more detail. We found that every single line of logic was surrounded by 2 log statements. When we asked the team why, they said, "How else can we debug the code? Ever thought of using a debugger? Apparently not. So we can all make mistakes. We can all find ourselves in situations that force us to do things that we'd rather not. We may even be ignorant of important ideas, techniques, or technologies that limit our effectiveness. I figure I can forgive the first 2 more easily than the third, which seems more culpable to me. If you're a programmer who doesn't know how to use a debugger, then learn to use a debugger. If you're writing high-performance code, learn how to use a profiler too. And see where the time is spent when you're running it. If your sense of design is so poor that you accept to implement a methods with 230 parameters as an acceptable solution, then either stop now and learn how to do better before you write any more code that the rest of us have to maintain. Or find a different job because you really aren't a programmer yet. But even this is still not the worst programmer in my book. The worst programmer I ever worked with knew he was bad, but then cheated every way that he could to hide it. I was working for a consultancy where we did a lot of what we thought of as rescue projects, coming in and fixing projects that were otherwise going wrong. My team had rescued one such project for a big client and insurance company, and I'd been asked to help with another new bigger project. When we finished, we inherited several developers from the clients and a few consultants that our client had worked with in other projects in the past. One of these was my worst programmer. A few weeks in, I started to hear some grumblings from some of my teammates about the code from this programmer. He was always slow, but worse than that, nothing he wrote actually seemed to work. I was asked to take a look at his work by the client. I looked at some of his code, and it was appallingly bad at the most basic level. I remember looking at some of his code that he'd written to supposedly store some data in a relational database. He was accessing a single table, and the table was called table, and the columns were called 1, 2, 3, and so on. In this code that accessed the table, he defined constants called 1, 2, 3, and then assigned values of numerical values of 1, 2, and 3. It was naive nonsense. One of the assignments in this list of constants was even wrong. I don't recall the details of what the for loop was doing now, but he tried to write a for loop, but he clearly didn't know the syntax for that in Java, so he manually unrolled the loop and hardcoded every iteration of the loop, which made no sense at all. In this function, you couldn't pass arguments in and change the behavior of the function. The function always did the same thing. So the code worked for one set of input data. I reported back to the client and said I don't think that he should work on this project. He wasn't good enough. And they went pale. What do you mean he isn't good enough? He's been doing all the code reviews on some of our most important projects. Apparently this consultant was getting premium rates for his code review skills. So we took a look at some of his code reviews as well. And it turned out that, as we suspected, he didn't know Java at all, and not really any other C family language as far as we could tell. His code reviews for these other critical projects were the result of him loading the code into a code analysis tool called Rational Rows, and then using its code review feature to spit out a nicely formatted document. Incidentally, it was the client that had bought the licenses for Rational Rows. So the advice was not only pretty basic, but they were also paying for it at least twice. The guy did everything he could to hide his lack of programming, and was earning good consultancy rates when in reality he was barely able to write Hello World. It's certainly true that there's more going on here than this person's poor skills. But to my mind, this was the software equivalent of someone who isn't a surgeon conducting surgery. Or someone who isn't a pilot flying a plane. Sure, this was insurance, not surgery. So no one's life was directly at risk, but at best he was defrauding the company that was employing him, and it might have had more serious consequences than that. Who knew costing them not only his fees but also some of my fees, and the fees of our teammates, because we had to either discard what he'd written or write it all together or rewrite it from scratch or refactor it to make something that worked, which given how terrible his code was sometimes longer to do than rewriting it from scratch. So yes, we can all make mistakes, but surely we have a duty of care to do the best job we can, and that includes being able to recover and learn from our mistakes, and not try to hide them or hide from them. Thank you very much for watching, and if you enjoy the content here, please do consider supporting us by subscribing to our channel. Thank you and bye-bye.
Imagine building and deploying your own full-stack website using React. Imagine walking into a web development interview and instead of having to face a series of technical questions, you come prepared with your very own full-stack React application that you can show off to your interviewer. Now, that is going to make a great impression and could be the advantage you're looking for in landing the job of your dreams. So the question is, are you up for the challenge? In this course, we will be going through the step-by-step process of creating a full-stack application with React, Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. This setup is commonly referred to as the MERN stack. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a fully functional website, which is something that you can show off to your friends and potential employers. So let's jump in and start building a full-stack React application. Before we get started, there are a few concepts that would be very helpful for you to know, because I won't be mentioning them explicitly in this tutorial. The first thing is a basic knowledge of JavaScript syntax. Obviously, since in order to use React, you have to use a lot of JavaScript, it's going to be very helpful for you if you are already familiar with JavaScript syntax. And if you're not, you're more than welcome to try and follow along anyway, mostly just because JavaScript syntax is fairly straightforward. But I would highly recommend that at some point you brush up on your JavaScript syntax. Now, besides this, it would also be helpful for you to know a lot of the basics of React, or at least be familiar with basic React syntax, since we'll obviously be using React pretty heavily in this tutorial. Again, you're more than welcome to just follow along and learn as you go, but if you want to be more prepared, you can always go back and take a look at the basics of React. And finally, since we'll be making some network requests in this course, it would also be helpful for you to have a knowledge of fundamental network concepts, things like making network requests and basic terminology like clients and servers. If you don't have this, once again, you're more than welcome to just continue with the tutorial. Just know that there may be certain things I'll say or do that you won't understand completely. So anyway, that's really all that you need to know in order to get started with this tutorial. Now that we have discussed this, let's jump right in. So to get started here, we are going to be building the front end of our blog site using React. Now, you may be wondering why we chose to use React instead of just creating our site using basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. React has a lot of advantages over hand coding a site. The main advantage is that it makes creating a website much simpler and even faster without taking away any of the fine-grained control from the programmer. So, as you'll see, it allows us to create modular, reusable components that can be arranged into a fully functional website. Now, you may be wondering why you choose to use React over a platform like WordPress or Wix or Squarespace, which allows you to create a website in many cases without writing any code. First of all, since this tutorial is aimed primarily at developers, if you want to create a blog and you are not already a fairly strong developer, I actually would recommend that you use one of these platforms instead of React. It'll ultimately end up being much more difficult for you in the long run if you try to create a code-based site with React and still struggle with basic coding. So all that being said, if you do choose to use React, and if you are watching this tutorial, I'm going to assume that you are very interested in using React. React is a fantastic tool to programmers who want to create basically any type of web application. So with that knowledge, let's move on and see how we can quickly set up a React powered front end for our site. So now that we are a little bit more familiar with React and why it's going to be so helpful in creating a front end for our full stack application, the next thing that we are going to do is to see how to create a new React application. Now, the fastest way to set up a React app from scratch is by using a generator. And the one that we are going to use is here is going to be it's called Vite. So what we are going to do here is I'm going to start off with this directory here. And if you don't have the same files as I have here, don't worry too much about it. These are just basic files from the GitHub repo that I'm going to use. You can start with an empty directory if you want. And inside that empty directory, what we're going to do is open up a terminal, which you can do in Visual Studio. And inside this terminal, you're going to run the following command. You're going to run npm create, and then you're going to say vite at the rate. And the recommended way of doing this for production purposes is to say latest at latest, because that will be using the latest stable version to do this. But in order to make sure that you can actually use the exact same version, and in order to make sure all of the commands that I'm going to be showing from here on out will work for you, I'm going to suggest that you use the same version that I am using, which is 5.5.2. So we're going to run this command npm create read at the rate 5.5.2. And this is going to ask you some questions. It's going to ask, first of all, is it okay to proceed? And I'm going to say yes. And then it's going to ask us what we want to name our project. We can name this whatever we want, but in order to really emphasize the differentiation between the front end and the back end, I'm going to call this front end for the project name. The next thing I'm going to ask, the next thing it's going to ask us is to select a framework. And I'm going to select React here. You can actually create apps of plenty of other types, such as Vue application, Svelte application, just a vanilla JavaScript application if you want to. But obviously, since this is a tutorial about full stack React, we're going to choose React. Next thing it's going to ask us is if we want to use TypeScript or JavaScript. Just to keep things simple here, I'm going to use JavaScript, but if you are a fan of TypeScript, feel free to use that here instead. And now that we have done that, what Vite has done for us is created this whole front-end directory with lots of useful files inside of it that make up our React project. So if you take a look inside of here, and specifically inside the source directory, you're going to see that we have a React component all ready to go called app.jsx. And if you run this application, you'll actually see what this is. It's just a basic boilerplate page that you can use to test and make sure your setup is working. Now that we have created our React app, let's actually run this thing and take a look at it in the browser. What we need to do for this is, first of all, install all of the dependencies. Vite does not do that for you. So we are going to change directories into the new front-end directory we just created. And then we are going to say npm install inside of it. That's going to install all of the npm packages that this project needs in order to run. And that's going to run for a little bit. But once it finishes, we should be able to run our project. And the way that we do that in a project created using Vite is by saying npm run dev. And once again, make sure that you are running this inside this front-end directory, not in the surrounding directory. So I'm going to hit enter, and sure enough, that will start up our app. And as you can see here, it's running on localhost 5173. We see the new React application that the Vite script generated. It's got Vite plus React. It's got the two icons, and they have this neat little hover effect. And if you click on this button, it keeps track of how many times it's been clicked. So the last thing that we are going to do here is I'd like to demonstrate something for you that Vite does for us that is going to make this application much easier to build. So if we go back into our editor here, we're going to open up app.jsx, which is the component that we are seeing here. And let's just make a change to some part of this. You can really change any of the text that you want to change on this page. I'm going to add after this message that says edit app.jsx and save to test HMR. I'm just going to say just did. And if we save this file and go back to our app running in the browser, we see that that's automatically updated. This is known as HMR or hot module reloading, which basically just means that our app can update to incorporate changes without restart. It's, as I said, going to make this much easier to build our front end. So now that we have got a very basic React app up and running, let's start creating the pages for our blog site. The first thing that we are going to do here, because it's going to make it easier for us, is we're going to create a new folder in our source directory for our front end. And we are going to call that folder pages. There's no requirement that we have to put our page components inside a directory called pages in a React app. But ultimately, it's just going to make it easier for us, in this case, to keep track of where everything is. So let's create a new file in there. And we're going to call this file homepage.jsx. And this is obviously going to represent the homepage of our application. So let's just create a very simple page component here. It's going to look like this. We're going to say export default function homepage. And then inside the component, all we're going to do is return a simple h1 heading that says this is the home page. All right. And once again, this JSX that we are returning is what's going to be displayed whenever our page component needs to be rendered in our app. So at this point, though, our homepage component isn't going to be displayed at all because what our app is doing, if we take a look at this main.jsx file, this is what's known as the entry point for our application. In other words, this is the first file that will get executed when our React app is rendered in the browser. So in other words, when we navigate to localhost 5173, our browser is going to run this code right here in order to start rendering our app. So as we see, we have the app component being rendered, but that's about it. So what we are going to do next is we're going to go into our app component, into app.jsx. We're going to remove all of the boilerplate code that it has given us. And instead, We are just going to have our app component display our single homepage component, which we can do by just starting to type homepage. And depending on your IDE, it may just complete that for you. And also add the import statement up at the top, which is really nice. And now we see import homepage from pages slash homepage was already added. And this now will display our homepage. Now you'll see that we also get some red underlines for a lot of these things. And that's just because our read project is pretty strict about not having things around that aren't being used. So you may see, depending on your settings, that will actually cause your app to crash. But in this case, that's not the case. We can actually just leave those there if we want to. I'm going to remove them just because we won't be needing those for the rest of the day. We'll just remove all of those like so and import them again if we need them. Cool. So at this point, our home page should be showing up. So let's go take a look at this in our browser again. Sure enough, what we see is that we have this big text saying this is the home page right in the middle of our application, which is displayed really no matter what route we are on. So the next thing that we are going to do here is, because we want our blog application to have multiple pages. For example, we want to have a list of articles on the route slash articles, and we want to be able to have maybe an about page on slash about. We need to actually add routing to our application. And that's what we are going to do next. All right. So now that we have created our home page and rendered that from our app component, as I said, the next thing we are going to do is create the other pages for our app and display those on different routes. All right. So in other words, we're going to need some sort of logic here that will look at the current path that's in the URL in our browser before deciding what to render. Now there is actually a package that does this for us already, and that is a package called React Router DOM. Now we do need to install this into our application. So what we're going to do is open up your app. You can stop it too with Control C, and we are going to say npm install React Router DOM. And in order to make sure that this is the same version as the one that I'm using, you're going to add a version on the end here. And the version we are going to use is 6.4. So if you just say React Router DOM at the rate 6.4, everything should work in pretty much the same way as what I'm going to do here. So let's just install that and make sure that you install that in the front end directory here instead of in the surrounding folder, of course. And now that we have that, the next thing we are going to do is open up the app.jsx file again. The app component, sort of the top level component in our application. And we are going to add a little bit of logic to use the React Router DOM library that we just installed. So here is what this is going to look like. We are going to start off up at the top. I recommend doing this about the local imports just to keep everything organized. We are going to say import, and we are going to import something called create browser router. And we are also going to import something called router provider from that library that we just installed, which is React Router DOM. Cool. So now that we have those two things imported, here's what this is going to look like. The first thing that we are going to do is define an array of JavaScript objects that will tell React Router DOM what pages should be displayed for each part in our application. So in other words, when we are at, let's say, localhost 5173/articles, what page component should we use there? If we are just at localhost 5173 slash the home route, what page should be displayed there and so on. So here is what this looks like. We're just going to say const routes equals, and then as I said, this is going to be an array of JavaScript objects with specific properties, and those properties are going to be path, which tells React Router DOM what path we are talking about. We'll start off with just the home route here. And then we are going to say element. And this, as I said, tells React Router DOM what to display when we are at the. So in our case, for the home route, we are going to display the home page. So we can just say element, and we are going to use JSX here. And actually, instead of H1, we could just say this is the home page. If you want to, but it's generally recommended to have separate components like what we have done here in order to keep things more manageable. So we'll just remove that and say home page like so. And now what we are going to do is we're going to take those routes and we are going to create something called a browser router with it by saying const router equals, and we're going to use that create browser router function that we imported and pass out routes to it. And the last thing we need to do is replace our homepage element here with something called router provider. And this is going to take a prop called router, and we're just going to pass that router that we created for that. Cool. So that is how we set up our application to display different pages at different routes. Let's just verify that this works with our homepage. So let's rerun our application with npm run dev. Now we are going to go back to here and we should be able to just refresh this page and it'll open that up. And sure enough, we see that the homepage shows up. But if we go to some other path here, if we just type stuff after this, we'll see that throws a not found error, basically just indicating that we didn't have a specific action for that path in our routes. We didn't have a specified element that is for that path in our routes array. So let's just go back to the home route here by deleting that, and we'll see the home page again. So let's now create our other pages that our application is going to need. So here is what this is going to look like inside the pages directory. So over here in the pages directory, we're going to create a few more pages. The first one is going to be an about page. So we'll just say about page.jsx. Then we are going to create our articles list page. This is the page that's going to display all the articles that are on our website. And finally, we are going to have another file, which will be the individual article page. We'll just call it article page.jsx. And this is going to be the component, as you'll see a little bit later, that we'll use to display not just a single article, but actually each individual article when we navigate to it. I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. But for now, what we are going to do is we're just going to copy the basic setup from our homepage component here and paste it inside these files. And then, of course, we'll go back through and edit these. So this is going to become our article page. We'll change the text here to say this is the article page. For articles list, we're going to change the name of that component to, for articles list, we're going to change the name of that component to articles list page. And then this is the articles list page. And finally, we are going to go back to the about page and change this to this is the about page. And we're going to change the name of this function to about page. So now that we have all four of these pages, let's go back to our app component and add new routes for each of those. What that's going to look like is we are just going to say we'll do /about and for the about page, and then we'll say element and we'll say about page for that. Again, that was automatically imported for me. That's what I'll be doing for the rest of these pages as well. Then for the articles list page, we are going to say that's going to be /articles. And then we are going to say element as articles list page. That was just automatically imported for me. And finally, we're going to do the individual article page. As I said, this one's going to be a little bit different than the rest of the pages, but for now, we'll just say articles/individual. And then we'll say element and we'll say article page. Cool. So now we have four routes in our application instead of just one. So let's test this thing out by going back to our browser. And up here in the URL, we are just going to add /about on the end of that URL. And sure enough, we see that that displays the about page. And if we go to /articles, we see this is the articles list page. And if we go to /articles/individual, we see that displays the individual article page. Cool. So at this point, we have all of the routing set up for our pages. So the next thing that we are going to do is actually start going through and implementing each of these pages in a little bit more of an exciting way than just showing what page this is using an H1 heading. All right, so at this point, we have four separate pages in our blog site. But it would be nice if we could navigate between these things without having to actually type in the URLs up at the top of the browser. So what we're going to do now is we are going to create a navbar component that will be displayed on all of the pages. So the first thing that we are going to do is we're going to say new file, and we'll create a new file called navbar.jsx. And inside here, we are going to say export default function navbar. And we'll just cut right to the chase and start implementing this thing. We're going to say and use that semantic nav element here. And then inside this, we are just going to use an unordered list with list items for each of the links that we want to add up here. Now, for now, we are only going to have links for the homepage, the about page, and the articles list page. Now, for now, we are only going to have links for the homepage, the about page, and the articles list page. The article detail page, as I said, is going to be a little bit different because we'll want to make it accessible by clicking links to specific articles in the articles list. So for now, though, let's just say that we want to have a home route here. All right. We'll come back and actually add the linking capabilities to this shortly. We'll have an about page. And last but not least, we'll have an articles page. All right. And those are all just going to be list items inside of there. And that should be all we need to do. Except now we want to link each of these things to the other pages. So the way that we do this is by using React Router DOM. Is we're going to say import, and we're going to import a component called link from React Router DOM.
Now, there is an important reason why we have to use this link component instead of just using a regular anchor tag in React applications. But I'll explain that in more detail once we have added this link. So what we are going to do here is inside of each of these li elements, we are just going to add a link around text, and we're going to add a prop to it called to that will determine where clicking this link will take you. So this is just a relative path here. So for the home route, we are just going to say to equals slash, and we'll want to put the home text inside that link. And then we'll do the same thing for about. What we're going to do is just say link to equals slash about, and we'll put the about text inside of there. And now for the articles list page, we are going to say that we want to link that to slash articles, and that's all we need to do there. Let's just put the articles text inside of there as well. And that should be all we need to do for now, for our navbar. Now the tricky part here is getting our navbar to show up regardless of what page is currently being displayed. So we could obviously just import navbar and add it to all our pages. That would certainly work, but that would be duplicating quite a bit of code. And what happens if we want to change the layout significantly is we would have to go through each of our pages and make the same changes in all of them. So we don't want to do that. But if we go back to our app component and just try and add our navbar above the router provider, and we will have to use a React fragment in order to make this work. Let's just say navbar slash, and React fragments look like this. We can just put opening and closing triangle brackets, and we need to put these things inside of it. React just doesn't like it when there is more than one top level element. And if you take a look at the app in your browser, you'll see that nothing is getting displayed. And if you open up the inspect window and go to console, you'll see that we are getting quite a few errors that say things like use href may only be used in the context of a router component. Now, the reason that we are seeing this is because we're not allowed to use a link component like we did in our navbar outside of a router provider here. So in other words, we can only use this thing inside elements that are being displayed by this router provider component. So what we are going to do here is, it's actually a pretty straightforward fix. We are going to actually create a layout component that will take care of displaying the things that are in common between all of the pages. So inside the source directory, we'll just create a component called layout.jsx. What we are going to do inside of there is we're just going to display that navbar here. In fact, I'm just going to copy the app component and say export default, and then we'll paste that like so. And we'll call this layout instead. And now what we are going to do is we are going to add the navbar there, which we do need to import. So let's just go back and copy that import as well. Copy that and paste it up at the top of our layout component. And instead of this router provider thing, what we are going to do is we are going to add a component from the React Router DOM library again called outlet. Now, what this outlet stands for is it basically leaves a space in the JSX of this layout component that the matching pages for the current route will be rendered into. So this outlet basically represents whatever page is currently being displayed. And now that we have this, and now that we have this layout, here is how we are going to modify our app component and our routes. All that we're going to do here is take all of the routes that we just created for our pages. This entire array here, we're going to assign that to a property called children inside a single top level route. So here is what that's going to look like. Inside here, we are going to create an object and we are just going to say path home route. This will cause it to apply to all of the routes in our application. Then we are going to say element and we're going to display the layout component. Remember that that layout component has the outlet inside of it, and let's just make sure that that's imported here. And now we are going to take this children property and put it inside that route definition. So we'll just paste that right there. What this is going to do now is it's going to display this layout on all the routes, and also it's going to render whatever page matches these routes inside its outlet. That's what the outlet component does. So we should be good to go here, except we need to remove this navbar from the app component. We no longer need it there because the navbar is going to be rendered as part of our layout component. So let's remove that navbar import from app.jsx, and we should be able to go back to our browser. And sure enough, we see that we have these links. And furthermore, if you click on these, it will take you to the correct page. This isn't the best looking navbar in the world, but we'll fix that shortly. Now, going back to the question of why we had to use this link thing in the first place instead of just an anchor tag. Well, since React applications are generally going to be single page applications, meaning that even though it looks like our application has multiple pages, it's really just JavaScript logic behind the scenes swapping out the pages as the route changes. Now, because of this, there is no reason to reload the page fully as the anchor tag is designed to do. The anchor tag is actually designed to send a request to a server when it's clicked on it to load another page, which we don't need to do in React apps. So feel free to test and see what happens if you use an anchor tag instead of a link. And what we'll see is that whenever you click on a link, the entire page will refresh, which doesn't happen here. That doesn't happen when we use that link component. So anyway, that is how to use React routed links, as we all will. So anyway, that is how to use React routed links as well as create an navbar. So the next thing that we are going to do here is figure out how to actually link to our final page, which is going to be the article detail page. So that's what we're going to do next. So at this point, we have a navbar that allows us to go to 3 of the pages in our application, but we still need to be able to access the individual article page and display multiple articles using that page. So here is how this is going to work. First of all, we need to go back to our app component and see the routes that we defined and make a slight change to the path that we defined for our article page. Instead of saying /articles/individual, we are going to say /articles, and then we're going to use a colon followed by name. Now, this is what's referred to as a URL parameter or a route parameter. And basically what this colon name thing allows us to do is catch all the routes that start with articles and have something else after them. So in our case, this could be /articles/123, or if it's the article's name, as you'll often see on blog sites, such as /articles/learn node, for example, or Learn React, then this page is going to be rendered on all of those routes. Now, the really useful part about these route parameters is that we can actually see the value of this part of the path. We have called it name here, and we can call it anything you want. You could call it ID if you want to, or you could call it blah if you really wanted to. We're just calling it name because that makes the most sense. You can actually see the value of that and use it to load the appropriate article and display it in that component. So here is what this is going to look like. First of all, we are going to need a little bit of article content that we can display in our application. So I'm going to say new file and I'm going to call this article content.js. Now inside of here, what I'm going to do is just paste some text. It's just a big array of article content with mostly Lorem Ipsum and some creative titles such as the fastest way to learn React, things like that. How to build a node server in 10 minutes, learn MongoDB, get the idea. Cool. And notice that each one of these articles has a name property, which is basically just a shortened version, and we call this as slug. It's just a shortened version of the title, so we can get a nice readable URL. Cool. So here is what we are going to do. Now that we have the article content, let's open up our article page, and we're going to first of all take a look at the value of the name segment that we defined in our routes here. So we are going to get that value, and then we're going to use simple JavaScript logic to load the corresponding article for that. So here is what this is going to look like. We're going to go back to our article page, and the way that we access the value at this point in the URL is like this. We're going to first of all import a React hook called use params. So we'll say import use params from React router DOM. And the way that this works is we can simply call this inside a React component, and it will give us JavaScript object containing the names and values of any segments that we received in that path. So in our case, we are going to get a JavaScript object with a property called name, and the value will be whatever is at this point. So this would be name, learn React, for example. So let's do that. We are just going to say const name equals use params. And actually here we'll say const params equals use params. And then we can say const name equals params.name. Or if you want to shorten this up considerably, you can use object destructuring and just say const. And then in curly braces, name, use params. Cool. So at this point, we have the name of the article. So let's just prove this by displaying that as part of the H1 heading here. We're going to say this is the, and then we'll insert the name here, article, and that's all we need to do here. So let's just take a look and see how this works. We're going to go back to our application, and then we're just going to type in. We will add a link that will allow us to get to individual articles shortly, but for now, we're just going to type in /articles/learn React, for example. And what we should see is that it says this is the learn React article. And if we change that to pretty much anything, right, we can just say /blog if we wanted to. It'll say this is the blog. So at this point, all we really need to do is, instead of just displaying the main segment from that path, we are going to use that main segment to find the corresponding article for it. And to do that, we are just going to start off by importing our articles from our article content file that we just created. So we're just exporting that as the default export. So we'll just say import articles from article content. And now we just need to find that article by saying const article equals articles dot find. We're just using JavaScript's built-in find function here, and we are going to find the article whose name property is equal to the name parameter that we just got from useparams. Cool. So at this point, we have that article. So instead of displaying just a hard-coded title, we can actually display the title of the article itself by saying article.title. And then for the content, if we take a look at the article content here, you'll see the content is just a list of paragraphs. We're just going to look through these and put each one inside a paragraph tag. So here is that. Here is what that's going to look like. And we will need the React fragments here since we'll have to have more than one top level element. So let's just place that here. And now underneath the h1 heading, we are going to say article.content.map. And for each paragraph, we are going to display, and here we can actually make this even shorter just by saying we're going to display a paragraph tag with that paragraph content inside of it. And another thing that we will want to do here is whenever you use the map function to display a list like we are doing here, you need to add a key prop to the top level element that we are displaying. This makes it much easier for React to re-render the list. And if you forget this, you might notice some very strange behavior later on. So it's a best practice to just use this key. And for the key, all we really have to use here is the paragraph text itself. So we'll just say key equals paragraph, and that should be all we need to do. Cool. So let's just test this out. We go back to our app in the browser. So if you actually type in a segment here that belongs to an article such as Learn React, you'll see that this displays the text for the article as well as the title. The text is mostly just lorem ipsum. If you want to rewrite an article yourself, feel free to go ahead and do so. But anyway, let's try this with something else. Let's try learn node, and that loads a new article here and uses the same component to display it. And finally, if we do MongoDB, that will display the MongoDB article. So that is how to use route parameters to customize the content of a React page based on the value of one of the segments in the path. All right. Well, at this point, our individual article page is working and it's displaying the corresponding article for the URL. But we still need a way to get our individual article pages from the articles list page. So what we are going to do here is we are going to create a list that will display all of the available articles on our site. And whenever we click on one of those, it will take us to the corresponding URL for that article. So here is what this is going to look like. We are going to start off here by going to our articles list page. And let's start off here by replacing this H1 heading with just the word articles. And then underneath that, we'll need to add a React fragment here in order to separate that or in order to surround the two top level elements that we are going to be creating underneath our H1 heading. We are going to simply load all of the articles from our article content file. So we'll just say import articles from article content. And now we're just going to say article start map. And for each article here, what we're going to do is display an H3 heading has the article's title. So we'll just say a dot title. Underneath that, we are going to have just a text sample for the article. So maybe we'll do the first 150 characters. So here is what that's going to look like. We're just going to say P, and then we'll say a dot content. And since content is an array of paragraphs, we are going to just select the first one, and then we are going to say dot substring, and we'll get the first 150 characters by saying 0 and 150. Now, around this, in order to link each of these articles to the corresponding individual article page, we are just going to use the link component provided again by React Router DOM to do so. So here is what that's going to look like. We are going to say import link from React Router DOM, and down here now we are going to surround our H3 and paragraph elements with a link that says to. And for this, what we're going to do is we're going to say slash articles slash, and then we're going to add the article's name onto the end there by saying plus a plus name, that is, and let's just put this inside curly brackets like so. And that will link to the corresponding articles page. So let's just put the H3 and paragraph elements inside that link element now. So that clicking on, so let's just put the H3 and paragraph elements inside that link element now, so that clicking on those gives that effect. We're just going to paste those in there and indent them. And we also need a key here. So we're going to say key. And for that, we're going to use the article's name, which is just a unique string that will help React keep all of this during rendering. And that should be all we need to do here. So let's take a look at our articles list. And sure enough, we see, even though it's got this sort of annoying blue color, I'll give you some styles a little bit later on that. You can just copy and paste to make your application look better. But what you'll see here is if you click on any one of these, sure enough, it takes you right to the corresponding article. So let's click on how to build a node server in 10 minutes. It takes us to that article. And up here, you can see that that is articles/learn node. And let's test the learn MongoDB one. And yep, it takes us to the corresponding MongoDB article. So the last thing that we are going to do here is now that we have created this articles list, this would actually be a really helpful thing to reuse on several pages of our site. For example, if we wanted to display, a list of all of the available articles on our articles list page, but a list containing only the most popular articles on, say, homepage. Now, in order to do this, we are just going to create a separate article list component by saying new file, and we'll call this article list page.jsx. And here is what this is going to look like. We're going to say export default function articles list page. And this is actually going to take some props, and it's going to allow the parent component to pass whatever articles it wants to. So we are just going to say articles list there. So let's go back into our articles list page. And now I'm just going to copy this entire article start map thing. And I'm going to paste that and actually return that inside a React fragment from our article list component. And let's actually change the name of this to articles list just to match the name of the file. So let's just paste that inside of here. And that should be all we need to do. Besides, of course, wrap this with a React fragment. So let's cut that and paste it inside of there. And that should be all we need to do, besides, of course, adjusting the indentation a little bit. And let's make sure that we import the link component here, just like we were doing. So we're going to say import link from React router DOM. And that should be all we need to do. Now, as a side note, you'll probably notice that it has a little red underline under articles.map, and that's because it wants us to add prop types. That's something that I'm actually going to skip now, just in the interest of time. But you can feel free to add a prop types validation for this articles prop if you want to. So now, right now that we have put all the, so now, right now that we have put all of the logic inside our articles list component, we can just go back into our articles list page, and instead of having the link here, we can just remove that. We're going to import our articles list component, and we are going to display that here by saying articles list, and we are going to pass our articles that we imported from article content as the articles prop here. So we'll say articles equals articles, and that should be all we need to do. So let's just make sure that didn't change anything by going back to our browser, and we should be able to go to articles, and we should see the exact same thing as what we had before. So anyway, that is how to implement the articles list page and link to each of the individual article pages from it. All right, so at this point, we have 4 working pages and 1 page for our individual article page that serves the purpose of multiple pages just because of how it uses the React route parameters. So the last thing that we are going to do here is we're going to figure out how we can handle when the user goes to a route that we don't have page for. So right now, you'll notice that if you just go to a route that we don't have a path defined for in our routes array, it will give us this rather ugly, unhandled, thrown error message. Now that we would like to do here, now what we would like to do here is something a little bit more graceful, at least display something like 404 page not found, or that link is broken, something like that. So here is how you can do that. It's actually pretty straightforward using React Router. So we are going to go back to app.jsx, and all we really need to do here is in this routes object or this layout route, we are going to add another property called error element. This is just like the regular element property, except this will only get displayed if there is an error actually finding or displaying the page for that route. So in our case, let's just start off here by displaying a very simple H1 heading that says, oh no. All right, that's all we are going to do. And if we go back to here now, sure enough, we will see that whenever we go to a path that we don't have a corresponding page for, it will display this page. So all we need to do now is just make this page a little bit more indent. And we are going to do that by adding a new file to our pages directory called notfoundpage.jsx, and we'll say export default function not found page. And inside here, all we are going to do is we are going to display an H1 heading that says page not found. And then what we're going to do is we are just going to display a little message underneath this saying something like the link you followed to get here must be broken. Something like that. You can obviously change the exact wording of this if you want to. It's your blog after all. So now that we have this not found page, we are just going to display that instead of this oh no element. So let's just change error element here to not found page. That's all. That should be all we need to do. So let's give this another try. And sure enough, if we go back here, it says page not found. The link you followed to get here must be broken. And we can set this right. If we go back to one of our routes, and sure enough, we're all good now. So that's how to add a not found page when we go to a route that we don't have something for. But what happens if the user follows slash articles slash and then a name that we don't have an article for, such as law? Well, as you'll see, that works as well. Nice part about that error element property that we just saw is that it will render this element whenever some sort of error occurs. So in this case, the error that occurred in our article page was we tried to find an article that didn't exist, and accessing the title caused our application to produce an error, which was caught by React Router, and we simply displayed the not found page. Now we need not always display the not found page when there is an error in our application. But for now, that works pretty well. So I'm going to leave it this way. And the last thing that we are going to do next is we are going to see how to add some simple styles to our application. At this point, we have a fully functional front end, except that our app doesn't really look very good. The default styles provided by Vite doesn't really match up with our blog site's needs. So what I'm going to recommend you do is, if you want your app to look like this, please feel free to copy and paste the styles. You can simply take a look at the index.css file and the app.css file, and you'll want to just replace whatever is currently in both of those with the code that I have here. So that's going to change these styles pretty significantly. It's going to make it look maybe a little bit more appropriate to a blog site. But I also want to show you how these styles work in React project setup with Vite. Well, first of all, we have this index.css file, and this is where you are going to put all of your global styles. So any styles that you want to apply to your entire application can go in here. Inside app.css, we have anything that's specific to the app component itself. And the way that this works is if you open up app.jsx, you'll see that we are importing app.css just by saying import /app.css. Now, what that does is it'll take the styles that are in that file and apply it to this component. So having a specific CSS file for component is a great way to add unique styles for a given component. But in order to make it much easier for you, I just put all the styles into index.css and app.css. So that's all you'll need to do in order to get your app to look like mine going forward. And with that, we have pretty much completed our front end for now, at least until we need to load data from our backend. But first, we need to create a backend, which is what we are going to do next. So now that we got our client side working clearly, it's time to start building the backend of our blog site. So, and to do this, we're going to use Node.js. Now, you've probably already heard about Node.js by now, and it's very important to us here because it allows us to write our backend in JavaScript instead of using PHP or Python or Java or some other language besides JavaScript. It used to be that in order to be a full stack developer, you had to be fairly fluent in more than one programming language. But with Node.js, as you'll see, which has become an incredibly popular runtime since it was released, our entire web application can be written in JavaScript, which is great news for us JavaScript developers. So now there are many different npm libraries that can be used to write Node.js servers, and the one that we are going to use here in this course is going to be Express. Now, Express is a great choice for us here because it's unopinionated, as you can see on this website. That's one of the first words that it mentions there, besides fast. But besides that, it's also very easy to get started with this. It's well documented, and there is a ton of third-party add-ons that we can use to extend its functionality. So without further delay, let's use these technologies and get started with creating the backend for our application. So to get started creating a backend for our app with Node.js and Express, let's start off here by creating a new directory outside our front-end directory. Since our front-end code is in directory called front-end, we are just going to create a new folder here and we'll call it backend. Again, this is really meant to emphasize the difference between these two things and help you see how they fit together. In practice, you can always figure out ways to put these files together in the same directory, but that usually requires a little bit of setup, so we're not going to do that here now. So inside our new directory, let's get started by creating a new npm package, basically telling npm that we want this to be its own thing. And we are going to do that by changing directories into our backend directory. So what we need to do now, as I said, in order to tell npm that we want this to be its own self-contained package or project, is we are going to say npm init -y. And what that's going to do is create this package.json file for us. This thing has a variety of purposes, as we'll see, but one of those purposes is to keep track of basic information about this project, including things like its name, its dependencies. And very shortly, we'll see how to use these scripts here in order to automate some of the tasks. So now that we have done that, the next thing we are going to do is, because Express is not built into our Node.js runtime automatically, it's a separate library. We're going to install it by saying npm install Express. And we are going to hit enter, and that will install that library for us. So now we have pretty much everything we need to get started. So let's get started with writing some code. We are going to create a new folder here called source, just src. And inside this directory, we are going to create a new file called server.js. Now, again, it's not required to create the source directory, but in practice, it really helps to keep the actual business logic of our application separate from some of the setup files and other files that, such as these package.json file. So inside here, what we are going to do is we're going to set up a simple Express application, and this is pretty straightforward to do. What we are going to do is just say import Express from Express, and then we're going to create a new Express app by calling this thing, which is in fact a function like this. We're going to say const app equals Express. And now that we have done that, we're going to create a simple endpoint here. I'll describe what an endpoint is in much more detail shortly, but for now, just know that an endpoint is a path that we can send a request to, and it will send some sort of data or message back. So here is what this is going to look like. We're going to say app.get, and we're just going to say /hello as the first argument to this. I'll describe what that actually does very shortly as well. And then for the second argument, we are actually going to pass a function that takes two arguments called request and response. We'll see those in action shortly as well. And then inside this function, what we're going to do is we're going to say response dot send, and we're going to send back a message that says hello. This is probably one of the simplest endpoints it's possible to create. So think of it as the Express version of the Hello World program. And the last thing that we are going to do here is we're going to start our server up, which will enable it to actually respond to requests using the endpoints that we have defined. Just follow along with me here. If that doesn't quite make sense yet, we're going to say app.listen. And the first argument that we can pass to this thing is the port number that we want our app to listen on. We're just going to say 8000 there, and then we're going to have a callback function here that will be called once our server is successfully listening. And inside here, generally, what you'll do is just say console.log and print out something like server is listening on port 8000. And that should be all that we need to do here in order to create an Express application. So let's try running this thing. And the way that this is going to work is you just need to open up a terminal inside your backend directory. Make sure you're inside this directory, or you'll get an error when you try and do this. So we're going to say node and then the path to our file. So source/server.js, and make sure you're running this from inside the backend directory. If you're not, it will give you an error. And by the way, this node command, what that does is it simply executes the code inside any Node.js JavaScript file in a similar way to how opening up a JavaScript file in a browser will execute the file. So let's hit enter. And what you'll see here is that this will actually give us an error because of this import syntax that we have used up here. Now, it used to be that you had to use another tool to actually convert this more modern version of JavaScript into an older version of JavaScript. But now all we have to do is go into our package.json and we have to add a property called type module, and that will allow that to work properly. So let's try running this again. And sure enough, we'll see that our server is listening on port 8000. If you open up the browser and go to localhost 8000, you'll see this error here. First of all, that says cannot get slash. Just ignore that for now. What we're going to do is add /hello to the end of this URL. And what we'll see is that it sends back hello. So this is the message that we sent back inside that endpoint. So again, essentially, what's going on here when we define an endpoint is we're saying that when our application receives a request, when our server receives a request on a given path, such as /hello, the function that we define should be executed. And as part of that function, we can choose to send something back, such as this message here. So that's the basic idea of creating endpoints in Express. So we'll be creating lots more here for different pieces of functionality that we want to add to our blog application. But anyway, that's the basics of setting up an Express server. All right. So now that we have set up the basic backend for our application, as we move forward developing this backend, it's going to be really important for us to have an easy and reliable way to test it. So we have just been typing the URL into our browser, but for some of the more complicated operations that we want to implement, this isn't going to be quite good enough. So now what a lot of people do to test their backend is to develop a feature on their front end and then use that to test the backend. But in practice, that is generally not quite as easy as developing the backend first and then building the front end functionality later. So a tool that can be used and that's used by many developers, as you see here, for this sort of backend first testing is a free piece of software called Postman. So, and in case of in case if you don't have Postman or have never worked with it before, you can download it by going to postman.com/downloads. So it should just come up with your operating system, and it should be easy to set up. So once you have downloaded it and set it up, you should see a screen that looks like this. And what we are going to do here is open up a new tab, and you can start off here by sending a simple GET request to the hello endpoint that we just defined. So all we need to do here now is click the send button, and as we'll see, that gives us the hello response that we defined in that endpoint. Now, one of the biggest advantages of using Postman over testing in a browser is the fact that we have a lot more control over the request that we are sending. So instead of just sending a GET request, which is just a specific type of request, usually used for loading data, we can also send things like POST requests, which are usually used for creating data on the server, such as adding comments, as well as CLittle, as well as doing some other operations, as we'll see later in a little bit later. So in order to test this out, what we are going to do is we are just going to send a POST request to /hello. And what we'll see is that we actually get back this HTML error from our Express server saying that we don't have an endpoint defined for that combination of method. Post, get, those are HTTP methods, and post, get, those are HTTP methods, and the path. So if you go back to our server, we can actually define another method by opening up server.js, and just like how we said app.get, which is defined as a get endpoint, an endpoint that will respond to GET requests, we can say app.post/hello. And that we can add a callback, and then we can add a callback function here with again request and response, and then we'll say response.send, and we'll say something like hello from a post endpoint. And here, let's also say hello from a get endpoint in our get hello endpoint. And what we'll actually need to do first is restart our server in order for these changes to take effect. We'll see a little bit later on how we can have this automatically restart in response to changes, but for now we are going to do it manually. So you can do that by pressing Control-C. That will stop the server, and then we're going to restart it. So let's go back to Postman now and test this. We're going to send a post request to /hello now. And sure enough, we see hello from a post endpoint. And then we change this to get and click send. We'll see that that's activated the functionality for the other endpoint and sent back the message hello from a get endpoint. All right. Now, one last thing that we're going to do here before we start creating real endpoints for our application is we're going to allow our endpoints to have access to something called request body. So essentially, whenever a front end such as a React application, or in this case, just a simple application like Postman, whenever one of these clients sends a request to our server, it's allowed to include extra data in the form of a request body. As we can specify this by clicking on, body here, and then
we can actually type out a JSON request body, essentially just by selecting raw and then the JSON dropdown. And here is what this is going to look like. We can just say something like name, and let's rewrite our endpoint here. So we can say hello with the name of the person who sent it. So I'm going to use my name here. You can obviously use yours. And the way that we can access this back on our server is by saying hello, and then we will have to insert that name. But the way that we have to do this is by saying request.body.name. So this request.body thing is going to be automatically populated by with a little bit more setup. And as you'll see now, whatever data we include in this JSON request body, it should be available in the body. But in order to make this work, we are going to add one more line after creating our app and before defining our endpoints. And that line is going to be app.use. And then we're going to say express.json with parentheses after it. And that simply tells our request application that if it sees a request body, it should add it to this request.body object. So that should be all we need to do. Let's just test this one more time by restarting our server. And now if we go back to Postman and click send with that request body, let's send a post request here. All right, we see it says hello and then the name from a post endpoint. And if you change that to something else, if you were to change this to Bob, for example, and click send, we'll see that that will change the response that we get. Now, this is a very simple example, but as you'll see shortly, we are going to use this same method for allowing users to do things like create comments and upvoting articles for our blog site. So anyway, that is the basics of defining and testing endpoints with different methods using Express and Postman. So the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to start creating real endpoints for our applications. At this point, we have seen how to use post requests to carry extra information in the form of a JSON object along with the requests that we send to our server. Now, this is generally the best way to add more complex information to our requests, but there are actually several other ways to do so. So before we move on to implementing things like upvoting or comments for our blog site, let's take a sort of backward look at a concept that we learned when implementing the article page for our front end. So you may recall that for each of our article pages, we simply use the same component and then by sending a request to /articles/ followed by the article's unique ID or name, such as learn node or learn React, we were able to populate the page component with different data. And we did this using something called route parameters or URL parameters. Now, as a matter of fact, Express also allows us to use route parameters, and this is useful in many cases. For example, if you want to, let's say, add a comment to an article, we might send a post request to /articles/ whatever the name of that article might be, /comments. I'll discuss the exact structure of this path a little bit later, and we might want to include the info for that comment. So the name of the poster, the comment text, things like that in the request body. And in this case, the ID or the name that we are using here would be a route parameter, but as I said, it would be handled by Express in this case instead of by React, as we'll see now. So in order to get a little bit more comfortable with these route parameters in Express and how they work, let's do a pretty simple example before we jump into working with different article data. So let's try and send the request to /hello/ someone's name here. And let's see how we can actually get the value of this segment inside an Express endpoint. And just to make this a little bit more obvious what's going on, let's delete the request body. We're just going to say none here for the body tab, so that we're sure that we're just going to say none here for the body tab, so that we are sure that it's actually coming from the route parameter here. And what we are going to do is we're going to make a get request endpoint that will respond when we say /hello/ something, and it will actually use the value in the second segment as the person's name. So in order to do this, here is what that syntax is going to look like. First of all, we are going to add another get endpoint here. We'll say app.get /hello and then /, and the syntax is actually identical to what we saw in React. We're just going to say /hello/ name. And then for the function here with request and response as arguments. And by the way, we already saw two ways in which we could use these arguments. The first was to access the request body where we said request.body.name. The second way was by saying response.send, which sent the response. So in general, the request argument here will contain data about the requests, such as the method that was used, as well as things like extra data in the form of request bodies or route parameters. And the response here is generally used to customize the response that we send back to the client from the server. So in our case here, all we have to do, we don't have to do anything special like what we did up here with app.use express.json. In order to use route parameters, all we have to do is say response.send, and then we'll say hello, and we will insert the name, which we can access by saying request.params. Instead of request.body, we say request.params. And then we use the name of the segment that we put here as the actual name for the property in request.params. So if we had called this hello / first name, for example, we would just have to say request.params.first name instead. So let's just keep it at name and request.parameters request.params.name. And what we're going to do here is we just need to send a get request to /hello/ something. We can put whatever we want here, and that is going to give us a response where it sort of echoes back that value. But first, we need to restart the server. So let's restart it manually again. We'll take a look at another way that we can have this restart automatically shortly. And let's go back to Postman now and click send. Sure enough, we see that echoes back the value that we put in here. So let's change this to /hello/ express. And if we click send, sure enough, it will say hello express. All right. So what we are going to do shortly is we're going to actually use the value that's here, such as if we say learn node, to allow ourselves to do things like load data for a specific article and also do things like add comments to a specific article. But that's basic mechanics behind doing that, is working with simple route parameters like what we just learned here. But that's the basic mechanics behind doing that, is working with some simple route parameters like what we just learned here. Well, now that we have seen some basic examples of how an Express server works, as well as the most important parts that we are going to use in our server here, such as route parameters and request bodies, let's make our server do something a little bit more relevant to our blog. So what we want here is
for users to be able to upvote our articles so that we can help other users see which articles are the most popular or the most helpful. Now, in order to do this, we're going to, of course, need to add some code to our backend. And the first thing that we are going to do for that is we're going to create sort of a fake in-memory database for our server, which will keep track of the upvotes for our articles. Now, later on, we're going to actually add a real database with MongoDB to our server. But for now, just to keep things simple, we are going to just use a JavaScript array to make this happen. And what that's going to look like is up here above where we create our Express server, we're going to say const article info equals, and then what we're going to do is just create a simple array. And each one of these things is just going to be a JavaScript object that keeps track not only of the upvotes for each article, but also we'll use it to keep track of comments for each article. To start off though, let's just say upvotes 0, and we'll do that for all 3 of our articles. And in addition, we also need to keep track of which article each of these upvotes counts belongs to. So we're just going to say something like article name, and then we'll put the article name, write that route parameter, write that route parameter that we used in our React app as the value for that. So article name, learn node. The next one's going to be article name, and this is going to be learn React. And then I believe I had another one called article name, and that was MongoDB. Cool. So at this point, we have just these 3 JavaScript objects that keep track of some important data for each article. And what we are going to do next is we're going to create an endpoint that will allow users to actually upvote these articles. Therefore, changing this upvotes count by sending a request to a specific endpoint. So what I'm going to do here, you can feel free to just comment these hello endpoints out, or you can even leave them around for reference. But in order to clean things up a little bit, I'm just going to remove these. And for this upvote endpoint, what we're going to do is we're going to say app.post. This is a post endpoint because we're actually creating something new. We're creating a new upvote. You could, I suppose, use a put request instead, but if you don't know what that is, don't worry too much about it. We're going to say app.post. And for the URL here, we are going to say /API. We're going to start all of our API routes, all of our server routes here with /API for reasons that will become clear after the course, later in the course. And then we're going to say /articles/:name. That's going to be the name of the article that we want to upvote, and then /upvote. All right. So now for the function, which you can do an arrow function for this as well. It doesn't have to be a function using the function keyword. We can just say request response with an arrow after it. Inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to use the value of this route parameter, find the corresponding article, and increment the number of upvotes that it has. So what this is going to look like is we're going to say const article equals article info dot find, and we're going to find the article whose name equals the name route parameter in the request. So we're going to say request dot params dot name. All right, and that should give us an article. All right, that should give us an article. We'll add a little bit of logic later on to handle what happens if there wasn't an article that with that name. So, but what we are going to do now is we're just going to say article and we'll say dot upvotes. We are going to increment that by 1. Good. So now all we have to do is send back a response. And in order to just make this a little bit more interactive for us, as we are testing it, what we are going to do right now is we are just going to send back the new count of upvotes for that article. So here is what this is going to look like. We're going to say response.send. And for this string, we're going to say something like success. And then we'll say the article and we'll insert the article name here by saying request.params.name. And then we'll say now has, and then we'll say article.upvotes. All right, there we go. And we'll add upvotes to it. Cool. So that should be all we need to do for that endpoint. So again, we are just getting the value of the route parameter. We are finding the article that corresponds to that, and we are incrementing its number of upvotes by 1. So let's test this thing out by restarting our server. And if we go back to Postman and send a post request to /API/articles, and we'll upvote learn node here because we're working on node here, and then we'll say /upvote. And if we send that request, we should see that each time we click this, it's incrementing the number of upvotes. Now, something to be aware of here is that if you restart your server now, that will actually reset the count to 0 because of the fact that this is an in-memory database. So that's why we are going to add MongoDB a little bit later because it will allow us to actually persist the data for our application. But we'll get to that in a bit. For now, we have successfully completed an endpoint for upvoting articles using route parameters. All right. So now that we have created our one useful endpoint for our blog backend, let's take some time to make our lives a little bit easier going forward and see how we can avoid having to manually restart our server every time we make a change to our code. So there is an npm package that does this for us, and it's called nodemon. So let's just install it, which we can do by stopping our server. And we're going to say npm install nodemon. But one last thing that we are going to do is we're going to add the save dev flag when we install this because this package is only going to be used in development. We are not going to use this in production, as we'll see in a little bit later on when we release our app. So let's hit enter, and that's going to install that package for us. And once it installs, all we have to do is change the command that we used to run our server. Instead of saying node source /server.js, we can say npx nodemon source /server.js. npx here is a command that you can use to run command line scripts such as nodemon that you have installed locally into your project instead of globally. So let's hit enter here, and what we're going to see is that it prints out some output here, and then we see our regular message of server is listening at port 8000. All right. So if you go back and test this now, let's just send a post request to API/articles/landnode upload. If we click send, sure enough, we'll see that that still works. And notice, by the way, that every time our server restarts, as I said, it sets the upvotes back to 0. So we see that that still works. But now if we go and make a change to our server.js file, all right, so let's go into our upvote endpoint and maybe let's say something like instead of success, we'll say hooray. All right, so you'll see that as soon as you save that file, it automatically detects that something has changed and restarts our server for us. And this is very, very helpful in server-side development to have that kind of automatic reloading functionality. So, and if we go back to Postman and click send now, we'll see that that has automatically taken effect, those changes that we made. So let's actually change this back to success because I like that better. We'll be modifying this endpoint a little bit more later on anyway, but we'll see that when we change that back, it restarts our server automatically once again. And if we click send, it's going to change back to success. So one last thing that's going to make our lives easier here is if we go into our package.json file, and in order to avoid having to remember that new command npx nodemon source / server.js, what we can actually do is define a custom script, which we can call something like dev. I'm going to call it dev here, that will run that thing for us. Now, so what we're going to do is to this script property, we're going to add a property dev. And after that, we are just going to say npx nodemon source / server.js. And now what we can do if you save your file is we can simply run npm run and then the name of that script, which is dev, and that will run that command that we specified for that for us automatically. So you won't need to remember the exact command here. You'll just need to remember that you need to run npm run dev in order to start up our application in development mode. So let's just test that one last time. We'll click send and it's working just like it was before. So that is how to use Nodemon to automatically restart our server whenever we make changes to it. So now that we have got our server updating automatically and we've implemented upvote functionality for our articles, another common feature that we will want to implement for our backend for a blog site is the ability to add comments. So what we're going to do here is just like how we had this upvotes property, we are going to add a comments property to all of our articles that will simply be an empty array, at least to start holding all of the comments that users have added. So we are just going to say comments, comments, and comments for all of these. And now that we have done that, the next thing that we are going to do is we're going to create another endpoint here. This endpoint will allow users to add comments to an article. So first of all, this endpoint's going to be a post endpoint since we'll be creating something namely comments. And the path here is going to start with /API, just like our upvote endpoint. And then it's going to have /articles /name. We have that route parameter in there. And then we are going to say /comments. And that should be all we need to do for that part. So now for the callback, this is sometimes referred to as a route handler, this function. What we're going to do is pretty much the same thing as what we did in our upvote endpoint. We're going to find the corresponding article for that name parameter, and we're going to add a comment to it. Now, in order to implement this endpoint, we're going to use a request body to carry the data that we want for the comment. So let's actually go back to Postman before we implement this endpoint and decide what we want that to look like. So we're going to first of all change the URL here to /comments instead of /upvote. And then we're going to open the body tab and go to raw. and then select JSON from the drop down. And let's decide what we want this request body to look like. Really, all that we need to have is two properties. One, specifying the person who posted the article. So we'll say posted by, and I'm going to just say Sri Ira here. And then we'll say text, and this will be the actual text of the comment. So we'll say something like awesome article. Cool. So now that we have done that, and by the way, you could always add extra properties to these comments here, such as adding the ability to upvote or downvote comments if you want. But I'll leave that up to you. But now that we know what the request body is going to look like, we can go back to our IDE and implement this thing. So the first thing we are going to do, of course, is we're going to get the request name from route parameters, saying const name equals request dot params dot name. And if you wanted to shorten this up a little bit, you could always use object destructuring and say const name in curly braces equals request params. And then for the request body, we're going to say const and get the posted by and the text properties from request dot body. All right. So now that we have both of these, we're going to find the corresponding article just like we did up here in our upvote endpoint. So in fact, I'm going to copy this here and paste it. And we can also, instead of saying request.params.name, we can just say name right here in order to shorten that up a little bit. And now we can just say article.comments.push. And we are going to push a new comment onto there with the posted by and text properties that we got from the request body inside of it. And the last thing here, we have to decide how we want this endpoint to respond to the client. So the easiest path to take here going forward is going to be just respond with the updated article info. So in fact, we'll want to rewrite our upvote endpoint to do this as well. So here is what this is going to look like. We're going to say response dot, and instead of saying send, which is generally used just for any kind of text-based data, such as saying hello, we're going to actually say response.json, which is used to send back a JSON object as part of the response. So just like how requests can have request bodies, responses can have response bodies. And we're going to say response.json and we'll send back that uploaded article like so. All right. And then we'll do the same thing for this upvote endpoint up here. Instead of saying response send, blah, 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 we're going to replace this line by saying response.json with the updated article. So let's test that out now. What we're going to do is go back to Postman. Our server restarted automatically using node mon, which we added previously. And we're going to send this post request to /API articles learn node /comments. And if we click send, what we'll see is our updated article, which now has this new comment added to it. And we can always add something else too. We'll just say Sri Ira, and then we'll say something like I agree. And if we click send, we'll see that adds the extra comment as well. And let's just test up voting now. We'll just send a post request now to /upvote instead of /comments. We don't need to request, we don't need a request body for this. So let's just select none. And if we click send here, we'll see that will increment the number of upvotes there. Cool. So that is how to implement a comments endpoint. So at this point, our server is working pretty well. But once again, there is that problem of if our server restarts, we know that all of our data is going to be reset. So the next thing that we are going to see how to do is persist our data by using a database. At this point, we have a pretty fully functional front end and back end for our blog site. So the next thing that we need to do is persist our data. And for our application, it makes sense to persist our data in a database that plays very nicely with JavaScript. So, and for that, we need to look no further than MongoDB. Now, MongoDB is what we call a non-relational database, which means that we can basically just push data into it from our JavaScript code without worrying about how the data is formatted. So now in the case of MongoDB, we can basically just hand our database any kind of JSON object that we wanted to store, and we can retrieve them later whenever we need them. Now this is in contrast to traditional relational databases where the structure of the data in the fields it contains have to be generally be defined in advance and adhere to whenever we add new data. Now, working with relational databases also generally requires some knowledge of SQL. And so by using MongoDB, which is non-relational, there is no need to learn any other programming languages. And this allows us to keep our full stack application using only JavaScript. Now, one last bonus of using MongoDB is that it's open source and relatively easy to set up and easy to use. So as you'll see, it's going to be pretty easy to add to our server also. So now that we know some of the benefits of MongoDB, let's see how to add this to our Express application. So before we can get started adding MongoDB to our application, we need to actually install it locally. After installing, we're going to open MongoDB Compass and create a database called Full Stack React DB. You can choose whatever name you want to use here, but just make sure that if you do change the name, you actually change that string that we type in later on when we are connecting to the database on our server. And we are going to create a collection with a name articles. Now we are actually just going to open up our server file, server.js, and we are going to scroll up to where we had this article info defined. We're going to copy that array, including the square brackets, and paste that in the add data pop-up here. What this means is that we successfully inserted these JavaScript objects into MongoDB. Collections in MongoDB are like what tables are in SQL-based databases. Just collections of related or similar items. Now that we have our MongoDB set up, let's see how we can add it to our server. Now that we have got MongoDB up and running locally, let's see how we can incorporate it into our Express server. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to install the MongoDB package into our project. And this is the library or driver that will allow us to connect to MongoDB from inside a Node.js server. And we are going to do this by opening up our terminal and make sure that you are inside the backend directory. You might not be if you just opened up a new terminal. Now we are going to run npm install MongoDB. So this is again the MongoDB driver. And once that's installed, we can use this package to connect to and modify our local database from inside our Express server code. So previously we added the data here in our articles info array to a database called Full Stack React DB. So now that our data is saved there, we no longer need to define it here. And instead of deleting it, I'm just going to leave that around so that I don't break these endpoints. But once we get these endpoints to be switched into, but once we get these endpoints switched over to use MongoDB instead, but once we get these endpoints switched over to use MongoDB instead of this in-memory database, you'll actually see that the syntax highlighting will make the name of this thing grayed out, meaning we no longer have need of it. So we'll be able to delete it then. So in order to get started here, the first thing that we are going to do is we're actually going to create a new endpoint that will allow us to simply load the data for one of our articles without modifying it. Currently, we have two other endpoints that allow us to add upvotes or add comments, but we want the ability to just see what the comments and upvotes are for a given article. So here is what that's going to look like. We're going to start off by saying app.get, and for the path here, we are just going to say /API/articles/:name. And now we are going to say request and response, and inside here, we're going to connect to MongoDB and make the MongoDB queries. So first of all, let's actually get the name of the article. We'll say const name equals request.params. We're getting it from that route parameters there. And then we're going to import something up at the top called Mongo client. All right, so import Mongo client from MongoDB, that library that we just installed. And additionally, we are going to import something else called server API version that we'll use to create a new instance of this Mongo client thing. Cool. So next down here in our load article endpoint that we just created, we are going to create a new instance of that Mongo client thing, which will enable us to connect to MongoDB. So here is what this is going to look like. We are going to start off by defining the URI of the database we want to connect to. And then we are going to say const client equals MongoDB : //127.001:27017. And by the way, this value is going to be different depending on whether you are connecting to MongoDB locally or connecting to a remote MongoDB server. And then we are going to say const client equals new MongoDB client, new Mongo client. And then we're going to say const client equals new Mongo client, that thing that we just imported up above. We are going to pass the URI as the first argument, and the second argument here, we're going to pass a settings object with server API as the first argument, and then version is going to be server API version .v1. We're going to set strict to true, and we're going to set deprecation errors to true. These are just basic pieces of setup, so don't worry too much about what's going on here. So next, now that we have this client thing created, we need to tell it to actually connect to the MongoDB instance, which we are going to do by saying await client.connect. And since that's an asynchronous function, we need to add the async keyword to our route handler here. And now that we have connected, the next thing we are going to do is we're going to say we're going to get a reference to our full stack React DB that we created through the MongoDB Compass by saying const db equals client.db, and then we're going to use the name here. Make sure that this is the same one that you used previously, or it won't have any data in it. And that should be all we need to do. So next, we are going to make a query to the database that we just connected to by saying const article equals await db dot collection of articles, and then what we're going to do is say dot find, and actually since we're only searching for a single article here by name, we're going to use find one, and then we're going to say find one. This will be what we want to search for, and this will be we want to search for the product by name, and that should give us the article that we are looking for. So let's just send this back to the client. What we are going to do here is we're going to say response.json of article. And that should send it back. So let's test this thing out. What we're going to do is go back to Postman and send a GET request to /API/articles/learn node. And if we click send, we should see that. We have this learn node article info loaded from the database. And you can tell that it's from the database because it has this extra little ID property here that's added automatically by MongoDB. So let's try loading some other articles. We'll try loading learn React, and if we click send, it loads that one as well. Cool. So at this point, we have MongoDB incorporated into our server, at least in a single endpoint. So the next thing that we are going to do is go through the other endpoints and add it there as well. So now that we have connected our server to MongoDB, the next thing that we are going to do is rewrite our other two endpoints so that they use MongoDB instead of the in-memory article info or array that we are using. So we'll start off here with the upvote endpoint. And really the first thing that we need to do here is figure out a more efficient way of connecting to MongoDB. We don't want to have to copy and paste all of these lines of code into each and every endpoint. So essentially what we are going to do is we're just going to make our server connect to MongoDB outside of any individual endpoint here. And we'll just refer to the connection whenever we need to interact with the database. So here is what this is going to look like. We're just going to take the URI all the way through await client connect and db equals client db. We're going to cut these and we're going to create a function here that will be called something like connect to db. So here we'll say function connect to db, and inside here is where we are going to paste those lines of code. And this will need to be an async function here, of course, because it has the await keyword inside of it. At last but not least, what we need to do is store this connection in an external variable. So we'll just say let db, and that will just be undefined at first, and then we are just going to say db equals client.db. Cool. So now in order to make this work, all we need to do is make sure that we call connect to db before we start up our server. So here is what it's going to look like. We're just going to create an asynchronous function. So here we'll say async function, and we'll call it something like start. And then inside here, we're just going to say await connect to db. And after that, we'll say app.listen. All right. So we'll just add that down here, and we'll leave that the way that it was before. And now, last thing, we just need to say start and actually call that function in order to connect to the database and start up our server. So now that we have done that, we should be able to just use db whenever we need to do something. So down here, for example, in our get article endpoint, we can just refer directly to the db by saying await db.collection.
And that's using the external variable that we created up here. So let's do the same thing with upward now. With upward, this one's going to be a little bit trickier query wise because we're actually going to be modifying a document in the database. So what we need to do here is basically just remove everything. We're going to start fresh inside this endpoint because even though the logic is going to follow a similar format, it's going to be different enough that we might as well start with an empty function here. And what this is going to look like is we're going to say await db.collection of articles, just like we did in the previous endpoint. And then instead of saying dot find one, there is actually a function called update one, which will allow us to modify a document in the database. And since we also want to return the updated document by saying response.json of article, there is actually a special query function for that case as well called find one and update. All right. And here, while I'm thinking of this, let's make that an asynchronous function since we are using the await keyword. And here is what this is going to look like. For find one and update, we have to start off by finding the article by its name, which we can do by looking at the name route parameter. So we're just going to say const name equals request.params. And now that we have that, we're going to say find one and update. We're going to find the article whose name matches the name route parameter. And then the second argument, we're going to pass here is going to be an object specifying changes we want to make to that document. This one uses a special syntax that's unique to MongoDB. What we are going to do is we are going to say $inc, that stands for increment, and we're going to increment the upwards by 1. And we can say that by saying upwards 1. All right. So that's again MongoDB's unique syntax for incrementing a property. We just use the $inc thing. We tell it what property we want to increment, and we tell it how much we want to increment it by. Cool. And the last thing that we need to pass here is a sort of settings object that will tell MongoDB when we want to return the document that we are finding. So do we want to return it before we update it, or do we want to return it after we update it? In our case, we want to return it after. So for that, we just need to say return document, and the value of for that is going to be after. So in other words, we want to return the document so that we can assign it to a variable after the update. So we are just going to say const updated article equals await db.collection and etc. And then we can send that back by saying response.json of updated article. So let's give this thing a try. What we're going to do is, first of all, make sure our server is still running. Yep, it looks like it's still running there. So let's give this thing a try by going over to Postman. We're going to send a post request to articles/learn-react/upvote. And if we click send here, we should see that sure enough, we get this article sent back with its upvotes incremented by 1. And the interesting part about this now is that even after our server restarts, the upvotes and the comments will be persisted since we are using a MongoDB database. That's again one of the major benefits of using a database over just using an in-memory array as we were doing previously. So now that we have rewritten our upvote endpoint to use MongoDB, let's do the same thing with our comments endpoint. So again, with our comments endpoint, we'll pretty much start over. We're just going to remove the last few lines here.
we'll keep the request params and request body things around because that will be very helpful. So now what we're going to do is we are going to say await db.collection of articles, just like we did before. And then we're going to use that same find one and update function in order to make our change, as well as return the updated article. And we are going to find it by name again, just like we did in our upvote endpoint, except instead of saying increment with the $sign like we did for upvotes, we're going to say $push. Because what we want to do here is we want to actually add a new comment onto the comments array of our article. So here is what that's going to look like. We're going to say $push, and we're going to say that we want to push something onto the comments array, and that something is going to be the new comment. And just to make this absolutely clear, let's say const new comment equals posted by and text. And now that we have that, we're just going to say comments. We want to push new comment. The order there is a little bit strange, but that's basics of how that works. So the last thing we need to do is, just like with our upvote endpoint, we need to say return document after. Let's also add the async keyword to our handler and say const updated article equals await db.collection, etc. Cool. So let's just send that thing back to the client by saying response.json of updated article. And now that we have done that, let's test this thing out. So we're going to go back to Postman here and send a post request to /comments after the article that we want to edit. And we need to add a request body here. So let's just say posted by, and you can use your name and you can really write whatever you want for the text. I'm just going to say great article. And if we click send here, what we should see is that we get back the updated article, which now has a comment added to it. And again, just like with upvotes, even after our server restarts, this comments here and the upvotes will still be around. So our data is now successfully persisted in MongoDB, and since we have converted all of our endpoints, we should be able to see that up here. We are no longer using this article info array, so we can simply delete it. And that is how to convert an Express server to use MongoDB. Okay, so at this point, we have a working front end and a working back end, which we just created with Express and MongoDB. So now what we need to do is bring the front end and back end together using network requests. Essentially, what we want to do is have our front end make a request to our back end in a very similar way to how we have been making requests to the back end using Postman. The main difference is that the front end will be allowing the user to do this automatically by doing things like clicking buttons, adding comments, things like that. Now, there are many libraries that we can use in order to load data from the backend in React, but the one that we are going to use here is called Axios. So what you want to do is open up a terminal and we're going to install Axios into the front end, and then we're going to run npm install Axios. So that will install that library for us, and that should be all that we need to do to get started. So we'll see how to actually use this library to make network requests to different URLs now. So now that we have installed Axios, let's see how we can actually load data for the different routes in our React application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the front-end application again. We haven't been in here a little while. So, but we're going to go into app.jsx and take a look at the routes array that we created inside of there. Now, remember that what this routes array did is it defined what component what. Now remember that what this routes array did is it defined what component, what page component should be displayed for each path. So we had this surrounding layout component that basically was in charge of displaying the nav bar, and then we had the home page, about page, articles list page, and article page. So what we need to do here in order to load data for one of these pages is we actually just need to specify another property in one of these objects. And that is a property called loader. Now, the way that this works is we simply need to specify a function for this loader property that will load whatever data this component needs from the server. So here is what this is going to look like. We are going to define this function, which by the way needs to be an asynchronous function because we are going to be making a network request, which is an asynchronous operation. And inside here, what we are going to do is we are going to send a request by saying axios await axios.get. Now we just installed the axios library. So in order to be able to use axios.get, we need to import it up at the top here by saying import axios from axios. So now that we have that, let's go back down and we are going to say await axios.get. And we need to specify the URL that we want to make this request to. Now, the URL here is a little bit tricky to get right because the temptation is to just find out whatever port the backend is running on and try and send a request to that. So we might want to try just copying this URL and sending it there. However, we're going to run into some problems if we try things this way because of something called a CORS error. CORS, C-O-R-S. So we are going to avoid doing that. And instead, what we are going to do is make our front end and back end think that they are running on the same origin, the same port and URL. So, all right. Now, this is actually going to be a really, and all right. Now, this is actually going to be a reality when we publish our application. What we are just going to have a we are just going to have a single server that serves both our front end and our backend. So what we are going to do here for the URL is we are simply going to say axios.get and we are going to say /API/articles and then slash. And for now, we are just going to say learn-node. All right, we'll see how to actually get the name for the article that we want to load here shortly. But that's all we need to do for now. And again, that's going to send this type of request, a get request to this path. So let's get the response here. We're going to say const response equals await axios.get. And now that we have that, we are going to get the response body, which as we know is going to contain the data for that article, such as the upvotes and the comments by saying const article data equals response.data. Okay, and now we simply need to return that by saying return. And what we can actually do here is pass the upvotes and the comments separately, which will make it easier to get at those inside the page component as we'll see. So here is what this is going to look like. Instead of saying const article data, we're just going to say const, and then we're going to say that we want the upvotes as well as the comments. And then what we're going to do is say return upvotes and comments. Now you might be wondering why it is that we are returning this as an object. Well, basically what we can do now is we can go into our article page and access these things by using a special React hook. So that's what we're going to see how to do next by using a React hook called use loader data. All right, so now that we have added this loader for our article page route, the next thing that we need to do is actually go into that page and use a React hook in order to access the data that we have written. that we are returning, these upvotes and comments. So here is what this is going to look like. We are going to go into our article page component. So let's just open that up here, pages, article page.jsx. And now we're going to import another hook besides use params from React Router DOM. That's going to be called use loader data. All right, so here is how this works. It's actually pretty simple. Whatever we returned from the loader function in our route definitions, we can access simply by saying const data equals use loader data. Now, in our case, since that loader data was the comments and upvotes in an object, we can actually just use object restructuring here to say upvotes and comments equals use loader data. And let's just try displaying these. We'll just display them right underneath our article title. Actually, let's get started here just by displaying our upvotes. We'll just say something like this article has upvotes, and we'll just leave our comments for the time being. We will come back for those. It's just that it takes a lot longer to create the basic structure to display them. So let's give this a try. The first thing that we are going to do, of course, is run our front end and make sure, by the way, that your backend is also running. All right, so we are going to go into our front end directory and make sure that we are in front end over here on the right hand side. All we're going to do, and we're going to run npm, and we're going to run npm run dev, and that should start our front end again. So let's go over to the browser, and if we go to articles, and we can then just click on any of these article pages here. What we'll see is that, oh, it looks like that didn't work. Now you should right click and go to inspect, and then go to the network tab here, and you may need to hit refresh in order to see this. If you select fetch XHR, that will show you the lead. If you select fetch XHR, that will show you the learn node request that was made by our front end application. Now, one thing to notice here is that it's not going to the right URL. So this is the URL for our front end. Now, the reason it did this, let's just go back to our IDE here. The reason it did this is because inside that loader, we didn't specify the full URL. Now, remember that I said earlier is that in order to make our front end and back end think that they are on the same origin, we need to set up something called a proxy. So the way that we do this when creating React apps with read is by going into this read.config.js file in our front end. We are going to add something to this little defined config object that it has. And here is what that's going to look like. We're going to say server. All right. This is going to be an object of its own. Then we're going to say proxy, which is also going to be another object. And then we are going to have a property called /API, whose value is also going to be another object. So we've got a fairly nested object here, but just bear with me. Inside this API object, we are going to say target. And here is what we need to get the URL for our server. So let's actually add the value localhost 8000 as the value for that target. Now, what we are going to do is add change origin now and say true. And that should be all we need to do here in order to make this work. Now, you may have to restart your front end. It's usually just a good idea to do that to make sure that those changes take effect. So let's open up our front end again. And what we should see now is if we go to any of our article pages, it will display this article has, and then it will actually have a number in there. And if you open up the inspect window again, and go to network, and let's just hit refresh here. You'll see that it actually shows the request that our page is sending to our server. So if you take a look at the response here, we are getting the learn node article with 0 upvotes and no comments. Now this is just because we hard-coded learn node into our loader, as you may recall. If we go back into our app.jsx and take a look at the loader here, we hard-coded learn node. So the next thing we want to do is actually incorporate the article ID or name into this request that we are sending. So now that our front end is successfully loading article data from our server, the last thing that we really need to do in order to make sure that it's the right data is replace this hard-coded name for the article with whatever the route parameter happens to be that we are currently using or currently visiting. So essentially, we want to take this name parameter and insert into this string. We can just add a single prop here called params to our function, our loader function that we are defining, and React will automatically pass these params such as name to our function. So all we have to do now is take away this learn node thing, and onto the end of this, we are going to say plus param.name, and that should be all we really need to do here. So let's just check and make sure that this works. And first of all, we know that our Learn React article already has some upvotes. So we'll test that one just to make sure it's working there. So let's open up our front end in a tab and we'll try this again. We're going to go back into our article space and we'll go to our React article. And we see that it displays one upvote instead of 0. So let's go back to our node server. That one should still be 0, and our MongoDB one should still be 0 because we haven't touched those yet. But we can also make sure by taking a look at our inspector window, going to network and refreshing our page, and we should see now that it's loading it from the correct path, and we are getting the correct article back. And if we go back to articles and our node article, we'll see that loads the node, and for MongoDB, we see that loads the MongoDB article data. So the last thing that we're going to do here is, in order to make our application a little bit more modular, it's usually a good idea for these loaders to actually export them as part of the page file. So what this is going to look like is we are actually just going to take this async function, we are going to cut it, and we are going to go into our article page and export that by saying export function, and then we're going to call this something like loader, and then we'll paste our function here, and this does need to be an async function, so let's add the async keyword. And now what we can do is we can simply load this loader function or import this loader function rather into our app.jsx and pass it in. But let's actually import Axios into this file just to make sure we have that imported. So we'll say import Axios from Axios. And now we can go back to our app.jsx, and along with our article page, we're also going to import the loader, and we can rename that by saying as article loader. And now we can just go down here and pass article loader as the loader instead of having our function defined in place. So in other words, what we are doing here is we are just putting all of the logic that belongs together in the same file. If you want to know how the article page is getting its data, we can just look at the loader function. So anyway, that is how to load all of the article data for our individual articles. So the next thing that we are going to do is work on comments and upvotes and integrate them a little bit more into our front end. So now that our article page is correctly loading information about the articles that it displays, the next step for us is to build a new component to display the comments for our articles. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here into our front end directory, and we're just going to create a new component here. We'll say new file, and we'll call this comments list.jsx. All right. So inside here, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We just need to say export default function, and we're going to call this comments list, just like the name of the file. And this is going to take a single prop called comments. Now, all that we need to do here is have our article page display this component and pass the comments that it loaded from our server as a prop to this thing. So let's just create a simple interface here that displays those comments. Here is what this is going to look like. We're just going to say in a React fragment h3, that's going to be our heading comments. And now underneath this, we are going to loop through our comments and display the same structure for each of them. So here is what that's going to look like. We're just going to say comments.map, and for each comment, we're going to display a div, and this is going to have a key. We can just use the comment.text for this. So we'll say comment.text, and that does assume, of course, that the text is going to be unique. So if there are two comments that share the same text, that could cause problems, but we could always add a unique ID to these comments in MongoDB if you want to. We'll just skip over that part for now. And inside here, for each of these comments, we're just going to have an H3 heading that displays the person that posted the comment. So we'll just say comment.posted by, and underneath this, we're going to say paragraph, and this is going to be comment.text. So that should be all we really need to do here. And once again, we're going to ignore the ESLint errors here, saying that we need to do props validation. Just in the interest of time, we are going to leave this the way it is. And now that we have our comments list, let's go back to our article page, and we're going to import the comments list component by saying import comments list from comments list. Now down here underneath the article content, we're going to say comments list, and what we're going to do here is we're just going to say comments equals comments. We're going to display the comments that we loaded from our server. So let's give this thing a try. Now we're going to go back over to our application running in the browser, and we actually don't have any comments for MongoDB. So the only one that we have comments for is our Learn React article. So let's click on that, and we see that underneath there it says great article. Now feel free to add any extra styling you want to onto this. Now feel free to add any extra styling you want to this. If you want to have like divider lines, things like that, but I'm just going to leave it the way it is for now. So now that our front end is loading its data from our server, the next thing that we need to do is allow our front end to make other types of requests to our server, such as requests for upvoting an article. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add an upvote button to our article page, and we're going to need that button to make a request to our server when it's clicked. That will tell our server to upvote the article. And we also need to update the interface here to reflect the new upvote count. So here is what this is going to look like. We're going to start off by adding a button next to this message. And let's actually just put a button right here above our message that says how many upvotes the article has. And we're going to say something like upvote. And we'll also give this button an on-click prop, which is just going to be function that will be called when this button is clicked, and we'll call this something like on upvote click. So we're just going to define a function there called that. This is going to be an async function too, of course. So we'll say async function on upvote click. And inside here now, by the way, let's just pass this to the onClick prop. So on upvote clicked, inside this function now, we are going to use the Axios library to make a request. But instead of making a get request by saying axios.get, we are going to say axios.post, which will make a post request to the URL of our choice. And that URL should be something like /api/articles. And then we're going to need the article parameter there, the name parameter, which we have up here. So we'll just say plus name, and then we're going to say /upvote. And that should make a request to that endpoint for us. So let's just say const response equals await axios.post. And now we should be able to get the updated upvote count from this response by saying const updated article data equals response.data. And in order to update the upvotes count, we need to do something a little bit interesting here. We actually need to import the use state hook from React, which is used to keep track of component state. And here is what we have to do. After we have the upvotes and comments from our loaded data, we are actually going to set the upvotes as the initial value for a state. So we'll actually rename upvotes here to something like initial upvotes, and we'll rename comments as well to initial comments. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say const upvotes and set upvotes equals, and we'll use that use state hook that we just imported. And as the initial state, we are just going to pass initial upvotes. And that should be all we need to do there. So now that we have this state, all we need to do is after we update the number of upvotes by making that request, we are just going to call set upvotes. And we are going to set that to the updated number of upvotes by saying updated article data dot upvotes. Actually, let's change this initial comments thing back to comments for now, just so that it doesn't break our interface down here where we see comments. So let's head back to our browser, and what we should see is that we have this upvote button now. So let's try clicking it, and if all goes well, we should see that this thing increases to 2 upvotes. So let's give it a try. We're going to click it, and that increases to 2 upvotes. And furthermore, if we refresh our page, we'll see that this is still there. The data is now persisted in MongoDB. So that is how to implement a simple upvote button. The next thing that we are going to do is see how to do that same kind of thing for adding comments to articles in our application. So now that we have added the ability to upvote articles to our application, the last thing that we are going to do is add an add comment form that will let users comment on articles. So here is what this is going to look like. We're going to go into our front-end directory, and inside source, we're going to create a new file called add comment form.jsx. And inside here, we are just going to create a simple component called add comment form. So we'll say export default function add comment form. And here is what this is going to look like. We're actually going to have a single prop passed to add comment form called on add comment. And that's going to basically be a function that our page will pass down to it in order to allow our page to be the one that handles that and makes the request. So that just makes things a little bit easier going forward, as you'll see. So as far as the elements that this component is going to display, here is what this is going to look like. We're going to just put all of this inside a div, and then we're going to have an H3 heading at the top that says add a comment. And after that, what we are going to do is we are going to add two inputs, one for entering a name and one for entering the actual text of the comments. So here is what this looks like. We're going to say label, and inside that label, we'll say name, and then we'll say input type. Input type equals text. And then what we are going to do is copy and paste this for the text of the comment. So let's just adjust the indentation there, and we'll just say comment for this label. And then we are going to add a button that will say something like add comment. And when this button is clicked, we want it to call this on add comment function with the values in both of these text inputs. So here is what that's going to look like. We're just going to say on click equals, and we're going to need a little bit more logic here before this will work. We'll just say on add comment for now, and we'll now, in order to keep track of the values inside both of these text inputs, we need to add some state to this component. So let's start off by importing the use state hook from React, just like we did in our article page to keep track of the upvotes and comments. And now for the state, we're going to say const, and we'll have the name text. We'll just say name text and set name text equals use state. And the initial value for that will be an empty string. And then we'll do the same thing for the comment text. We'll say comment text and set comment text equals use state. And the initial value for that is going to be an empty string as well. Cool. So now that we have got these two state variables, we just need to bind them to these inputs. So we're going to do that by saying value equals name text, and then for on change, we are going to say that we want to call set name text with the new value of the text inside of it, which we can get by saying e dot target dot value. And we'll do the same thing now for our comment text. We're going to say value equals comment text, then on change equals e dot set comment text to the target dot value, and that is all we need to do there, except of course call on add comment with name text and comment text. We can do that just by passing it like this. We'll say name text and comment text, and that should be all we need to do there. So let's go back to our article page, and we are going to use that add comment form. First of all, we need to import it by saying import add comment form from its file. And now we'll go down and underneath our comments list, or maybe above our comments list, to encourage users to add comments, because that's what they will see first. We'll say add comment form, and we are going to pass on add comment, and we can define our own function here, just like we did for this upvote button. What we are going to do is we're going to say on add comment, and we'll define our own version of that function up here underneath on upvote clicked. We're going to say async function on add comment, and we're going to do something pretty similar to what we did inside this on upvote clicked function here, except we're going to be making that request to another endpoint, and we need to include the name text and the comment text as part of the request body. So here is how this is going to work. First of all, we need to change this to /comments here. And then in order to pass a request body, all we need to do is add a second argument to this, which is going to be a JavaScript object. And we're going to say that we want to post it by. If you take a look at our server.js endpoint again, just to verify this, we see that we have posted by and text. So we just need to change those properties a little bit in our requests that we are making. So let's go back to our article page, and now we can say posted by. That's going to be name text. And for the text, That's going to be comment text, and that should be all we need to do there, except of course update the comments. So let's do the same thing with the comments as what we did with our upvotes. We're going to rename comments here to initial comments. We're going to add another state variable called comments and set comments like so. Then we'll say equals new state initial comments. And now we just need to call set comments with the updated comments inside our on add comment function. And we need to set that to updated article data dot comments. Cool. So that should be all we need to do there. Let's give this thing a try. We're just going to go back to our app running in the browser here. You see our form. It's not the prettiest form in the world, but again, I'll leave it up to you to restyle that yourself. So I'm going to say Sierra. We'll say Sierra 2 for the main, and then for the comment, we'll say something like, I agree. This is a wonderful article. All right, so let's try clicking add comment now. And what should happen if everything goes well? Yes, we should see another comment appear underneath this one here. So let's click add comment and we'll see that comment. One last thing we might want to do is clear out these two text boxes after we click on the add comment button. So let's go back to our IDE. In order to do that, we can say inside add comment form, we'll just adjust this anonymous function that we are using here so that after calling on add comment, we just say set name text to an empty string, and then we're going to set the comment text to an empty string as well. So let's just try that one here. We need to go back to our app in the browser again, and here, let's just refresh the page there. And now let's just say something like someone else, and for the comment, we'll say I like it too. And if we click add comment, we'll see that that clears out these things out and adds that comment onto the end of that comments list. Cool. So at this point, we have a fully functional full stack application. Well, congratulations. We have covered a lot of ground in this course. And the first thing I want to do is thank you for joining me on this journey. By now, you have gained some incredibly valuable skills in full stack React development, including building front end with React, building backends with Node.js and Express, and of course, adding database functionality with MongoDB as well. So now that the course is over, you are probably wondering where to go next. Well, what I would recommend is that you take this opportunity while everything is still fresh in your mind to solidify your knowledge by building your own full stack projects. So if there is some full stack project you have been dreaming of building, get started on it right now. And also, if you have any questions or want to share your progress, feel free to post in the comments section. And finally, if you are looking for other courses, I'd highly recommend checking out some of my other courses in our channel, including courses on working in the React ecosystem, software architecture, and design patterns with React, and so much more. So keep coding, keep learning. Best of luck in your projects.
In this video, we will see how to install Python in Windows. First, let's go to the Python official website. So search for Python in Google. The first link is the Python official website. Let's go into this website. Now let's go to downloads. Now we can see the download Python 3.13.2 option. Let's click on this link. Now it has downloaded the Python installer. Let's click on this. So now the Python installer is open. We can choose the first option, install now. And before that, we have to choose this option, add Python to the path. So install now. Let's click on install now. Installation has started. Now the setup installation has been completed. Let's click on this option. It will ask for confirmation. Choose yes. And then we can close the installer. Now we have installed Python. Let's verify if the Python installation got successfully done or not. Let's go to the start menu. Let's go to the command prompt, cmd. Click on command prompt. Open. It will open a command prompt window. Now let's type Python here. Enter. Now it has gone into the Python shell. Let's come out of this. Press Ctrl Z and then press enter. Now it will come out of the Python shell. Let's type Python version. Now we see the version of the Python is 3.13.2. So this is how we verify Python is installed or not. So this is how we install Python. It looks so today we'll start with Python. Basic syntax of Python and all the data structures and variables within we will look into, and then we will visit object-oriented programming. I'll give a brief intro on classes, and then tomorrow we'll discuss about object-oriented programming. So first thing, I'll just form this repository. So you know the GitHub desktop application. You need to install this in VS Code. All this you need to install, and then you will need to install python.org. If you go here, you can download the binary for your respective operating system, and then you can follow the instructions. So I have Python installed already, so I'll start with owning this repository. So I've cloned this repository. Let me, here it doesn't have. You see here, you can clone this, open GitHub desktop. This is my GitHub desktop application. I'm going to clone this repository. I'll use this as a basis for all my Python code. So I can open Visual Studio from here. Here I'm going to initialize a Python node. So I'm opening terminal. If you go to terminal, new terminal, it'll open, and there is a shortcut for that. You can do Control-Shift backcode. I'm going to use that. Now, if I type in Python, I can enter into the Python shell. If I want to come out of this Python shell, I can do Control-C and enter. So there is a package manager for Python called pip. So I can install packages with pip install, Jupyter. Let's say this is a utility for working with Python files. Let's install Jupyter. this says the path variable is not updated with this location. Let me add that. So it's installed, but in order to execute Jupyter scripts, I need to add these paths into our system environment path. Let me share control panel. Basics. So when I enter Python, it goes into the Python shell. First thing that we need to look at is how to do a print. Let's do world. If you see this is called read evaluate print loop, REPL. So whenever I enter a Python statement, it will execute immediately. So compared to C and other languages, Python is an interpreted language, whereas C and Java all are compiled languages. So right now in Python, as soon as you write code and enter, it will interpret and execute that particular statement instead of compiling into a binary code. So it's faster to prototype, but performance-wise, it's a little lacking compared to the compiled languages. So first thing I'm going to look at is, this is one way to execute Python code. So let's say I want to execute Python code through a file. So I'm going to create a new file. Hello. Fine. So in files, the extensions specify which data this particular file will contain. So py extension is used for Python code. This data I'm going to do available from so this one I can execute through the Python interpreter by issuing Python. This similar this read evaluate print loop, but except that all our statements are put under one file. So this is statements. There are things called functions. So this is a basic unit of Python. I'll go into how to define a function and all that. I'll just give you a quick glance of function. This is a function. Print the same statement. If I want to execute inside a function, I'll just move this to inside a function. So note here that I'm indenting code within this function. So Python doesn't have semicolons as the ending statements for an ending character for statements. So Python interpreter interprets code based on the indentation level. If I indent one part of the code inside that definition, means this is a kind of a block. We are creating a block of code. In other languages, if you see C language, so we create blocks in this CR, we create opening bracket and closing bracket. So in Python, we use indentation for doing the same thing. So we are actually creating a block. So I want to add one more statement here. This is another line. All this will be under the same indentation level. This is out of the function block. So this statement is not part of the function. Let's say I want to execute the function. This is a function. How do I call that? It's through like this. So this function gets executed, which prints these two lines, and then this prints this line. If I put this line after this, First, this statement gets executed and this gets printed, and these two lines get printed. Let's do it. This is how the function worked. This one got executed first, and this function got called and got executed. So that's a small glimpse into what functions are. We'll go into functions and classes and methods. Functions, methods, what's the difference between a class, function, and a method. So let's go to our Python interpreter. Let's execute PWA print loop. So in computer science, if you say X is a variable, so I'm giving a value 5 to this variable. How does computer store this value? Is through memory addresses. So this particular X variable will have a specific address assigned by the interpreter or by the CPU, which will have the value 5 in it. And if I have same thing here, X is now having a specific address. Addresses will be based on the memory architecture. You will have a number assigned to it, and the value of that address, the value that is placed in that memory address, is 5. If I do print X, this is going, CPU is going to access that particular location of X, the address, and reads out that value in that address and prints it out. That's the basic functionality of variables. So these variables can be different types. Right now I've stored it as a number. X can be a string or a number. It's a dynamic language. Python is a dynamic language. It doesn't require us to define the data type while declaring the variable. You can assign the value and it will automatically determine the variable type, value type. So let's say I'm going to assign a string. The strings are defined in Python as like this. They'll use double quotes or single quotes. This is same as double quotes. So now if I do print name, it is a string. So if I want to know what's the type of this variable, I can print it with the type of name. It is a string. So if I do type of, so now we know what's type of the value that we are storing based on the variable that we have, based on the value that is assigned to it. We have the type dynamically found out by the Python interpreter. So the name variable is assigned with string and X is assigned the type integer. And we also have, so what about the numbers which are decimal values? Let's say take example of 1.5. So I'll just print the type of 1.5. It's a float. It's a floating point number. So why do we call that a floating point number? Is because let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is one way. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dot 7. So this dot is actually floating. The computer does not understand where this dot is. It interprets the numbers and then the position of the decimal point. So the decimal point is actually floating. That's why we are calling it as a float instead of a decimal. So similar to this, if we had background of math, we have like complex numbers. Let's say square root of -1 is a complex number called I. So in computer terms, it is called J. So if I just print 1j, it is 1j. So if I print type of 1j, it's a complex number. This is also one of the data types. But most of the times we won't be using this data type in our day-to-day work. So I can do complex number operations also here. I just try to print multiply 1j with 1j, which is going to be -1. It displays -1 plus 0. So this is a complex number. -1 is the real part of it, and this is the imaginary part of it. So this is how we do complex math. But this is all we won't be using most of the times, our day-to-day programming work. Similar to this, we have strings. Let's say string 1. I'm defining string 1, and I can do operations on string 1. I will append string 1 with string 2. These are two strings. So I'm just summing these two. We'll see what happens. So it's actually appending or concatenating these two strings. When we do 1 plus 2, it does sum. When we do string plus string, it does concat. So this is dynamically determined by the interpreter what to do with this operator. This is called the operator. We have data types. We have seen integer data types, float data types, complex numbers, and strings. Now let's see booleans. So booleans is true or false. Let's say this is true, and Python has true and false. These are the two different boolean data types. So if I just try to print true, it doesn't. True does not exist in Python. The actual boolean for true is capital T, true. Boolean for false is capital F, false. But one thing we can do, true is actually a variable name. So just like X or A or some name, define true as a variable name that has true as the value. What will be the type of true? It's a boolean, because I've assigned value true to the variable true. So this is kind of confusing, but don't worry. So just use true, capital F, false for all your programming in Python. Let's now visit different types we have seen. Now, how do I deduce booleans? So if I do compare two variable values, 1 equal to 1. So this is actually a new thing. If I say A equal to 1, this is an assignment, whereas I do 2 equal to signs, it is a comparison. 1 equal to 2, this is a false. This is how we compare two values. And then this is basic data types. In Python, there are complex data types also. Let's say in C and other languages, we have arrays. Instead of arrays, we have lists in Python. Two Boolean data types called true and false in Python. So how do I deduce a comparison versus assignment? Yes, let's say A equal to 1 if I do. It assigns value 1 to variable A. Let's say if I do A equal to 1, this is a comparison operation. This is a true statement, which means it's actually getting the value of A and comparing whether it is equal to the value 1 or not, whether the statement is true or not. is it, I'm asking the interpreter, is A equal to 1? Here I'm actually assigning 1 to variable A. And similarly, if A equal to 2, I'm asking whether A's value is equal to 2 or not. So that has to give me a false as a written value. That is what it is. Because I've already assigned value 1 to it. So if I assign A equals 2 now, and if I do the A double equals 2, it says true. This is comparison, this is assignment. Okay. So now we have seen the basic data types of Python. There are complex data types called arrays and dictionaries. Arrays, we call it in C language, but in Python, it's a different name. So these are called list items. Let's say I'll define a list. That list is going to contain 1, 2, 3. It's a list of items. If I do type of my list, this is actually a list. So this list can contain nested lists also. My list actually can contain one number, one string, one boolean, one float. This is all valid. But in C, arrays do not allow having different data types. This is allowed. If I do print my list, it will print actual values. And similar to this, we can have nested arrays, nested lists. I have one list. Inside that, I will have one more list. 1, 3, 4. We have one more list called 5, 6. Or I'll have one more list with strings in it. This is all valid. This is all valid. If I print my list, it has a list has a specific property called length. You can find the length of a list by length operator here. The length of this my list is 4 because it has 1, 2, 3, and 4 elements. This doesn't count the nested lists. So as long as my list is concerned, it only has 4 elements. Those 4 elements can be lists, underlying lists, or it can be dictionaries or any other data type. So that's about list length. So this is one type of complex data structure. There are something called sets. So whereas list is a, say, this is a list. Try to print list. This shows all elements. There is something called set. My set. Sets are defined like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll set again 1, 1, 1, 3, 3. Let's do print my set. Let's see what's the difference. It's only printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only printing unique values. So in a list, we can store duplicate values, whereas in a set, we cannot store duplicate values. A set is a unique set of values. Let's try setting, try a set having multiple data types. Print my set. It's only storing unique values. So that's about sets. Let's try getting the length of a set. I'm going to define a set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. It's 5. Let's make comparisons. Let's do comparison on both lists and sets. There is a list called 1, 2. I'm going to compare if this is equal to 1, 2. So this is true. What if I change the order? False. Lists are order specific. So if the order changes, they both do not equal each other. Let's see how about sets 1, 2. I'll have one more element 3. I'll set 1, 2, 3. This is 1. Lists and sets do not differ in this. Let's say 3, 2, 1. Enter. This is also true. So order does not matter in a set. Order matters in comparing a list. Similar to lists, we have something called tuples. A tuple is generally defined like this. Similar to lists 1, 2, 3, but except that it will have this kind of syntax and print A. This is a tuple. Okay, let's come to the definition. What's the difference? I have a list called A, same thing, 1, 2, 3. And I can add one more item to B. Let's say B dot append of 4 if I do, and then print B. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. It has appended fourth element into it. Let's do the same thing with this. Not allowed. Basically, a tuple cannot be edited. Once defined, it cannot be edited. That is having tuples. And why that is not editable, or why do we need that uneditable feature, is for optimizations. So when I'm editing a list, the memory optimizations will go for a toss. So whenever we add one more element, it has to relocate the data and store that extra information where the addresses of each of the elements are. If it is split into multiple locations in the memory, it will have to store 2 addresses for this. So it's an internal mechanism how the interpreter converts this code into machine code. So whereas in a tuple, if I define it once and I don't have to store extra information for me to retrieve or manipulate as that tuple. So if I have to make it editable, I will have to make some more metadata stored in the data structure. That extra information is not required for a tuple. That is why it is efficient, memory efficient. So when we have large sets of coordinate information, let's say, especially where we use these tuples is for storing XY coordinates. Let's say 1, 3. So basically, this XY coordinates are usually XYZ coordinates. Both even in 3D programming, we have XYZ both, all 3 coordinates. This is especially very useful in game programming. Not just for game programming. If you want more optimized code, memory efficient code, you can do this. You can use tuples. Similar to this and sets, we have length property for tuple also. Same thing. There's no difference. And now comes the dictionaries. So dictionaries are a little bit more similar to our dictionaries. Dictionaries store words and their meanings. Similar to that, they store keys and values. So let's define a dictionary. So dictionary syntax is like this. It's similar to set syntax, except that we will have keys and values. The keys are always strings. Apple. I'm going to store something like that. Where something with dangerous animal. And enter. Let's see length of my dictionary. So there are two elements in the dictionary. Now let's access what is an apple. I'm just looking for this word apple. I'm trying to see what's the meaning of that apple. You can store anything in here, not just strings. You can store any even a list or another dictionary also, a nested dictionary also you can have. So it's just that key and value should be there. The value can be an integer, float, list, dictionary, tuple, or whatever you want to have. The key should always be a string. Let's see now. Let's access something that is not there in the dictionary. Okay. This key is not defined in any of these keys here. It's not a frozen letter because this dictionary does not have an element with the name method. Okay. Now I have the dictionary and I will redefine one more value here. Apple, same key I'm going to use. And I'm going to use something like, sometimes it's green. And let's print what is in my dictionary. Access my dictionary. Apple. It gives the last entity. So when I'm appending a new entry, it is actually replacing that particular key previously defined. Let's say I will define dictionary. It's nothing but saying dictionary of there and want to do something like here. Some text replaced. Now if I print my dictionary, apple got replaced by this and pear got replaced by this. This is how we manipulate dictionaries. So this is pretty much the data structures in Python. So what we have seen into basic data types like integer, float, string, and then complex structures like list, set, dictionaries, and tuples. And complex data types also is there as a basic data type. Now let's see how to compare two values or two variables, or how to do arithmetic and comparison operations. So let's see arithmetic operations first. So I will define 1 plus 1. This is in general. In every language, this is same. And let's do multiplication. Multiplication is specified by star asterisk. This is how we do multiplication. If I do 2 stars, this is actually raising the power of 5 by 2, which is like 5 square. And 5 to the power of 3, this is how we get it. Double star means it's a power. And let's do a division. By default, the division is going to give you a floating point number because the reminders will not always be zeros. So if I do 20 divided by 6, it gives decimal values also. That's why by default in Python, it is by default is not to return a float, any division. So if I do 20 divided by 6, this is an integer division. It doesn't take care of the decimal values. It only gives what is before the decimal. And if I want to see what's the remainder, let's see 20 modulo operator 6. This is the remainder. So similar to these operations, we can do operations on strings also. Just like we have seen earlier, string 1 plus string 2 gives a concatenated string 5, 2 plus 1. This doesn't give 2, but it actually gives 11 because these two are strings. Similar to this, I will do operations on a string. This is a string. I'm multiplying it by 4. Let's see what happens. It's actually repeating this 4 times. This is a convenient way to print for formats or designs. And if I use 1 plus 4, what happens? Goes added. So string and the number is cannot be added. And now this is about arithmetic operations. Let's see comparison operations. Just like we have seen, 1 equals 1, double equals 1. This is a comparison operation. And 4 less than 5, this is true. 5 less than or equal to 5, this is true. 5 greater than 2, 5 greater than or equal to 2. This is all about basic less than, greater than, equals, greater than, equal to. All this we might have already seen. And there is logical operators called and or, and or and not. So how do I do those? True and true. This is like if you have seen logical operators, you would have already visited logic gates, truth tables, true and true, true and false, false and false, false and true. All these combinations we can use. And true or false is also true. It's the only scenario when or will fail is when there is both are false. If both are false, then it becomes false. When and true will become true, true and false will become false, everything else will become false. False and false becomes false, false and true becomes false. Okay, say I have a sentence. My sentence. This is a statement. Let's say if this will say the syntax and all. I will show you in some time. The if conditions and all that. If publish in my sentence. Print. This is a statement. Wrote. And then I have this and if software engineer and by sentence This is a statement for software engineer. Okay. If Mukesh in my sentence and software engineer in my sentence, this is a statement about Mukesh in software engineer. Let's say instead of software engineer, I'm going to use something like test engineer, or let's say locomotive engineer. Is not executed because this is true, but this is not true. So this block of code gets executed only when both these statements are true. So if you consider true, this results in true and this results in false. True and false becomes false. So if condition works only when this condition wholly becomes a true. Try to polish. Okay. Okay. See, this is kind of true or false will result in true. So if true means it will go inside this loop. Let's see if block. Let's visit the if condition. If true, inside the if. If false, inside if. This doesn't get executed because this is false. So the syntax or logic of if is if something is true, then execute these lines is what this means. If, which is false, if some condition, do something else. This is what if syntax is. If something is true, some condition is true, then execute these lines. Understood? So we have seen and or, true and true. So if true and true, print else if true and false, print true and false. This actually does not get executed, this statement, because true and false will always result in false. This if condition or else if condition works only when the statement becomes a true value. And if this thing gets executed, if true and false, this doesn't get executed. Yes, this only is resulting in a false statement. So there is something called not operator, which negates true values. If I do a not on true, it becomes false. If I do not on false, it becomes true. If not true, print. True actually is becoming false. So if condition gets executed only when this entire thing becomes true. If not false, print false. If not false, actually resulting in a true statement. If true means this block will get executed. It can be confusing once we get into coding to see how things work in practical. You'll understand. It's okay. We're just covering the basics. So apart from arithmetic, comparison, and logical operators, we have membership operators. So let's take an example of a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I want to find out if specific element is there in a list A, I can find out if, or like I can say like 4 in A. This actually checks if element 4, value 4 is there in this list or not. Let's say I will try 10 in A. This returns false because 10 value is not found in this list. Something similar, we can do this membership operator for strings also. Cat in my pet cat. This is true. If I just do cat not in my pet cat, so this checks if cat is not there in this particular string or that statement is false because cat is actually there. We are trying to see if it is not there. So that gives false. So this is about membership operators. Now let's look at if-else conditions, conditional statements. So we have already seen that. So I'm going to define a value, assign a value true to A. If A, I want to print something. It is true. And I will execute one more statement there. So let me also print this. If A is true, both these statements get executed. And this gets printed. If you see here, this statement gets executed. These two statements get executed only when A is true. If I now change it back, I will change A to false. And same code I'm going to execute one more time. Only this thing gets executed always. If A is false, these two statements did not get executed. This is how if conditions work. Something similar, if I define another condition called else, print it is false. So if A is true, this gets executed. Otherwise, this gets executed. And this gets executed always. That's it. It is false because A is false. We have made A as false. This is getting executed. Let's define one more value. B as A as true. Let's define the same function. I'll just add one more nested if condition here. If B print B is true. And execute now. So it is true. this thing, these two statements, and also this statement got executed because both B and A both are true. So instead of this, I can actually have if A and B print A or B. Oops. That's true. This is how we use AND. So something similar. We, instead of having nested statements, we can make use of loops also. Let's say I will use a list 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to iterate through all the elements in a loop, all the elements of A in a loop. I can do it with for item. So this is just a value name I'm giving to. I have to use an iterator in. So we have used in as a membership operator. This is a different context. This is part of the for loop syntax. This in is not membership operator in this context. But item in A, print item. So actually lists, dictionaries, and sets, dictionaries, lists, and tuples, all these are called iterables. Iterables means we can actually iterate through each of the elements and do some operation on each of that element. So as long as we have an iterable item, we can use in to loop through all those values in that iterable items. So for item in A, if I'm printing here, it prints all the values. It loops through each of these items and prints them. Similar to this, we have a while loop. While, let's say I'm defining a value A as 0, while A less than 5, print A, and then increment plus equals 1 actually means A equal to A plus 1. So this is one way to do it. That is a better or short way of doing it is A plus equal to 1 means this A equal to A plus 1. I'm just going to use this old syntax itself. Just all the confusion. Later we'll start using the other syntax later. So this loop actually loops and prints through A and increments the A value. Every time it loops, it will increment by 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it will print. So this is how we loop through the while loop. And next thing is defining functions. So for this, I think we should make use of this. I've already shown you this. If I am executing a print, hello, I'm actually calling a function called print. This is already predefined in Python. Print is a function and hello is the argument to that function. So we are actually saying to the interpreter that you need to print this hello string out into the console. That's the function we are executing. So we can have our own custom functions defined in Python, which does its own operations. So I'm going to define a function. How to define a function is through def keyword multiplying by 3. I'm going to pass a value to it. I'm going to store it in a variable called val. Inside that function, I'm going to see this indentation. This is very important. If you don't indent code, it will throw error, or otherwise it will have logical errors in it. And I'm going to return 3 times that value that we are passing. I just defined a function now. I have not executed that function. When I did print hello, I've actually executed the function. Now, in order to execute this function, I need to call that function. Multiply by 3. I want to give a value of 4 to the value. It's going to return 3 into 4. 12. And similarly, I can define one more function, def multiply, which this time it will accept 2 parameters, val1, val2. This is how we define a colon should be there at the end. And I'm going to return val1 to val2. And I'm going to do multiply 3 and 4. So now let's do something with lists. Let's define a value variable A with list 1, 2, 3. We define a function that will append floor to it to accept a list. My list dot append of 4. And now I'm going to do append 4 to which list? To the list A. Now append A, it has manipulated this list object and added element 4 to it. And let's see. This is how we manipulate lists. Even dictionaries you can pass to functions that will in turn edit those dictionaries. So how about having return values? Now we have had a state function which returned return values. Let's say if I store value 3 equal to multiply of 3 comma 4, val 3 now contains the result of this operation. If I'm returning a value, this value can be stored in a variable again. Value 1 into value 2, 3 into 4 is going to be stored in val 3. If I print val 3, it's going to have value 12. Now, what about print statement? Print hello if I do. What's the value it stores? Let's say value 4, also print of hello. Now let's access val 4. Print val 4. It's actually a null. That means print statement is not returning anything. By default, any function that doesn't return anything will return none. None is a special type in Python. Let's see the type of none. This is called none type. If nothing exists, it is a none type. It's like similar to nil values in Java and C. So null spot. Let's try adding one value to none. Adding values to none is not allowed. This is about the basics of Python. So we will define classes tomorrow. So just a quick peek into classes. We define classes with class keyword. So classes are very useful for object-oriented programming, and an object is what we consider anything in the world, anything, an abstraction. Any object has its own attributes. All this attributes and methods, functionalities of a specific object, we will program into a template called a class. So that we will look. Let's say if you take an example of a dog, what it does, how many legs it has, all those things will be part of the class. So this is how I define a class. There are some attributes and methods in class. Just a quick peek I will do. We will discuss in depth into classes tomorrow. I'm going to initialize this dog. The syntax I will explain in some time. Others we will visit tomorrow. Example. So I create a dog. And this is an object. How to print this dog object in a human readable format and all that we will define. So tomorrow. So how do we exit from this tuple? Is through Control C and enter. Or if I go here, do exit. Exit. Yeah. Exit function. If I execute it. I'll just quickly go over what's been discussed in the previous recording. So first thing is we have a Python interpreter. So okay, why do we need an interpreter is something I need to give a context on. So computers will understand only binary language, right? Basically, a CPU can understand CPU instructions. CPU instructions will have specific number codes. Those number codes, for addition there will be one code, and for subtraction there will be one code. So computer is nothing but an advanced calculator. So in our traditional calculator, we just do arithmetic. So whereas computers can do complex calculations, not only arithmetic, it's more or less complex arithmetic. So in order to communicate what needs to be done, let's say if I want to find out the square root of a number, how do I instruct a computer? There is a way to, all these mathematical operations can be programmed into a computer through some specific format. So we can actually write binary code directly, but it is not easy to write. So in the initial days of computers, we used to have punched cards where we had to write ones and zeros. Punch, if there is a hole in the punch card, that means it's a 0. If it's there is no hole, that's a 1. So addition, add, and instruction, it will have one specific number assigned to it. The CPU understands that specific number. So as the technology grew, we had to write a complex set of instructions. Using binaries was not even feasible. So initial stages, we have discovered the assembly code. So assembly also is kind of a symbolic language. On top of it, we have developed advanced source code, meaning English-like language, an advanced programming language. So in order to convert, basically computer just means the CPU. CPU does not understand our even source code, our C code also it does not understand. So there should be a middleman who converts a plain English, kind of plain English. C is kind of an English, but it's a symbolic language. So a middleman is called that middleman is the compiler who converts our C language code into binary code that the CPU understands. So when a CPU is working on some problem, executing a program, it actually is fetching instructions from the memory. That instructions is all in the binary format, ones and zeros. And if it sees an add code 1001, let's say, for example, is symbolic way of saying add two numbers, that's what it will do. So for us to convert from a traditional English-like language into a machine language, which is ones and zeros, we need a compiler. So there is another thing called interpreter. So the difference between a compiler and an interpreter is that if you write a program, compiler will entirely read the entire program and converts it entirely into machine code. So during the process, it will optimize some set of instructions. Let's say if I write redundant instructions, it will compress that and make it into a single efficient instruction set and converts that into the machine code equivalent. So whereas an interpreter reads our instructions line by line. So whereas a compiler reads the entire code that we write in a file and then compile it into a single binary, and the interpreter reads each line one by one and converts that specific line of instruction into the machine code and executes it on the CPU. So that's the difference. So there will be an intermediary file generated when we compile the code. So whereas in interpreted languages like Python, we don't have an intermediary file. There is no compiled code. Plain old Python code gets executed line by line by the Python interpreter. So it just reads. If it sees a print statement, it will immediately convert that into machine code equivalent and passes it onto the CPU and executes it. So whereas a compiler will read the entire file, compile it entirely into one single set of stream of instructions, and then passes it into the CPU to execute. So having said that, let's try Python. So Python, for us to install Python, we need to go to python.org. In your browser, we need to go to this www.python.org. You can install. I think when we were discussing about the npm and Node.js, you would have already got those binaries installed, so you don't need to install it again. If you watched my previous video, you can get the instructions on how to install Python. So just like npm for Node.js has a package manager called npm. Python also has a package manager called pip. So I can install libraries or external packages using pip. So if I want to see what all packages I already have installed in my system, I can do pip list. These all packages I have installed in my system because I've been using this system for long. So I've installed so many packages which I use for so many purposes. So if I want to install a new package, I can do it through pip install, say Jupyter. Jupyter is a notebook. It's kind of a markup plus Python code. So it's a shareable Python interface. We'll go into Jupyter later. So firstly, Python code can be executed in two ways. You can directly execute Python code inside the Python shell. So if I type Python, if I want to see if Python is installed or not, I will just do Python version. It will give me, if that is installed, it will show the version. Otherwise, it will say that there is no command called Python. Okay, I can go. First way to execute is I can put the Python interpreter inside the Python shell. If it shows the greater than symbols, it is Python shell. So I can write code here. Hello. And each line, it gets executed immediately. This is one way to execute. So I'll exit out of this shell, and now I will show you how to execute a Python file itself instead of typing one line at a time. So for me to get out of this shell, I can type exit. I can call exit function, or I can do Control-Z and then enter. So this will come out of the Python shell. Let's say I delete this file and rewrite. So for me to write a Python code, I need to create a new file, name.py, or it can be any name, my name.py, my script.py, something. So .py means it's a Python file. It's not strictly necessary, but it's a convention to keep the extensions according to the language that we write the code in. So my script.py, inside that, the same instruction I can write here. Print hello. And similarly, I will write one more line. So there are two instructions here. In order to execute this script, I should do Python my script.py. So this will execute both these lines. Okay, here we have output. The difference between a compiler and an interpreter is kind of, whereas a compiler reads the entire code and converts that first into a binary and then passes it on to the CPU. So what Python interpreter is currently doing with the script is it's reading one line and then printing it. It's reading the second line and then printing it. Let's say if I do some mistake here, print X. Let's see how this behaves. And it has printed hello, and then it failed. So this shows us that Python code is not compiling the entire thing. It's just executing line by line. So if it sees Python hello, print hello, it's printed it, it has printed it. And when it saw print X, which is kind of an error because X is not defined yet. We haven't assigned any value to X. So that's why it is failing. So till we get into an error, it keeps on executing. So if you do the same mistake in C language or any other compiled language, when I do compile the code, this will not even compile. So the compiler will complain that, okay, you have used X, which is not defined. So it cannot convert into binary. So that's the advantage of compilers. So while Python is useful for quickly prototyping software, so quickly write it. So every time we change the code, we don't have to compile it and then wait for the compiler to do the conversion. We can directly execute the script. That's the advantage of Python. So, okay. So this is a way to execute Python scripts. All right. So we have seen how to execute through shell, Python shell, and how to execute through the command prompt. Now I'll go back to the shell mode and show you more about the language features of Python. Let me go into Python shell, Python. So any value, if you are familiar with algebra, any variable X can be defined. So those variables is what is used for all kinds of operations in computer languages and computer science. When I say X, I'm defining a value 3, give a value 3. What the computer is doing is it's defining a memory space for a variable called X. So all the data is stored, all the programs, even the data, everything will be stored in memory. So hard disk is permanent storage, whereas memory is where the instructions and the temporary data that the CPU is working on is stored. So any program that we write, if I save this file, it's actually saving into disk. But while executing this script, it's actually fetching this file into the memory, and from memory, it is reading the instructions and passing it on to the CPU. CPU is actually reading from the memory, not from the disk directly. So the operating system is actually loading this file into memory while executing this Python script. So when I defined a variable x equal to 3, so what the computer or the interpreter or the CPU does is it will define a memory address, it will assign a memory address, and x represents that particular memory address. And in that address, the data stored is 3. And now the memory, let's say x has had a memory address. This memory address is all defined by the operating system and the CPU. So each of the locations, every byte of information will have a specific memory address. So once we have defined x, so what it did is it assigned a memory address to variable x and storing the value 3. If I do print x, what it is doing is it's getting the memory address of x and going to that location and reading that data which is stored in that particular location of system memory and printing that out. That's what the underlying thing that is happening here. So whereas here now we have defined x as a value 3. So this is an integer. So Python is a dynamic language. We don't need to specify the type of the data before assigning to a variable. So in C and Java or in any other language, some languages, you have to predefine what's the type of the variable. So what kind of data does X store? So we have to define it as integer, float, or string or something. So in Python, you can dynamically assign and you can change the value of X to a string also at a later point. So Python interpreter will dynamically change the type of the value. So let's say if I want to find out the type of X, what's the data type of X? I can type it down, like find out with this type X. It is actually an integer. Let's define one more value. This is a variable. Instead of X, I'm just using the variable name as name. And for this, I'm going to use my name. In Python, we can define strings with single quotes or double quotes. Both are equivalent. And if I do type of name, it is string. str is a shortcut for string. And there is floating point numbers. This is integers, and we have decimal numbers, right? So 1.2, 1.3 like that. Let's say I want to see what's the type of 1.5. It is a float. So why we have that name is because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1.2, 3, 4, 5. Here, if we see that this dot is floating around, these are all integers, and this point is floating around left or right based on the value of that. So that is what floating point means. And we have floating point numbers in Python, and there is, if you are into mathematics, there is complex numbers and real numbers, right? So complex number is I, represented by I, and it's a square root of -1. So I into I will become -1. So in computer science, I is actually named as J. In Python, it's defined as J. If I type 1J, it is a complex number. If I do type of 1J, it's a complex number. So till now, we have seen integers, strings, floating point numbers, and complex numbers. And there is something called booleans in Python. Booleans are true and false. These two are Boolean values. Only two values are allowed. And there is simple calculations and comparisons, just like 1 plus 1. Let's say I will do string operations, string 1 plus string 2 it appends to strings. So the same arithmetic operation, if I do it on strings, it will append strings. So let's say I can assign something to A to 2. And if I want to see if A is equal to 2, how do I compare if A is equal to 2 or not? So I've already assigned 2 value to A. If I do double equals 2, this actually means this is checking whether A's value is equal to 2 or not. It is true. Let's say if I type 3, actually we have stored value of 2 to A. And this statement is checking if A is equal to 3 or not. It's not correct. So that's why it's giving a Boolean false. This is very useful when we are writing conditional logic. If upon some condition, do something. Upon so and so condition, do something else. Okay. So we have comparisons, and we'll go in depth into arithmetic operations and comparisons. So we have seen till now the basic data types in Python: integer, float, decimal. It's a float, complex number, strings. Now there are complex data structures in Python. Those are lists. Let's say I need a list of items. I'll define a variable called mylist, and I'll define 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'll print the list. Okay, this is a list data type. So the list data type can have numbers, strings, booleans, or other complex data types also. Nested lists also you can have. If I do type of my list, this is a list data type. We have a specific function called length of list. Length function on my list, if I call this, it gives 5. So this actually is counting the number of elements in a list. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This entire thing is counted as one parent level object. So if I want to access a specific object, let's say the index actually starts with 0. My list on element 1 is the 0th index. It starts with 0, 0, 0th index, first index, second, third, and fourth. If I access my list of 2, this gives string 1 because 0th index is 1 and 2. This is the second index. If I want to access the first element, I can do it through my list of 0. Let's say I want to access this last one, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. If I do my list of 4, it gives me this. Now this is actually a list. Type, if I do type of my list of 0, this is an integer. This is a string. And this is a list. So now I can do again length of my list of 4. And this is 3 because the number of elements is 3 in this list. So you can embed any number of lists or any number of other data types. There is something called dictionary that we will see now. You can embed a dictionary inside a list also. That's how the lists are built. And similar to lists, there is something called a set. So let's define a set, my set. So the definition of a set is like this. For lists, we have defined with square brackets. For sets, we have to define them with flower brackets. I'll define 3 and 4. Okay. Type of my set is a set. Okay. We have the same thing, just like this. But what's the difference? Let's try defining a list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Length of my list 9. Okay, there are 9 elements in it. Let's say my set, I will redefine it to have same set of numbers. 4, 3, 2, 1. Length of my set is 5. Let's print and see what's the my set contains. It has only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even though we defined 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4, 3, 2, 1, it actually had stored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So okay, this gives us one hint on what a set is. A set can only store unique values. You cannot store duplicates in a set. That's the whole purpose of having a set and a list separately. So otherwise, list will suffice. So set will contain only unique values. And same thing, just like sets, we also have one more subtle difference between set and list. Let's say I define a list 1, 2, and I want to see if this is equal to 1, 2. We are comparing two lists here. Are they same or not? This is correct. That's 1, 2 are same. And I'll just reverse the order and again compare. These are lists. We are comparing lists here. That gives a false. Now, this is evident. Now, I'll try the same thing with sets 1 and 2. This is true, similar to lists. I just changed the order. Now let's see. This is also true. So order does not matter in a set. So a list is an ordered list, whereas a set is a deduplicated set of values, and it doesn't matter the order which order it is in. If two sets have the same set of numbers, it is equal. So it's all mathematical sets. If you have studied mathematics, sets in mathematics, that's the same as this. Sets are unique. So we have seen lists and sets. Now there is something called tuple. Same error that we have seen. Why? The error you're facing is because a tuple. I'm going to explain why we are getting that error. Let's define a tuple, my tuple. So similar to lists, we have tuples 1, 2, 3. This is a tuple, type of tuple. Okay. Now, same thing I'll define as a list. 1, 2, 3. Let's append one element to my list. My list dot append of 4. And then now print my list. Okay, it's added 4th element to it. And tuple, let's do the same thing with it. And it throws an error. Because tuple is a read-only entity. You cannot edit tuple. You cannot add elements to a tuple. So specifically where these tuples are used is to store XYZ coordinates or something that is standardized. Let's say in graphics programming, vectors are stored with x, y, and z coordinates. That kind of scenarios, we use tuples, because if we have the ability to append data to an element, it needs to store some extra information, metadata, in the memory. So tuples are optimized for memory. So if there is a use case for optimal transactions, then tuples is what we need to use. If we don't have to append new elements to it, tuples is what we will be using. So that's why we are trying to, if we are seeing your error, it's trying to access a function that doesn't exist on a tuple. So starts with is a function that's available only on strings. It's not available on tuples or lists. Okay, that's about tuples. And the more last kind of data structure in Python is a dictionary. I'll define a dictionary. Similar to sets, we have dictionaries. Dictionaries is also are specified like with float brackets. These are similar to our dictionaries in traditional dictionary, a word and its meaning, something like that. I will define a word and its meaning. A red fruit. Let's say a scary animal. This defines a dictionary which has only 2 words in it. That is, dict is a shortcut for dictionary. So let's do one thing. Why do we need a dictionary? Is for this is kind of stored as a hash table. So each index, apple, if I want to specifically see if there is an element called apple in it, what's the meaning of apple? If I see, it gives the value of it. These values can be any data type. Let's just see one more example. I'll redefine this dictionary and I'll redefine apple. Sometimes I'm in trouble. And let's see what my apple has. Dictionary of apple, I access. It got replaced by this thing. If I just print my dictionary, it is having only 2 elements, which is apple and bear. So when we have duplicates, just like sets, it will replace the first item with the last one. Similarly, I can also do manipulation of this like this. Another animal. Now if I do print my dictionary, this is what it gives. So you have seen the dictionary. Just like arithmetic operations, we have 1 plus 1, 1 into 1 plus 1, 2 into 4. This is a multiplication. And let's just do a power of 2, 5 power 2. This is an exponent. So we have 4, 3, 125. Just like a calculator, we can do this same thing. When I do a division, it by default gives a decimal number. If I want to do an integer division, I can do double slash. This gives only the quotient, doesn't give the remainder. If I want to get the remainder, it's just do modulo. Modulo means percentage symbol. If I do this, it gives the remainder. And similar to this, we can do arithmetic on strings, just like we have seen earlier. It appends to strings. I can do multiplication on string. Let's just say this repeats the string 4 times. If I do 1 plus 4, it gives an error. A string and a number cannot be added. So if I do 1 and again 1 in string format, it will just append these two numbers. It does that for numbers. It's not 2, it's 11. It's not even 11, it's just a string that has 2 ones in it. So similar to that, compare elements. True equals true. This is a statement, just like we have seen earlier. This is equal to comparison. This is less than. Five less than or equal to 5 is false. 5 less than or equal to 5 is true. 5 less than 5 is false. And 5 greater than 2 is true. 5 greater than or equal to 2 is also true. And similar to that, we have logical operators, which are AND, OR, and NOT. Let's see how to use them. True and false. This will result in false because AND means both sides of the thing should be true. True and true, it will give true. False and false, it will give false. If you had studied truth tables in academics, that's what it is. And a similar thing, true or false. The only scenario where this false or gives false is if both sides are false. Every other scenario it gives true. And there is something called not, which negates the value true. If I do a not operation on true, it gives false. If I do false, it gives true. And there is something called membership operator called in. Let's say I have a list. A equals 1, 2, 3, 4. And from in A, if I type this, in is an operator, membership operator, and it checks if there is a number called 1 in this list. It is true. If I do the same thing with a number that doesn't exist, it gives false. Similar to the list, we can do same thing with strings also. Cat in, this is my cat. True. Let's do AC. This word does not exist in this. That's not update. So these comparison and membership operators are especially used in our conditional logic, if conditions, else conditions. So let's define value true. Let's define something. If statement A, this is the syntax of an if condition. And inside this if condition, if I want to put some code block, the blocks in Python are indented. So in C language, we can see it with if A, something like opening and closing brackets. In Python, we indicate the indentation as the specificity for the block. So if I say here, if A, and we are giving spaces, a tab inside it. So this means all the statements that are indented 4 levels are part of this if condition or if block. So A is this is inside the block. It's indent outside. Now this is outside. Let's run it. So these two statements got executed and this also got executed. If I change A to false and run the same code again, this thing did not get executed because A is false. It did not go inside this block and this only got printed. And if I have a second condition called else, I can write it like this. If A is not true, A is true. A is not true. Similarly, I can actually nest things around. I'll just redefine A to true and have one more value called B, also true. I'll add one more nested block inside this A. If B, again, B is also A is true. This is inside the block. B is also true. This also got executed. Now, if I change this to B to false, then execute this block again. A is true, but B is not true. That's why this did not get executed. This also got executed, and this also got executed. So this is how we nest things inside the if conditions and else if conditions. There is something called else if A, print A. There is something called else if. This is in some other languages we use else if, but in Python we use elif. Just to reduce the typing. Print A is not true. Okay, else if, I think we should have one more condition. Elif will accept B from any other condition. Else. Here's the syntax edit here. We should use colon. Now we got from there. I just change B to true, A to false. B got true. And I'll change B also to false. So it again. None of it. This else block got executed. Okay, similar to this, we have if conditions and then there is loops. So only two loops are there in Python, for loop and while. For loop, I can use something like for I, or we can give any name to it, item, I, A, B, whatever. For I, N, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a list. This for loop iterates through each of the elements of this list, and that I will have that specific indexed element. So I do print I. Here's this. What this is a list, and this is an iterator. In is here, it is acting like an iterator rather than as a membership operator. So we have seen something like 1 in 2, 3, 4. This is membership operator. This is membership operator. Whereas this in is part of the for loop syntax. So this is not the same as this one. So if I want to iterate through 0 to 10, let's do that. I should use a function called range starting from 0 and ending at 10. This does not include 10. So the range function iterates through 0 up to 9. It will exclude 10 from it. It will print 9. It prints from 0 to 9. It doesn't print 10. For 10 to be printed, I should increase the number by 1. And it does print. Okay, this is for. So we'll do a while loop. I'll define a value for a 0. While a is less than 5, print a, and then I have to increment a value. Otherwise, if I run this loop now, it keeps on looping, printing a forever, because a will never become greater than 5 because I've defined it or initialized it with 0. So for us to break out of the loop, we need to add 1 to it. A equals a plus 1. Every time this loop executes, it increments this value. Enter. We can see here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how while loop works. Okay, now we have the basic syntax, data structures, arithmetic operations in Python. We need to look into one specific aspect of this language called functions. So how do I write reusable code? If I have to write again and again same kind of logic, it's kind of repeated, right? So in order to optimize that and not repeat ourselves, we define functions. A specific function will take some input, does something, and returns an output. So how do I define a function in Python? So if when I'm calling print hello, this is what we are doing. The system has a print function. Interpreter has the print function, and we are calling that function with an argument called hello. And what it does, it instructs the CPU to display this particular text on the console. So that code we don't have to write. And similarly, we can have our own custom functions defined to do custom operations. So how do I define a function is through this syntax. Def. Let's say I will just add a multiply function. Multiply by 3. And I'll accept one argument called val. This is just a variable name. It can be anything that you want to use. And we should end it with a colon. And whatever statements we write inside the indented block is part of this function. I'll just return value multiplied by 3. Just a second. So this returns, and we have just defined this function. We have not called this function yet. So to call the function, I need to do this. Multiply by 3, and I need to pass a value as a value argument. Okay. And it gives me 12. Okay. I'll define one more function, multiply. This time I'll accept 2 arguments, value 1 and value 2. And then return value 1 to value 2. And just try to do multiply, call this multiply. with value 4 and 3, it gives 12. I can do similar thing on complex data structures, like 1, 2, 3 list. Let's say I will just write a function called append 4 value, or just list, my list, or list. So put a colon at the end. Okay, that's because I haven't defined it as definition def. List dot append. Now I'll call this function append 4 list. Actually, I haven't defined that list. I have defined a list called A. We'll pass A as the list, and let's print A now. Now it has appended 4th element to it. That's how we use functions. So let's see the return value of this function. Let's say if I do a print hello, what does this value, return value of it give? Value, let's say this is just a name to a variable that I'm giving. So I'm storing the value that is returned by print into this value variable to enter. This actually printed something to the console, but the return value will be stored in the value. Let's print value now. See what it has. It has none, because print statement does not, print function does not return anything. That means by default, any function that doesn't return anything is returning none. None is like nothing. Let's do, there is a special type in Python called none type. This none type belongs to that. That's the none type. So let's try some arithmetic on none type. And we cannot do the arithmetic or any kind of operations on none. We can only check if none is true or not. None will always be false. That's the only operation that we can perform on none. So next thing is about classes. So classes is a part of object-oriented programming. I'll just give you a brief intro on classes. Then we will go in depth into some more concepts, and then we'll revisit classes and start off with object-oriented programming. So far, we have seen procedural code. Let's say do this, do this, do this. So how do I articulate a relationship between objects? How do I see the world as objects and do the manipulation on objects, do some actions on objects? So it's the object-oriented programming is invented for humans, not for computers. Computers can understand any kind of gibberish that we write. So for us to think in terms of objects, we found object-oriented programming. So an object can represent an object with an attribute, with some kind of attributes and some set of functions or things that it can do. So let's say a dog is an object. Dog is an animal, of course. It can be considered as an object. It has 4 legs, it has a mouth, it has a tongue, and it can bark. That's an action. That's a method, we can call it as a method. If I ask a dog to speak, it barks. So I can define, attach together the attributes of an object and the functionality of that object together into one class. So in simple terms, class is a template that stores both attributes of an object and the functionality or the actions that it can perform. So let's quickly define a class and I'll show you what it is. I'm defining an object called dog. This is how I define a class. Class is a template for an object. It's not yet created by us. It's just, we are just defining how an object looks like, a dog object looks like. That's what a class is. It's just a template. So it will have by default a function called init. It's a language feature. So it's called a constructor. I'll go in depth into what a constructor is and how to use those constructors. And this is the basic syntax of defining a class. We'll go in depth into object-oriented programming once we cover the basics. So here, this is a standard function that we need to write in a class. So self is a reference to the current object. So I'll define a name value attribute. This is an attribute. This is called an attribute. So you can define any number of attributes with any name. Self.name, I'm just giving this dog a name. My dog 1. Or I can just say Rex as a dog. And self.legs defines 4. These are the attributes of a dog. And this is the end of class definition. So I will just edit it and have one more function defined. I'll just have speak as a function that also accepts a self argument. Any class function should have self as a first argument. Those details why we need that and all we will see later. So this one I'll just print self.name says hello. I can actually append or put a comma. If I use comma separated list of strings, it will append. The print function will append all these strings into one string. Okay. So there's two definitions of functions. So specific to classes, the functions defined inside a class are called methods. So the functions defined outside of a class are functions, plain old functions. The functions defined inside a class are methods, called methods. It's just a naming convention. Now we have defined a class called dog. Let's say I will create an object with my dog is a variable that is actually a representation of dog. So this dog is the constructor. We are actually going to call this constructor here. If I do this, it's going to initialize an object with dog template and have this functionality in it. If I do my dog.speak, then this should be redefined with transportations. I should do it this way. I'll just create one more object, my dog, and then call the function my dog.speak. That says hello. So now we are attaching attributes and its functions into one single class template, and it is called the object. This is object-oriented programming. So we'll go in depth into object-oriented programming in some time. So let's define a function called factorial. This function accepts a number, let's say 5, and returns the factorial of the number. That is, let's say I have a value 5 in it. It has to give 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. So all the way till 1 has to give. And just remove this. This value should be passed as an argument, and it should start from that value, and one by one it has to print factorial. This, okay. But I'm hard coding this 5 as the value here, but we need to pass it as a value that is passed from this column. So if we can do that, that would be great. We need to write a factorial function, definition factorial, that should accept a value and then give the factorial. Let's say if it is n, and n factorial means n into n minus 1 and so on till 1. Let's write it here. Return value into value minus 1 to value minus 2 and so on. This one, we need to write it in a proper format based on the number. Like this kind of thing will become huge if it is 50 minus 1 minus 2 minus 3 minus 4 up to 50 we will write. That is not the optimal way to write it. We need to write a factorial function to return the factorial of a specific number. Whatever the number we give, any huge number also, it should be able to calculate and give us the result without hard coding. So let's see that. So in our previous class, we have seen the basic data types, variables, and data structures in Python. Let's look into the in-depth of these data structures, and also we'll take a brief introduction to the classes in today's class. So from here, I'll open a new terminal in my VS Code. So if I want to go into the Python shell, I can do it through this command, Python, and now I'm in Python shell. So yesterday we stopped in while discussing about the classes. So to work with object-oriented programming, we make use of classes. So why do we need object-oriented programming? First of all, so if we think of our code that we have written so far, it's all procedural, meaning do this, do this, do this, do this. And while that is okay, and for us humans, it makes more intuitive sense to think of objects. Let's say in real world, we have objects and their properties and their actions. So what we perform on those objects, any kind of object has a set of properties and a set of functionalities. So if we think in these terms, it makes more sense to have objects, think in terms of objects rather than a set of tasks that need to be done. So that's why object-oriented programming came into existence. So for defining a specific object, we have to have a template of that object. Let's say a pen has an ink, has a refill, has a cap, has a body of it. These are all the attributes, and its function is writing. So if I do write, that is an action performed on the object. So to define these set of attributes and its set of actions, we make use of classes. Class is a template of an object. So I will define a class, for example, here, and I'll explain each of those things. For defining a class, we need to use the keyword class. So I'm going to describe a dog object. It's an animal, but of course, if we think of it as an object, that makes more intuitive sense. So every class in Python should start with a capital letter. So I'll use capital T, dog. So this is how I defined a class. So class, if I have to add some attributes inside this dog object, dog class. I need to add those in a definition. So now we have defined a class object called dog, and there is a default function called init for every class object. So I have to define or override that object, that function, like this. Def 2 underscores init and then 2 underscores. And then this is actually a function, but when it comes to object-oriented programming, within a class, if I define a function, it is called a method. So init is actually a constructor method. So I will explain what a constructor is in a bit. Let's define this method. So every class method will have a default argument passed into it, which is called self. Basically, it will pass the object itself. So when I'm defining an object, the object reference is what is passed into this self variable. So I'll explain more into this self variable in a bit. So once I have this defined in the body of it, I can initialize all the attributes of a dog. So a dog has 4 legs, a dog has a name, and so on. Let's say I will do self. To define a property or an attribute, I need to use self and dot any property name. Name of the dog, I'll just initialize it with Rex. And then I will have another attribute called legs. So it's an integer. Let's do self dot color as black. And that's the end of the constructor method. And let's say these are all the attributes. So let's say, what does a dog do? It eats, it barks, all that. Let's define that action also in this. So I define one more method saying speak. This also accepts an argument. All methods accept the default argument if you're not passing anything. Speak. So what it has to do, let's say when I say the dog is speaking, I'll just write something like bark. So this is what we defined. So this object template or a class has a set of properties, name, legs, color, and then it has a function or action it can perform, which is speaking. And this is template is defined. So now I want to create a dog object. So I need to initialize this dog object. I'll do it with my dog, just like lists and integers or any kind of variable, we can define a variable and then initialize it with a dog object. So in order to construct a dog object, I need to call the constructor like this. What this actually does is it will call this function inside this class that will initialize an object with name Rex, legs4, color black, and returns that object into this variable. Now I print my dog. This is a class object. This is an object. So if I want to print my dog dot color, it will print that it's black. Name Rex. Rex it has 4. Now if I want to do some operation on this, I can do that. It has an operation called speak, and I'll call that, and it printed bark. So let's say I want to create one more dog. I will create a dog, one more dog, same thing. print one more dog dot name. This also has the same name. So I want to make this name configurable. So if I'm creating a dog object, I want to pass a name to it, and all that color also I want to pass it, and initialize that object with that kind of properties or attributes. So in order to do that, we need to modify the constructor. Let's redefine the constructor here. Going back to the class, here I'm going to add one more argument called name here. So I'm going to use that name argument in the constructor. And then I will also use color. And one interesting property of one interesting aspect of Python I want to discuss here. We can also specify default values for these properties. If I'm not passing any values to it, we can define the default properties. So the default property for color, I'm going to use as black. Default value of color, I'm using as black. And default value of name, I'm going to use as Rex. So if I'm not passing these two values, variables, or the arguments, it will by default assign name as Rex and color as black. Let's define this, and now dog1, dog of name, I'll give Lucy, color as white, and dog2, I'm going to not use anything. By default, it will be Rex and black. Let's print dog1 dot color, print dog2 dot color, dog1 dot name, dog2 dot name, dog1 dot name. It's all defined. And when I do dog2 dot speak, it does the same thing. Dog1 dot speak, it does the same thing. I can do some set of modifications here and print the details of a dog, of the dog. Self dot name, I can access this variable, says I'm going to define initialize dog value. Dog1 has Lucy, dog2 as dog. Now I'll just do dog1 dot speak. Lucy says bark. Dog2 dot speak. Rex says bark. So this is how we use objects in Python. We'll go in depth into objects in a bit. But before that, we have already seen the basic data types and data structures. We didn't see how to manipulate these complex data structures yet. So let's do that now. So before we dive into this, let's do a simple exercise for defining a factorial function. So I'm going to define a function called factorial. What it does, given a number, I'm giving a number, and it returns the factorial of the function. Given n, variable n, it returns n factorial. So if you had seen mathematics, n factorial is like n into n minus 1 into n minus 2 into and so on till it reaches 1. Let's say 5 factorial actually means 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 to 1. 5 factorial is this. So I want to do that programmatically now. So I will pass factorial of 5, and it should give me the actual value of factorial of 5. For that, we need to do something like this. If the number n is equal to 0, it should return 1. So factorial of 0 is 1. So factorial of 1 would be like 1 itself. So we can do it in two ways. One way is to write some logic. Because before we even do the logic, we need to check if the type of n is number or not. If type of n is not equal to integer, return none. And if it is a negative number, we don't have a factorial. If n is less than minus 1 or n is less than 0, return none. So for these two cases, we are not going to calculate. It's an error handling scenario. If n is 0, we have to pass in 1. So first approach we'll define a variable called factorial. We'll go into this later. Right now, let's just define factorial value as 1. So because for 0, it will be 1. Okay. And for 1 also, it will be 1. So I will just count a value. Counter 1. While count number is, so I'm actually going to go from 1 to up to the number and multiply all of them and then sum it up into this factorial, add it up into factorial. So I'm going in the reverse order. Instead of going from 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, I'm just going the reverse order. 1 to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just doing 1 into 2 into 3 into 3, like this. So counter, I'm initializing it to 1 because it starts from 1. And while it is less than or equal to the number, it has to go till number 5. If I'm taking an example of 5 as the factorial number passed, while count is less than or equal to n, and multiply the counter factorial equals factorial into count. And then count, I need to increment. So every time I iterate through this loop, I need to increment by 1, which is 1. First time it should 1 into 1 it should do. And second time the previous value into 2 it should do. And previous next iteration it has to 3 into 3 and so on. What it results in now is first thing, the first iteration, the factorial will be 1. 1 into the count is 1. So it's still 1. Next iteration, count is going to be incremented to 2. That time, the previous value of factorial is 2. Let's go through this iteration by iteration. 1 equals 1 into 1. This is the first iteration, and count was 1. Count is 1. No, factorial also is 1. So this will become like this. Next, count will become 2. And previous value of factorial is 1 equals 1 into this count value, which is 2. Now the factorial becomes 2. After this also factorial becomes 1. This is the factorial value. And then next iteration, initial value is 2. Now count becomes 3. Next iteration. Every iteration, we are actually increasing the value of count by 1. This is the first iteration. This is the second iteration. This is the first iteration. This is the second iteration. This is the third iteration. Previous value of factorial is 2 equals 2 into count 3. Now factorial becomes this one factorial. This one will become factorial. Let's repeat myself. This is the first iteration. So count is actually 1. Factorial equal to factorial value, initial value is 1 into count is 1. Okay, now count will become 2 because count equals count plus 1 we are doing. This is first iteration. Second iteration, count is already 2. Now factorial becomes, what is the value of the factorial in the previous iteration is 1. Right, this result of this thing is 1 into 1 is 1. So the factorial is actually 1. Value of it is 1. So value of factorial in the previous iteration was 1, and now I'm going to use count again according to this logic. Count value is 2. That time value becomes 2. And third, and also now I'll increment the counter by 1. Now it becomes 3, and third iteration continues. Factorial equal to previous value of factorial is 2, and the count value is 3, and now the value becomes 6. Count will be incremented to 4. Fourth iteration, factorial equals previous value of factorial is 6 into current value of counter is 4. Now the value becomes 24. Like this, it continues till the count becomes 5. So now this count becomes 5. And why we have put the condition as less than or equal to. So even when the count is 5, it will run one more time. This will be the last time it will run this loop. So that time it will calculate fifth iteration. Factorial becomes the previous value, which is 24. Current value of counter is 5. This will become the value 24 to 5, 120. So instead of writing all this, this is a representation that I've given explanation. I can just comment on this part and run this code directly. So what this loop is doing this operations one by one in every loop. And after the end of the loop, I'm going to return a value called factorial. I'll call this code. And then now run this code. Python. PyScript.py. If I run this, I haven't printed anything here. So I just print the factorial of 5. Factorial of 5 is factorial of 5. is 120. Let's use 6 instead. Total of 6 is 720. No, particular 7 is 5046. Okay, this is one way to do it. There is even a better way to do this. Let's use another approach. I'll define a more function factorial 5 similar to this. We have to check this conditions. If type of I think we should use the number. I'll just use the value variable name as num. If type of number is not equal to integer, and return none. This is handling the negative scenarios. If number is less than 0, return none. Now we're going to handle a situation where the number is 0. If number is equal to 0, return 1. If number not equal to 0, then what we want to do is, so if we think logically, so 5 factorial is actually going to be 5 into 4 factorial. And 4 factorial is going to be 4 into 3 factorial. So in general, n factorial is equal to n into n minus 1 factorial. So this logic is what we are going to use in this. So now I have number n. So I need to find out the factorial of n minus 1 factorial, n into n minus 1 number into number minus 1 factorial. Right. That's what I'm going to do here. Return number into this factorial we already defined. This is called a recursion. So we will find the factorial of number minus 1. So this function is actually calling itself again with a new number. So this is an iterative way of implementing this logic. So 5 factorial will become 5 into factorial of 5 minus 1, which is 4. So every time this returns the 4 factorial value. And it will multiply 4 factorial by 5, which is essentially the 5 factorial. Let's do the same, execute the same thing. This function. Just remove this. Seven factorial is 5040. Same thing. Let's try with 6. And then 5. It's the same implementation, but it's a different way of implementing this in a recursive format. So this also can be done, and this is more optimized. Cool. So I'll move this file to factorial. Okay, that's about a simple implementation of a factorial. So now let's go back to Python and discuss about the data types, in depth into the data types. So we have seen division operation in our previous class. 20 divided by 4 is actually going to give us a real number, 5.0, which is a floating point number. Let's do some arithmetic on floating point and integer. So these both are integers. It's not floating point numbers. But division operation is always giving us a floating point number. So what if I do operation on one integer and one floating point number? It gives a floating point number. So compared to integers, floating point numbers are a bigger entity. We store larger values in floating point numbers. Always when we do some operation on a bigger value entity, the interpreter will convert the lower value entity into the bigger value entity. Integers also will get converted into floating point numbers if I'm doing addition or any operation with floating point numbers. That's the logic here. So same thing applies to even multiplication, even exponential operations. 4.0 as an exponent, if I do, it becomes a floating point number. So I can actually convert this into integer. Let's do that. How do I do that? Is through this. 4 power 4.0 to 56 integer portion it is extracting and showing here. It's again converting into integer. 45 to 8.9. It's not actually rounding this, but it's eliminating the decimal part of it. It's only giving the real part of it. The decimal portion, it is removing entirely integer. This is called typecasting in Python. In any language, we call it as typecasting. So one type of variable is value is being converted into another type. What if we do 8.99999 so on? It's almost 9. It's not going to round that value. It's going to eliminate the decimal portion and gives only the real portion of it. Similar to this, if I have 14 by 3, it gives only the integer portion of it. So if I actually do 14 divided by 3, it's actually a regression, repetition of 6666 and so on. It's at the end, it is approximating it to 67. That's the precision level that the system supports right now. So what if I want to round this value into a higher one, which is like almost near? If it is 8.3, it should go to 8. If it's 8.9, it should go to 9, something like that. So if I do round operation on 14 divided by 3, it gives 5 because 4.6 is actually greater than 4.5. So round operation will approximate it to the next integer, which is the nearest integer. It will do that. It will convert that. Okay. Coming to the floating point discussion, let's do some simple calculation. 1.2 minus 1.0. What should this actually be? It should be 0.2, right? But it is giving this number. This is called floating point error in computation. We can do research on how these floating point numbers computation matters and how it's going to affect the calculations. So our computers only represent floating point numbers as approximations. So it will first convert a number into a mathematical scientific representation and represents that in an exponential format. So actually, if I'm storing a floating point number called 0.2 or 1.2L, let's just take the example of 12.5. So how the system stores 12.5 in memory is, first it will convert that into scientific notation. So the binary equivalent of 12.5 is going to be 1100.1. So how did I come up with this number? So if I divide 12 by 2, the remainder. So how to convert a whole number, integer number, 10 base 10 integer into a binary number. So these things we divide by 2 every time and make the remainder as the value. So I will show you these calculations later, if how to do that. And the ones that are on the right side of the dot are going to be multiplied by 2. So if I multiply 0.5 by into 2, it will become 1.0. So that's why 1 will become 1. So the binary representation of this will be 1100.1. So this is a multiplied. If I want to convert this part of it, I need to divide by 2 and add the remainder here. If I have to convert the right side portion of the floating point number, I have to multiply by 2. 0.5 into 2 is 1. So that will be down here. So these are all not necessary. Just to give you the background of how these floating point errors happen, it's just enough to know that floating point errors happen. And this is the floating point numbers are just approximations to the nearest value in exponents. So first, system will convert this into a scientific notation called 1, something similar to this 1.1001. So all scientific numbers start with 1 point something into 2 power 3. If this is confusing, just bear with me. It's not important, but just giving you the background of why these floating point numbers don't have exact values. This gets stored in the memory. The real portion of it will be stored in one place, and the exponent, which is 2 power 3, is stored in one place. So all of them cannot be represented exactly. That's the reason it happens. So for avoiding this kind of scenarios, we have another data type called precision decimal. So for decimals, we need to use a library called decimals. So if I just do rounding of 1.2 minus 1.0, it gives the correct value. Round. Okay, I think let's do 1.2 minus 1.0. So because it is near to 0, it is giving the 0. If I want to round it according to a specific precision, let's say I want to approximate by 2 decimal points and do it this way. And it approximated to 2 decimal points. 0.2. Let's convert integer 100 now. See how this works. And this actually is converting string 100 into decimal integer 100. And I can represent the base of this. So this is actually base 10 number. If I consider this as base 2 number, what will be the value of it? So the integer has an advanced feature to represent a string and convert that into binary. So we have converted this. Previously, we have converted this into binary, right? When we are showing how these floating point numbers are represented. In order to convert number 12.5, we had come up with 1100.1. So how do I convert that? Yes, through this. If I have a string in it, I can convert by base 16 or base 2 or base 10. By default, it is base 10. If I convert this string into base 10 value of decimal number, it is 100. If I make it as base 2, the value of it is 4 because 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2. 2 power 2 is 4. So similarly, we can also convert numbers that are represented in hexadecimal format, base 16 format also into this. So base 16 is about, base 16 numbers start from 0 to up to 16, 15. C, D. So these are base 16 numbers. So base 10 numbers start from 0 to 9. Base 16 numbers start from 0 and end at F. Base 2 numbers has only two values, 0 and 1. So here we are converting this 100 into base 10 number, which will result in the value 100. If I convert this 100 into binary and its value becomes 4. And if I convert this string into a hexadecimal value, its value is equivalent to 427. That's what it is. So now we have decimals, right? 1.2, and we can go back to the discussion about decimals. In order to approximate these or precision numbers, if I want to approximate, I can make use of a special library called decimal library. So for that, I'm going to import decimal library, import decimal, and there is another thing called get context. It's a method. I'll just explain you in a bit. So let's get the context first. So context has a specific precision value. Right now it is set to 28. So the precision is going to be 28 characters onto the right. So I can set the precision value with this get context dot precision. Say I will initialize it to 4. Now if I do decimal divided decimal value of 1 divided by decimal value of 3, it gives me 4 precisions. It gives me 4 values. By default it was 28. Now it is set to 4. This is an advanced data type. You don't have to understand it fully. Just that know that this is there. Let's just use math function or by just do decimal of 0.14. This is actually stored as this. So just like I discussed earlier, it's an approximation of the value. It's not actually 3.14. The computer stores this floating point number as an approximated value. So that is about floating point numbers. If it's all confusing, just forget about that. Floating point numbers, just this is enough. Knowing that floating point numbers do not get stored exactly in the memory. It's just an approximation of nearest value. That's enough to know. So we already saw casting earlier. So integer of 1 we have seen. Similar to that, we can have casting on other data types. Let's say I will convert a value of 1 into Boolean. What will this result in? It results in true. So any non-negative number is a true value. If I do 0, it's 0. Even negative numbers will become true. So anything that is non-zero is a true. If it is 0, if a value is 0, it is false. Let's say I have a variable called a, which is initialized to 4. And if I do if a, print a, this actually evaluates to true. And if I initialize that back to 0, and if I do the same thing, it is false. If I initialize it to again -1 and print it, it's still going to be true. So any value that is not 0 is true value. Even complex numbers, if I do boolean of 1j, even complex numbers are true values. Similar to that, if I have an empty list, this is going to be false. Any non-empty list will become true. And there is something called none type in Python. Let's see what that none type. None type is also false value. So in similar context, if I have a list called 1, 2, if my list, if I do print my list, my list will evaluate to true because the length of my list is not empty. It's not empty list. So let's just reinitialize this my list with an empty list. And if my list and this is not getting executed because this is evaluating to false because it's an empty list. Similar to that, if I have A as 5, B as 5, A minus 5, A minus 5 is 5 minus 5, which is 0. Similarly, this also doesn't get executed. If it evaluates to 0, it always becomes a false statement. Instead of this, I can just do A equals B. This is equal to B. A is equal to B. Okay. Is this too confusing? Should we stop here or should we continue?
అర్థమవుతుంది సార్.
Okay. Okay, next logic we have to look at is not logic. Let's just take an example of whether it is nice is a boolean. Let's say it is false. I have an umbrella or not. I have an umbrella. Okay, true. I'm going to write some logic here. If I don't have umbrella, or if weather is nice, I'm going to stay inside. Else, I'll go for a walk. Is there anything wrong in this statement? So now it says if I don't have an umbrella or weather is nice, weather is okay. If I don't have umbrella or weather is nice, that means I could actually be thinking that this not applies to both these. This could mean, like initially, if I'm thinking like this, if I don't have umbrella or the weather is nice, this not applies to only this statement. It does not apply to this statement. So if I execute this, it's saying go for a walk. weather is false, I have an umbrella. Let's just do one simple logic here. This not applies only to, so this is actually similar to not have umbrella, or if I don't have umbrella, or if weather is nice, stay inside. Else, go for a walk. If I don't have an umbrella, or if the weather is nice, this should get executed. Have umbrella is true, so this becomes false, or weather is nice is also false. So this statement will not go in because this evaluates to false and this evaluates to false again. So false or false will become false totally. So this statement gets executed. Go for a walk. If I change one condition here, weather is nice is I'm just going to change have umbrella to false, and weather is nice to true. What I want to do is, if the weather is nice, I don't need an umbrella. So at that scenario, what this code behaves like, let's see. It's still suggesting stay inside. So have umbrella. No, I don't have an umbrella, but the weather is nice. What this statement is evaluating is have umbrella, false, it becomes true, or weather is nice, true or true, and it's going inside this. What I actually intended to do was, if the weather is nice, if weather is not nice, then only I would need umbrella. If it is weather is nice, I don't need the umbrella to go outside. So to appropriately represent this in the code, I have to do either this, if not have umbrella, or weather is nice, stay inside. Else, so this actually applies, this not applies to both these. If I have umbrella, or if I don't have an umbrella, or if the weather is not nice, stay inside. Otherwise, I can go for a walk. So, but this again, have umbrella, false, weather is nice. Weather is nice is true, so it's suggesting go for a walk. So what I'm trying to say here is, this not is only going to apply to the first next immediate item, not to the entire set in the if condition. If I have to write it to apply to both statements, if not umbrella and not weather is nice, stay inside. Else, so this should be written like this. So the idea here is the not applies only to the next immediate item, not to the entire set. So after the and, if I have to negate this, I have to use not again. So this statement, I can write it in a better format. That's just, it's more clear that way. If I have umbrella, or if the weather is nice, no matter what the weather is, if I have the umbrella, I can always go for a walk. If I don't have an umbrella, this becomes false. And if weather is nice, it's enough to go for a walk. I don't need an umbrella. Else, this becomes stay indoors. So I have an umbrella. Weather is nice. I just change the conditions. Have umbrella equals false. Weather is nice equals false. Both are false. Now I'm going to run this. Stay. It's suggesting stay. I don't have an umbrella, and I don't have weather as nice. Now I'll change the weather is nice to true. Now I can go for a walk. I'll change back weather is nice to false and have umbrella to true. Now I can go for a walk. Even though weather is not nice, I can go for a walk because I have the umbrella. That's how these logics work. The point here is the not applies only to the immediate next item, not to the entire conditions that we put in the if condition. And there's one concept we need to cover in lists. Let's say I have a list of names, or I can just have a name. My name is Mukesh. So if I want to access a specific character, I can access through the index. Name of 0 will give me n. Name of 1 will give me the next immediate item. And if I want to access a range of characters, I can do it through 0, starting index 0 and ending index 7, but not including 7. So it will go till 0 to 6. My name is getting listed here. Similar to this, I can actually, if I'm starting with 0, I can actually eliminate the first item itself. If I just use name : 7, it goes up to 7th index, but not including the 7th index. It gives me that. So if I want to list by from the 11th index to the end of the string, I can use it this way. Starting at 11th index to the end, it's giving this name. If you count the indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, starting at 11. So this applies to strings as well as for lists. Similar to strings, I can have a list of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do the same thing. My list of 2 to 4, it gives index 2 and index 3. It will not include index 4 because that's how it works. So index 3 and index 4, index 2 and index 3, it will give 0, 1, 2, and 3. Third and second and third index it gave, fourth index it won't include because it's 1 less than this number is what will be returned. And similarly, I can have length function for name, like this is 18 characters in length. And next we need to visit how to do formatting of strings. Let's say I want to have my number is, let's say, string 5. This is how we append strings or format strings. This is one way to append strings. There is a new format in Python that is introduced in 3.16.6, I guess, 3.6 version. So there is called, these are called f strings. I can include numbers in the string itself. So I have defined a variable, or I'm defining the string like this. F strings are defined like starting with F, and then single quotes or double quotes, both are accepted. So I'll just use my number is within flower brackets. I can use 5. Within this, I can actually have some kind of Python function or Python operations also. 5 into 5. This actually does Python calculations and stores that in the string. I can do the same thing with format also. There is something called y in math. It's a import math function. Math.py, I'll tell pi value is 3.14. Let me use this pi value in a string, formatted string. Pi is math.py. This is nice. So I can also do formatting. If I just want to print only the first 2 decimal values, I can do it with colon dot to f. Gives me only this 2 decimal values, 3.14. Similar to this, we can also do one more formatting. So pi means this dot format at dot pi. This also does the same thing. So next thing is to, what if I have multiple lines of string? If I just initialize a value to x1 and I want to enter multiple lines of text in a single value or variable, I can't do it with this format with single quotes. So to define multi-line strings, I need to use triple quotes. Is 1, is 2, is 3. I'm actually entering multiple lines here. This is multi-line. And how do I close the string is again 3 quotes. Now, if I just print A, it gives this. This is actually \n actually means it's a new line. So if I do print of A, it will print multiple lines. This is what the string contains, multiple lines. If I represent in Python format, it is going to be having \n characters. These characters mean new line characters. This is how we define multi-line strings. What if I have to use quotations inside a multi-line string? Let's say I have A is 1 having string with quotations. But if I want to use quotations again, I have to use \ to escape the quotations. And then in order to close the string, I need to use 3 quotes again. And if I do print A, this has 3 quotes inside the string. Similar to this, I can have 3 double quotes. If I'm using double quotes inside single quoted strings, I don't have to escape them. So vice versa. Even this requires single quotes because this will evaluate to empty strings, and it still use backquotes if I'm using multi-line multiple quotes inside a string. So I print A now. It's the same as defining with single quotes. So that's about the strings, multi-line strings, and there is some data type called bytes. So in our last class, we have actually covered little slicing of a list. So if we just quickly review what has been covered so far, we have seen basic data types and complex data types of Python, and then we have seen functions, and then we have seen arithmetic operations and some operations on lists and dictionaries, the differences between tuples, lists, sets, and dictionaries we have seen. Then we have done some arithmetic operations on strings, so multiplying strings, and we have seen logical operators and or not, and how to manipulate Boolean operations with these. And we have seen if conditions, if else conditions, and we have seen for loops and while loops, how they work. Then we have seen, we have defined a function that manipulates these items, these different data types, and we have seen classes just briefly, and we will go in depth into the classes in the future classes. And yeah, we are, and we have seen like floating pointer operations, and just concluded that the floating point numbers are not stored accurately in the storage computer memory, but it's an approximation. But for most of our operations, the approximations are good enough. Then we have seen decimal data type, which is a special data type in Python. So now we'll go into in-depth analysis of more complex data types. So we have seen lists. We have seen string manipulation with format strings. Now we are going to see bytes. Yesterday we stopped at bytes. Let's start from bytes data structure in Python. So let me go into the Python shell. So bytes is a special data type. We can actually define bytes with this function. So this actually is making a byte object with 4 bytes length. So each of these x00 represents 1 byte. So this is hexadecimal representation of bytes. So if you see the prefix b, this means that this stream of characters or this stream of bytes is a bytes object. And each of these x00 represents 1 byte. So let's say I want to, so these byte operations are very useful when we don't know the encoding. Let's say our files that we store. So if I have text file in it, it's an encoded file. So although the data it contains is a binary, so it will be encoded in a specific format, usually in the UTF-8 format. So in Unicode transformation format is what UTF means. So any character, any data that we write in text files is all encoded with that. Let's see how those encodings, if we don't know the encoding, we can actually read the raw data bytes from a file. And if it's a binary file or an executable file that runs on the machine, so we can use bytes directly to read that file. Let's say I will create a new bytes object. So bytes, so we can actually have any kind of string passed to it to convert that into a byte. So I'm going to use a string ABC here, and then I'm going to encode that into UTF-8 format. This actually converts this string into UTF-8 byte string. Also, let's just use a smiley character here. I'm going to put a smiley character. This terminal is not supporting smiley characters. That's fine. We'll use plain text itself. So if I'm initializing it with a variable name, let's say my byte string. Okay. I'm just going to copy paste some text here. I'm just going to use. Okay, why was this not properly given? Okay, let's forget it. Exit out of this and let's go back to my byte string equals bytes of ABC. And I'm going to encode it in UTF-8 format. Okay. Now if I print my byte string, okay, it's a binary. It's a byte type. If I do the type of byte string, it's a bytes data type. All right. So what if I want to use an array of bytes instead of just the bytes? I can define it through byte array. So this is one type of data structure that I'm just demonstrating. So similar to bytes, we can have byte array also created with the encoding. Select that. Let's say if I do a.decode, code, and for me to convert from byte string to string object, I can decode it with UTF-8 again, and it gives me a string. So this is especially useful when we are handling raw files instead of text files. If we have text encoding known previously, we can use plain text read. If not, we have to use byte streams. Okay. Now let's look into some of the list slicing features. So we have seen lists earlier. Let's define a list now. So we can actually have a partial list of items extracted from this list with a special syntax. Let's say if I want to get from the third index to the rest of the string, I can use it through 3 to end of the list. This is a special syntax we can use to extract from the third index 0, 1, 2, 3 till the end of the list. If I want to specify, I can use it this way. So if I want to list from 0th index to 6th index, excluding the 6th index, And if I want to step by 2, so every other character, if every other element, if I want to print, the step size, I can specify it as 2, like this. This gives me every other element, 1, and then 3, and then 5, till it reaches the higher index. Similar to this, we can actually eliminate the 2 parts, left side part, right side part, and only specify the step size. If I do the same thing here, from the beginning to the end of the list, it's going to print every other element. That's the same as this. So if I want to print the entire list as byte string, the list of numbers, or extract these numbers into a separate list, I can do it this way. So one thing to note here is, let's say I have my list defined here, and I will have another list. I will have another list that is actually initialized back to the same value as my list. This actually means it's not copied. Actually, it's referring to the same thing. Let me demonstrate that. Now, let's say another list dot of, let's say, third element, I'm changing it to A. So print another list. That's fine. This is expected to happen. Let's say print my list. That also got changed. What happened here? So when I'm assigning this list and changing this particular list, it's changing this list also. So one thing to note here is the list assignments. If I'm accessing list variable, it is actually a reference to the same object. So I'm here when I'm assigning this value to a different variable, it's the same reference to this object. So both refer to the same object now. It's not a copy operation, it's a copy reference operation. If I have to do copy operation, there is a special way to do it. Let's say I have a list, my list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another list I will initialize with my list dot copy. If I copy this, so another list will become as another list. It's a completely different object. So now if I do another list of 3 is equal to A, now print another list. This is same as previous. If I do print my list, it did not change because we are actually copying the entire list into a separate list. So in the earlier scenario, we are actually assigning the same reference to another variable. So that's a subtle difference between reference assignment and copy operations. So similar to this, let's go dive into some special function called range in Python. Range, let's say I will give 5. Range function gives me a list of numbers till this number, excluding that number. So if I convert this into 0, 5 as a list, gives me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a very useful operation when we are doing for loops, just like in other languages, for I in range 0 to 100 or range 100, I can just do. So 0 to 100 means starting index is 0, higher index is 10, let's say 5 to 100. And I can also specify the step number also, how much you want to increment every time. So I will increment by 5, 10. So this range function accepts 3 parameters. One is compulsory. If I give only 1, it will go from 0 to that number, excluding that number. And if I give 2 values, the first number will be taken as the starting index, starting number, and n number is the second argument. And if I give a third argument, that will be used as an incremental counter. So next time, every time it loops, every time the iterator will give 5 plus 10, 15. That's what it's giving. So same thing if I demonstrate here, range of 5, 100, 10. This gives me a list of numbers starting from 5, ending till 100, incremented by 10. That's about the lists and range functions. Some other thing that we need to do also look at is the negative indexes. Say I have my list. I will initialize this list with a range function. So this will have len of my list. If I see this has 100 items in it. 100 items in it. Now, if I want to print every other character, I can do it with the syntax 0 to 4, like this. It gives. If I specify the step number, every fifth item gives like this. Similarly, we can give 15 also. What if I want to print in the reverse order? So I can do it with -1. It returns from the last index first to the end, first index last. Similarly, I can use -10 to give me from the end. Each iteration, it will reduce by 10 and gives me from the last to the first. We already know the append operation. 1, 2, 3, 4. This just covers append of 5 if I do. Print my list. This is an append operation on the list side. And there is something called insert. So this append operation appends to the end of the list. But what if I want to insert an element in the middle of the list? I can do it with the index number also. So my list dot insert. What index I want to insert at? 0, 1, 2, 3. So third index, meaning 4 will be replaced by, or it will shift by 1 value. I can put a value here. I just print my list. 4 is shifted, and now the value is inserted in that index, third index. And let's say I want to remove an item. I can do that with just the value. So my list dot remove 4. I'll just remove 4. It has removed the 4th value. Here I'm giving the value of the element, not the index of the element. Similarly, if I give remove a value, and it removes that element also. Let's try removing some element that does not exist. So 4 is already removed. I'm just trying to remove it again, and it gives an error. So let's say my list. Now if I want to, there is another function called pop, which pops from the end of the list, and it gives the value, return value that it popped. So it actually popped 5 out of this list, and if I now print my list, it only has 1, 2, 3. It got popped. So this is especially useful in our programming scenario where we have each item. If I want to do some operation and remove it from the list, I can use pop. While length of my list, let's print or do something on the list items. to print pop, it pops. Now if I just print my list, it's empty because all elements have been popped out of it. Similar to this, we have already seen the copy operation. I'm assigning to a dot append of file, print B. It modified the same object and it's referring to the same object. B and A both refer to the same object. If I do B equals a dot copy, now it refers to the different object. End of 6, if I do print B, doesn't get affected. So print A, it got affected. So now we know the difference between a reference assignment and a copy operation. Okay, now let's look deep into our sets one more time. So I'm defining a set with A, B, and C. What if I want to convert this set into a list? So there is a use case for this. If I have a list of items, A, B, C, and then A, and then D, E. So the easiest way to reduplicate this my list is to convert this into a set and then again back to list. So if I do this operation, list of, I'll just say a set of my list, convert this into a set, and then convert that into again a list. It has converted that. If you see the order did change, but when we are concerned about the order of the elements, we should not do this. When we are only concerned about the deduplication, we can do this operation. So sets may not give the items in the same order that they are defined. So similar to lists, sets also have a pop function. Let's say I will define a set, my set dot pop. If I do, it gives me an element. It need not be the last element. It can give any element. So order does not matter in set. So if I try to access my set of 0, this will fail because sets do not have any order in it. So you can iterate through the set of items for item and set my set, print item, but you cannot access it with index. Whereas in a list, you can actually access by index. And similar to this, we have A in my set. This gives me the operations. If I do B, C, in membership operator works in sets also. And let's say if I want to discard an element, let's say I have a set, I want to discard an element. I can do that with discard. Let's try remove. Then removes C again. It fails. Let's say I will just discard C. Doesn't throw error. So discard, the difference between remove and discard is that remove operation fails if the element does not exist. If you call discard operation, it will ignore if the element does not exist. Then we have tuples also similar to. There is a special use case for tuples. Let's say I will show you that. So I have initialized my tuple with 3 elements. I can access the tuple elements with their index. That's possible. Lists and tuples allow access by index. And let's say the main use case of tuple is one is graphics programming and storing immutable data, and there is another use case. Let's say I have a function that returns multiple values. In other languages, we don't have return having multiple values, return 1, 2, 3. If I'm doing this kind of things we cannot do in C and Java. We should actually wrap this entire thing into an object and only one return value is allowed. Whereas in Python, we can allow multiple returns, but there is a caveat here. If I'm returning 1, 2, 3, let's just try to store that value in here, return multiple values. Now, if I do type of A, it's actually a tuple. If I print A, it's a tuple. So what this actually is returning is a tuple of these 3 items. So by default, if I'm returning multiple, it actually means when I'm defining like this, it actually means this. This is not strictly necessary. The bracket says strictly not necessary. I can just skip the brackets and it gives by default a tuple object as a return value. That's where most of the times we use tuples. Okay, we have seen dictionaries previously. Now there is something called default dictionary. So we'll see that use case as well. Let's say I have a dictionary with some elements. Or just visualize this. We have a simple dictionary here. I access A. Okay, now if I do animals of D, I can actually add a new element to the dictionary with this type of format. Now if I print animals, okay, it's added. If I do again animals of A and allow, it replaces the previous one. What if I want to store multiple values into animals? A element, A, he might have multiple animals, B might have multiple animals, C might have multiple animals, and so on. So for that, we need to create an array or a list. For every item, we need to add a list, and then use that. Let's look into that use case also. But before going there, we will just see some utility functions in dictionary. So if I just try to get access to all the keys of this, I can get that with a dict keys element. So this is not a list item, but we can iterate through these keys. For key in animals, that keys. If I just get the type of animals dot keys, it's not a list, it's a dict keys object. I can convert that into a list. Yeah. Similar to this, values also I can get all the values it gives. Okay, now back to the use case of having multiple elements as a single dictionary value. Let's say I'll predefine animals with a new dictionary. This time A is going to be an array of first item. B will have another array. First item is bear. I'll close it right now. So I'll add new elements to it. Animals of A dot append antelope. Okay, now we have two elements in it. Now I want to add a new element called C. Let's just say C. Animals of C. I have to initialize it with an empty array, or I need to say like this. What if there is an element already in C, in the animals dictionary called C? So I need to check if it exists. Then I need, so if it exists, actually, if I do it in this way, if there was a key called C in the dictionary, it will replace the entire value with this value. So for me to properly add it to the end of the list, I need to check if C exists and then add that item. For doing that, we have to see if C exists. If C not in animals, then I need to initialize C with an empty array, and then I can do C dot append of cat. Now this works. There is a better way to do this. Every time if you want to do this check to see if it exists, and then add an empty array and then do this will become too hectic. So for that, we have a functionality in Python called default dictionary. So what it does, I will show you in a few minutes. From collections, I'm just going to import default dictionary. Tick. So the difference between default dict and dict is that, so let's define animals as a default dict. So default dict accepts an argument specifying the default data type of a variable of a key if it does not exist. This actually, we are actually saying here, define a dictionary with the default value as a list. Let's just print animals. It's a default dictionary. Let's try to access an element that does not exist in this. I'm trying to access C, which does not exist in the dictionary, and it gives me an empty array. So instead of trying to check if C exists, if it does not exist, it actually gives an empty array. So similar to that, I will just add animals of C dot append of cat. This time, when I access this, it gives an empty list if it does not exist, and then appends that to the cat to that list. If I print animals now, C has cat in it. Just like that, I can just add one more element, D. This use of default dictionaries. Instead of doing this, default dictionaries and dictionaries are all one and the same, except for this functionality. So we don't have to check every time if an element exists. If the element does not exist, it gives a default value to it based on the type of data type that we defined while initializing default dictionary. Okay. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Now we have to, yeah, let's define a list. Let me show you an advanced concept in lists. This is a list. Let's say if I want to initialize another list on each of these items. Let's say I have a use case for I in my list. I'll define a new list. So list is empty, and then for item in my list, new list dot print of 2 into item. I'm just multiplying it by 2 and new list. Okay, this we have it, and this is very verbose code. What if I want to do that in a simple or efficient format? In simple terms, I can use like this. So this defines what I want to do. For each item in my list, do this and put that in an array or a list. This is called list comprehension. If I do this way, item, sorry, it's a syntax. The value variable name 2 times item for item in this list. For each item in this list, do this. This item value can be X also. It's just a name that I'm giving. Whatever value I'm going to use here, variable name I should use the same here in the for loop also. This is a shorter way of specifying this syntax. And this, we can actually do one more thing, filtering on this also. Let's say I have a value, my list. Which has range 100. I'm initializing it with 0 to 100. So for each of the items, I need a list, filtered list. Item for item in my list. And I can put a condition. What's the condition we want to extract? Let's say if item divided by 10 equals 0. It's a modulo. So what if it is divisible by 10? So only include items that are divisible by 10. This statement says we are actually filtering the item which are divisible by 10. So it's going to extract the item from my list if the item is divisible by 10 based on this condition. It's similar to saying in verbose language, if I want to write that, so for item in range, sorry, right, for item in my list, if item modulo 10 is equal to 0, then result list dot append of item. This is a verbose way of writing the same logic. This and this gives the same result. So it's a shorter syntax. Similar to this, we can actually call functions on specific items also. Let's say I will initialize my string with this is push. I give in so if there is some function on strings called split. So if I do split by a character, it will split by that character. So it will split the sentence into this string into two sentences, which is divided by the dot. So it will split by dot. So if I don't give any character in split, it will default split by the space character. So this will give a list of words in it. Let's do some simple operation on this. So this word has dot at the end. Let me write a function to clean that. Clean word. I'm defining a function called clean word. Given a word, it returns word dot replace dot with empty string, and then replace it. Let's just return from there. So if I do clean word of gives me this. Okay. I want to use this when I'm doing a split operation. Let's just do that. Just using the previous syntax, clean word of word per word in my string dot split. This will call this function on each of the words that are extracted from this sentence. And this did all went into lowercase and this got replaced. And let's say I want to filter again on this itself. I can filter if word clean word length of clean word of word is less than 3. So only include the shorter words. This filter is allowable. So it's filtering these words based on the number of characters in it. We can actually nest this logic also. Now we have split by words. Let's do a nested syntax. Now I'll just do clean word of. I'll have to nest it like this. Once I type it down, then you'll understand what it is. Clean word of word per word in my sentence. Sentence is not defined yet. I'm just going to define it in some time. The later part of this statement. Clean word by word for each word in sentence. Dot split. So I have a sentence I'll split by empty spaces. That will extract the words. How do I get the sentence? Is again through a nested logic. For sentence in my string dot split by dot. I'll explain this in a bit. Now what we did, so this entire thing, let's consider this as X. This is X, or let's say sentence. For sentence in my string dot split by character. Now we have extracted sentences. Then I will split by word. Same thing. Instead of this sentence, I'm going to use another comprehension like this. Word for word in sentence. So instead of this variable, I'm using this comprehension. Dot split. Sorry about that. Split by space. If I do this, it's only extracting sentences. If I replace the sentence with word in word dot sentence dot split, this gives me, instead of sentence, I'm going to use another comprehension. That gives me extracted words. In place of sentence, we are actually getting a list of words because we replaced sentence with this comprehension syntax. So this is how we can nest multiple things in parallel. So same logic we can write in plain for loops for sentence in my string dot split by dot for word in sentence dot split by empty print word or append I'll just use this. This is how it is. We can write this verbose syntax also. It's more clear. Just so you know, this is the power of Python. You can use simple logic like this. This is more complex to understand for humans. This is better. I would prefer doing this format rather than this format. But the functionality is available in Python. If you are more advanced, if you know your way around Python, you can use this syntax. So that's about the comprehension logic in list. So we can do the same thing with dictionaries as well. Let's try a simple dictionary in a list. I'm going to define a list of tuples which have key value pairs in it. This is one item. One more tuple is a list. This is only a list. We are going to convert this list into a dictionary pair, and then see and top. We have initialized a list with tuples. We have a list. So I want to convert this into a dictionary. I can do it this way. I would say initialize animals as a dictionary, and I'm going to use it in the comprehension syntax. Item of 0 colon item of 1 for item in animal list. This is how we initialize a dictionary with a list of tuples. I do animals. This gives a dictionary, but that is a better way. Instead of item 0, item 1, I'm going to use key and value. Instead of item here, I can actually have key comma value. Let's see. Yes. So one simple thing is, let's say I have a tuple. So why this syntax works is this is called unpacking tuples. Let's say I have a tuple object a comma artwork. Let's just say k comma v equals a comma artwork. If I just print k, this assigns to the first value and this assigns to the second value. Similar to this, we can have any number of arguments as long as the arguments match. Something else. This works. Even print of w works. Let's just try adding one more element here. This fails because this left index number of items is 4 and the tuple has only 3, and that time it fails. Why this other syntax of the dictionary key values worked is because key value animal list is a tuple object, tuple array. This object is getting unpacked into key and value. Key got assigned with A and value got assigned with artwork. So that's why this syntax works. So that's about the list dictionary comprehension. So similar to this, we can also use items in it. So this syntax, what if I want to change the structure of this into an array? So now I have animals dictionary, which has this. What if I want to extract this into these two items into another dictionary and put it in a list? Let's say I'll just demonstrate, then it will be clear. I can create a dictionary for item in animals.items. There is a function called items for dictionaries, which gives me tuples. Let's just try to get animals.items. These are items. Items will come as a list of tuples. Okay. If I just convert into a list, this gives me a tuple list. Same thing that we did. It's a reverse operation. We are going to create a new dictionary array of dictionaries for item in animals.items. And this item will have letter as key, name as value. So this value and key are not defined yet. So this item is going to be replaced by key comma value. What this gives is a list of tuples. That tuple I'm unpacking into these two values, key and value, and I'm using that as X here. This syntax I'll rewrite in plain logic for key comma value in animals.items. I'll define a dictionary, result dictionary. Result array. Result list for item or key comma value in animals.items. result list dot append of a dictionary which has letter as key and name as value. Print result list. This is the same thing. Same thing, I achieved it with the syntax. I'll write it again. I have this letter as key, name as value, per key comma value in animal dot items. This exact thing is what I did with this syntax. And let's look into if else conditions briefly. That's about the dictionary and list comprehension. Now let's look at a simple use case called FizzBuzz. So the use case is like I have to print 1, 2. If it is divided by 3, I need to print fizz. And then if it is divided by 5, if it's divisible by 5, I need to print buzz. If it's divisible by both 3 and 5, which is divisible by 15, then I need to print fizz buzz. The order will be like fizz 7, 8, and then fizz buzz like this. Let's do that in plain code for n in range 1 to 101, which is starting from 1 and ending at 100. I'm going to iterate through those items. And if it is divisible by 15, that means it is modulo 15 should be 0. That means it's divisible by 15. Let's print FizzBuzz. And then I'll do else. Again, if it is divisible by 3, and print fizz. Else, if n divisible by 5, print plus. Else, print n. It prints. And this logic works, okay? So this is more verbose. We can actually shorten this a little bit. Same thing if I use else if conditions. If n divisible by 15, print fizz buzz, I'll just remove else and put as else if. Elif n divisible by 3, print 0. Print fizz. I'll indent it again. This if condition also I'll put it under elif. If it's divisible by 5, print buzz. Else, if it is not divisible by any of these, print n directly. It's a shorter syntax. Okay. So let's say this is the advantage of having else if. We can have any number of else if conditions. At the end, we can have else condition. So this is else is not compulsory. Else I can remove. If it is not divisible by any of them, it doesn't print itself. only it will print this and pass. So this if condition, let's say I'll remove this if condition, try to see if it works. So this if condition is removed. Error. So else if cannot be used without an if condition first. If should be used, else if comes as a second. We can stack any number of else if conditions, and at the end we can have an optional else condition. If none of these conditions meet, then the else condition gets executed. So the same thing, same logic of this FizzBuzz, I can actually execute within a single statement. Let's try doing that. Let's say I'll define n as 3. So again, this if n percentage 3 equals 0. This is a conditional operator or ternary operator, we can say. We can stack if conditions at the end of the statements. Is else also is required. If n is divisible by 3, print else n. This ternary operator should have a true value and a false value. This is the true value and this is the false value. And it gives fizz. Let's say I'll just change the n to 4. I'll again execute this and it gives 4. The syntax of it is I can actually initialize this into a variable also. Fizz if n divisible by 3, else n. This gives 4. If I initialize back to 5, now I'll add one more condition here. If n is divisible by 3, else inside the else, I'll have one more condition here. Instead of returning n, I'll again check buzz if n divisible by 5. Else n. It gives buzz. Let's change n to 3 and execute the same thing. Fizz.